At Vistaprint, we can get your brand into your customers' hands, or their heads, or their backs, or hands. Hands are good. And just about anywhere else your customers can remember you. Discover the printabilities at vistaprint.ca.
Every team has a dream. Theirs is to make it to the big leagues. And my journey, it's to support them along the way. With room for everyone and our gear, our Explorer has everything we need. Find the Explorer for your team.
Start your journey at your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
Epidemic Sound is basically a royalty-free soundtrack company. So it's where I go to when I want to get my backing tracks for my YouTube videos. Pick whatever suits you, your mood, your content, etc. There's so much variety. It doesn't really matter if you're a video creator or if you create videos for clients. You can actually just pick whichever license works for you. And new tracks are added to their catalogue every single week.
action.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Capital City Showdown here in Sherwood Park, Alberta, hosted at the CrossFit AU Gym. They're one of the sponsors here today, so thanks to them for hosting us. I also want to introduce Nate here. Nate's going to be my co-host today, helping me out, getting everything organized and keeping the show flowing. So, Nate, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Hi, my name's Nathaniel Blaze. I am the president of the Alberta Strongman Association here in Alberta. We're sponsoring the show today as well. Basically, we're here. We're going to have a good time. We're going to see some crazy events. We got a lot of athletes. I think upwards of 60 athletes here today, which is going to be interesting to see how fast the show goes. A lot of athletes, 3 lanes. Some of the actual events actually only have 2 lanes. So this might be a little bit of a long show. We're in it for the long haul, I guess, today. That being said, though, there's going to be some seriously cool events. We got an overhead medley. We got the duck walk. We got a deadlift ladder, which is, I believe, 3 implements that the athletes are going to have to deadlift. We have the load medley, which is going to be interesting to watch as well. There's a lot of heavy implements, and I believe one specialty implement that the athletes don't know about yet, or have they found out yet? Or
No, not yet. I guess they're on the floor there. The athletes can all see them now, but I was lucky enough to be able to procure a couple of mystery implements for our loading medley today. I work in the oil and gas industry, so I was able to get a couple valves from our site, big, heavy steel valves that they're going to be using for some implements. So that's going to be interesting to see. They're very heavy, very awkward, so I can't wait to see how the athletes handle them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's something that they haven't practiced on, so it's going to be interesting to see how people figure out how to pick it and stuff. It's going to be really cool to see. And then the last event is going to be the Conan's Wheel, and that's going to be actually happening outdoors. The first 4 events are going to be happening indoors here today, and then the last event is going to be outdoors, and that's going to be interesting to see, especially since it's going to be the last one. It's going to be quite hot outside. The athletes may be fatigued at that point. Who knows, though? But
yeah, the heat's definitely going to play a factor into it. The sun's beating down pretty heavy, and a lot of the smoke has cleared from the forest fires here, so it's going to be very hard on the athletes. And I do want to say right before we do the Conan Wheel event, that event is outside, so it's going to change our camera angle a bit. I'm going to try to get it through the window, but we may have to break down and move outside. So if we do that, there will be a slight delay in the feed. So if we shut down after the 4th event, don't worry, we'll be going live again before the 5th event for Conan's Wheel.
yeah, exactly. The athletes are just warming up here. They're finishing and getting their last few instructions. It looks like we're going to be getting the show on the road here on time. We're about 6 minutes out from the proposed start time.
Before we get into the event here, we'll just go over the sponsors real quick here. Once again, thanks to all the sponsors for these events. None of these events can happen without them for obvious reasons. We'll start with Steadfast Metal, Zone Smelling Salts, CrossFit AU, the host of this event here today, Resolute Strengthwear, Sloan's Homes, A7, Walter Joseph and Associates, Misfit Strength and Power, Born Primitive, Norse Fitness, Inner Strength, Panda Prince, ASA Strongman, and Supplement King.
Tons of sponsors. It's great to see that there's a lot more sponsors coming out. It was quite a struggle when I first started, hosting shows 7 years ago to get sponsors on board. You get the same sponsors, which is not a problem, but it's really nice to see a lot of these new sponsors coming out and helping out with these shows.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think everyone that is in the community has noticed the growth of the sport over the last few years here, especially with Rogue and Arnold being more popular on streaming services like YouTube and such. They're getting a lot more publicity, a lot more people seeing the sport and realizing how fun it actually is. So it starts from the top down, and we're even noticing it here at local shows. It's getting a lot more popular, a lot more busy. The parking lot has tons of people in it right now watching the show through the garage doors. So it's going to be a good day for everyone on the live stream and the people here in person as well.
Exactly. Looks like they're just getting set up with the lanes. We'll go over, I guess we can go over the order of the events. We got 3 lanes that are happening here. For event number 1 at least. It looks like we're going to be starting off with novice women here at lane number 1. Lane number 2 will have lightweight women, and then lane number 3 is going to have the middleweight men starting off. It looks like there's a big lineup here. A lot of novice men, actually. I think there's 3 teens in that category that will be going up with the novice men, but I think there's 14 or 15 in total in the novice men category. The least stacked category is the heavyweight women. We only have Carrie Gantley from Edmonton here. She's the only heavyweight woman that's competing today, so she's basically guaranteed a spot at provincials after this competition. But yeah,
I've seen Carrie compete a few times. She's a very good athlete, amazingly strong athlete. She's always a treat to watch perform here at these events. So excited to see how she does today. And like we mentioned, there's lots of athletes here today. I think there was 60 overall that showed up, and I think they might have only had 3 drop out, so 57 athletes here potentially. We're going to cut to the floor here shortly so you can see all the athletes warming up. There are a lot of people here. They limited the room to just athletes and judges. There's no spectators allowed in the room. That's why they got the big garage bay doors open so people outside can see, just because it's a big gym, but with this many athletes, you just need every ounce of floor space you can get.
No, exactly. And it's really nice that we actually have it indoors here. I know that like running competitions outdoors, it does put a strain on the athletes. It definitely puts a strain on the volunteers, and volunteers are a key part in running strongman competitions. The better you take care of your volunteers, the better your show will run. So it's definitely a privilege to be indoors today, especially in this warm May day.
Yeah, there's a bit of AC here, but it's going to be a hot day nonetheless. So our shirts might get a darker shade here by the end of the day, but I promise we'll hydrate and we'll stay on top of it. But as for now, we will just cut to the floor here. So you won't be seeing our lovely faces, but you'll still hear our lovely voices. So we'll get a look at the floor here. We're all set up. It looks like everyone's just getting ready to start lifting here.
Up here. Got a few athletes lined up ready to go. In lane number 1, we have Jamie. I believe lane number 1 is the one closest to us here on the left-hand side of the camera. Lane number 2, we have Courtney. No, sorry. I'm mixing this up here. I made this spreadsheet, and I'm struggling to read what I wrote here, but that's okay. Lane number 2, we got Mac. And then lane number 3, we got Kyle. Lane number 3 is, I believe, over here. Athlete in the middle there had to get some chalk. Easily gets that up, no problem whatsoever. Off to the keg, not a problem with the keg. Back to the axle for the middle athlete. Lane number 1 there, Jamie's struggling to get the keg up. Unable to get it on her chest to get it above her. Doesn't get the down command. Lane number 3, Kyle gets it up. There's a lot going on. Holy moly, 3 athletes. This is going to be a little difficult to commentate, but we're going to try our best here.
Yeah, that's why I was looking for a second hand here. When you're running multiple lanes like this, it's hard to stay on top of everything and the athletes' names and what they're doing. So it's good to have a co-host here today with Nate.
That's our first round there completed. Looks
that
like
was intense.
That was intense. These guys came out with a boom. Like, there was no hesitation. Everybody was out there. Everybody was ready to go.
Yeah, there was no hesitation. There was a lot going on. When you're running 3 lanes like that, the action does not stop. It keeps going. It's fun to see.
So it looks like we got the next round of athletes up here. In lane number 3, we have Ty. Lane number 2, we have Simon and lane number 1 on the left-hand side. We have, I believe her name is Tierney. Third lane there, he's struggling to get it up to his chest to press it above his head. He's going to reset his grip, though. Lane number 1 is just cooking right now. Tierney is moving really fast, going back and forth between. Doesn't look like this is going to be a struggle for her. Ty still over in lane number 3, unable to get it off his chest and up in the air. Lane number 2 trying to muscle it up. Nearly one motion since it gets the good down command there.
Yeah, Ryan there in the middle has been a judge here for a while. Ryan Jabs competed himself locally with strongman. He was doing very good, and he had a back injury that he's recovering from, had surgery not too long ago. So as for now, he's just judging, still playing a part of the sport, but he's still here. So thanks to him for volunteering and all the rest of the volunteers for sure.
Yeah, you bet. It's a lot of work to volunteer. Judges, I believe, for Strongman Court actually have to take a course in order to be judges. So we're getting a lot of fair judging. Everybody's kind of on the same page. It's nice to see that Strongman Corp's doing stuff like that. Just, get everybody parallel, everybody on par.
Yeah, no, that's good. It's good to have a good, firm organization that keeps everything consistent, and then you just put out better product of athletes when it comes time to compete at nationals and international shows.
Yeah, exactly. In lane number 3, we have Mike McKay. He is, I believe, a Masters competing today. Not 100% sure if he is in the Masters category or not, but Mike McKay, lane number 3. Lane number 2, we have Martin, and lane number 1, we have Shea. A little bit of a split jerk there from Shea. Doesn't get the good command, though. Martin's moving fast.
Lane 2 is moving and grooving. He's putting some quick lifts in. It's pretty impressive. The way he just clean, is that a continental clean when they don't even rest it on their belly? They just flip it straight up. So
yeah,
good clean there for him.
No, definitely. Looks like Mike McKay in lane number 3. He's struggling a little bit to get it up to his chest as well. This keg is heavy.
What is the weight of that keg?
I'm not 100% sure. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's in the 230-pound range.
Yeah, I was helping them set up last night. I think one of the heavier ones was about the 225, so that's probably what he's working with there.
Yeah. Mike McKay finishes 1 rep on the axle, 1 rep on the keg, back to his 3rd rep. Martin's moving really fast. He's gone back and forth quite a few times, getting good lifts. This is almost a cardio event for him at this point.
Yeah, I hope he trained his cardio for sure. He was moving and grooving, doing a really good job there. And as you can see, they're breaking down lane 3 now, switching things up, moving up to the 120 kilo men class, so they're adding a little bit of weight to the bar and changing out the keg for something a bit heavier.
Yeah, I think the heavyweight men are the ones that are hopping into lane number 3 there. So in lane number 1 on the far left side, we have Mandy. In lane number 2, I believe, is Oswald. And lane number 3 will be Dave.
I've seen Oswald compete before. He's new to the sport. I think it was the Lakeland Strongest. I've seen him compete at in St. Paul there. He did pretty good for a new athlete. He's pretty strong.
I personally haven't seen him compete before. Once again, though, this is the novice category. I haven't been really hanging around too much in the Strongman Corp world this year. But
he almost had a full continental clean on that rep, Oswald did. So he gets that one moving pretty quick, and Gary's moving along here now too.
I actually noticed there in lane number 3, it's Gary McDonald. He's not on the list here, so we're going to correct that ourselves here. Gary McDonald just actually finished competing at Farmstrong literally 7 days ago. I believe he placed 12th in Farmstrong, and that's against some of the world's strongest men. There's I forget his first name. I know his last name was Rayom. He competed in World's Strongest Man. He placed 10th in World's Strongest Man, and Gary competed against him 7 days ago.
Yeah, that was Gabriel Rayom, and come out from Quebec City with some other guys from there. Frederick Rayom, his brother, and Simon Pratt. competed, all 3 pro strongman, so getting 12th place in a show with guys of that caliber I'd be happy with that.
No kidding. I'm more so concerned about his recovery. Like he hasn't had much recovery. He can't even peak really necessarily for this show. He just kind of hopped in and he's ready to go, I guess, right?
Oh yeah. Gary's always ready to compete.
Sorry, just to be corrected, it looks like they were calling that female in the far left lane. Her name was Lynn. So I think we just finished the novice women here. I believe Courtney, according to our list here, Courtney's up first for lane number 1 from the lightweight women.
Yeah, they're changing out the weights there on that first lane, so it must be a weight class change here.
So Courtney will be up in lane number 1 here. They're just getting that weight set up. Lane number 2 will be Chad, if we have the correct order. It looks like we are a little bit off there. I don't know why, but according to our order here, Chad is supposed to be in lane number 2, and lane number 3 is Jeff. Jeff's in the heavyweight men.
I do want to point out that lane 2 is competing in jorts, and I think that's fantastic.
Yeah. You know what? This is a new trend. I haven't seen this in strongman very much. This is definitely something new that I've only started seeing this year, guys wearing jorts.
One of the sponsors here today, Born Primitive, actually make really stretchy jorts for athletes. They're made for athletes to compete in. They're one of the sponsors here today. They're outside selling products. So if you're in the area, come on down, check it out, and get yourself a pair of jorts.
Yeah, definitely. If you are in the area, you definitely don't want to miss it. There is a ton of sponsors out here. They're Born Primitive, Red Bull, Misfit, I believe, has a booth out here. Lots of good product out here if you wanted to look at buying some stuff for strongman. Looks like lane number 3 is struggling a little bit to get the first rep off.
How much is that?
I believe that's 120 kilos, if I'm not mistaken.
For lane 3?
Yeah, in lane 3, yeah. Athletes are getting the 30-second warning.
I do want to point out how fast lane 2 is moving. I think it's a jorts thing. I think the jorts are really helping him out here.
Courtney in lane number 1 trying to get that last rep, and she gets it. A lot of cheering behind her.
Lane 2 is going to go for one more. Oh, he almost ran out of time. Good effort, though. That's not Teresa, that's Laura.
No, yeah, they were saying on deck there.
Oh, yeah.
In lane 1, we got Laura. In lane 2, we got Kevin. And in lane 3, we got Anthony.
Well, lane 3's name is Jeff.
Is that Jeff?
Is Jeff on that?
Yeah, Jeff is on there. But he's the third person to go on that. I don't know. We're a little confused as to what the order is, but that's okay.
Yeah, our information that we got for orders aren't 100% correct, so forgive us if we get the names wrong. We're doing our best. There he goes. Lane 3 is struggling with that keg, but he's almost got it. At that point where you're struggling that much, it's almost better to put it down, take a breath, reset, and then re-clean for your press. You're burning so much energy when you're holding it at your chest like that, it's not worth trying to finish.
No, exactly. That's one thing about strongmen that people, I don't know if they understand, is you have to brace yourself. Falls over. Little bit of an injury there.
Over.
The athletes, the volunteers are there to catch him though.
Yeah, he's okay. He lost his balance on his overhead clean there. When he went for his clean from his hips, he pushed a little too much and it went behind his head and just lost balance there. So luckily, he looks like he's okay. Yeah, it looks like he's walking around fine there. Hopefully he's okay. Landing on that axle bar wouldn't feel good, but at least it's an axle bar and not a traditional barbell that's half the size and would pinch a little more. So hopefully he's doing okay.
So in lane 1 here, we got Teresa, one of our pro athletes, Colton Sloan. This is his lady. She's competing. I believe this is her first year competing. Lane number 2, we got. Let's see here. This list is a little backwards. I believe his name is David, if I'm not mistaken. And then lane number 3, we have Anthony.
And they're off. Oh, Teresa had a little slip up there and dropped it, but she looks like she had the power to finish, so she'll reset here. And there it is for Teresa. She locked that one out overhead, moving on to the keg. Lane 2 is moving along pretty good there. He's looking pretty good. He's also wearing jorts. I think lane 2 is a jorts thing. There's something there.
It must be. It must be. This is the second person we've seen in that lane wearing jorts.
He's doing good, though. Very strong, moving pretty quick.
It looks like Teresa has found her momentum. She's easily going back and forth now.
Looks like Teresa's belt come unlatched there. I can see from here it's not fully tightened. I'm not sure if that's going to affect her, if that's what she wanted or not.
Xavier, yes, Shay has gone already.
And that's time.
Looks like even the MCs are a little bit messed up on the order here.
Is that one right, I wonder? Has that been right so far? No, Gary's. Dave, Jeff, Anthony. Oh, Larry's not here. So Riley. Okay, so this might be right. All right, coming up here in lane 1 is Martha Henry. It's her first strongman show ever. She's a pretty elite power lifter, so we're excited to see how she does here as she dips her toes in the strongman. We got Riley in lane 3. He's a new competitor as well. I think he started last year, but he's a very big man. He's very tall, a very big guy.
He is. He's got to be like 6'6". He makes me look small, and I'm 6'4", 340 pounds.
Yeah, he's a big boy, and he's strong, so excited to see how he does here today.
Shay's moving really fast here. I think this is now her 4th rep on the keg.
Yeah, Martha's doing very good for her first show. Regardless of first show or not, actually, she's just doing good.
Exactly, yeah. Looks like Riley's waving it off there. He's no longer going to be doing any more lifts. He's kind of said that's enough. That wants to save his energy for the next few events.
Yeah, that's the thing, too. You'll see some people that look like they could do more that hold back. It's more of a cerebral kind of planning out the whole day. You know, excel where you can and save some energy where you think you can. So that could be a thing there for him, or maybe he was just done with the day. So, but we'll see how he does here for the day moving forward. Hey, Xavier, I see your comment there. Has Shay gone yet? If you mean Shay O'Brien, she's in lane 1 there coming up next. So if that's what you're asking about, she's coming up here next.
I think we actually have 3 Shays here today.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay.
Let's see here.
It looks like Shay's going to be starting with the keg. I didn't realize that they could pick what they wanted to start with.
Yeah, that's interesting. I know some events they actually restrict that and say you can only start with a certain implement. But
at events like this where it's not just pick one and move on to a different one, it's back and forth, back and forth. I can see why it wouldn't really matter what they started with if they got to do multiple reps of each. Unless an athlete just wasn't as strong with, say, keg overhead as they were with axle. Maybe they'll think if I can get one on the keg, I'll start that first and then struggle with the axle after. they could do that, I guess. But either way, you're going to have to go back and forth.
No, exactly. I think a big thing about it is if they don't get a rep, they get 0 points. If they get 1 rep, at least they'll get 1 point, even if they place last, right?
Exactly, and every point counts in these shows. All right, Shay's looking good. She got a keg and an axle done already. We got Tyson Larone in lane 3, still working on that keg there, trying to get that overhead.
That keg has been a problem for all the heavyweight men. It's extremely heavy.
Yeah, there is a technique to lifting keg that you can see when they're a bit lighter. It is pretty easy if you have your technique perfectly, but once you get over that 200-pound range, you got the best technique in the world, and it's still very difficult.
Yeah, exactly. Shay has a really good pace in this event. Middle lane unable to get that off his chest and get it up in the air, but he's trying again. He hasn't given up yet.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I competed with Tyson in the past at Static Monsters, and he's a very strong individual, but that keg will get the best of you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm completely lost on the sheet where we are.
We'll just go by lane 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I think at this point, people are just going to have to self-identify if somebody they know that's out there.
Especially with this many athletes, if it's, sub-20 athletes, you kind of get to remember their names, but when you have almost 60 athletes, it's hard to stay on top of everyone's names.
Okay, Shar in lane 1. I thought she just went, but that's okay. I'm gonna stop looking at the sheet here. At this point, we're so backwards that it's not even worth looking at it.
Yeah, we'll just listen to the MC and say what they say. At least we're all wrong together then.
Lane 3 easily gets the axle above his head, no problem. Moving off to the keg. Let's see if he can do it. Seems like all of the people in his weight class haven't been able to do it. Gets good positioning, gets it up, Viper presses that.
Nice. Ah, there you go.
Incredible Viper press for him.
Yeah, nice bit of power there for him.
Middle lane's moving really fast too. It looks almost too easy for him.
Yeah, maybe he should have been competing in a heavier weight class. Good for him though. Lane 1 still having a bit of trouble with that keg there. "20 seconds left.
So once again, we have the heavyweight men in the lane 3, novice men in lane 2, and in lane 1, we have the lightweight women, which will include the masters women.
We're going to have Jen in lane 1, Julian in lane 2, and Timmy in lane 3. I do want to point out that Timmy is competing in Crocs today. Crocs apparently give you a lot of power for your overhead pressing.
If I'm not mistaken, Tim, last year at Mosaic, he really put on a show. He's very animated with his lifts. He definitely is a crowd pleaser, that's for sure.
I love seeing Timmy to compete. He always just gives it everything he's got. You can tell right now he's shaking, he's trembling, he's getting in the zone, he's getting excited. He gives it everything he got every single time he competes. It's lovely to see.
There's some stuff that's messed up with the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's all good. I'll come back.
Afterwards.
And we're off. All right, lane one. Jenna lane one's moving pretty quick. Easy work of that keg there.
Jen is very seasoned in strongman. She actually competed in my first competition I hosted back 6 years ago now. It was called Yoke Fest, now Mosaic. Very seasoned strongman competitor. She knows what she needs to come here and do.
Oh yeah, and it shows. She's making quick work of these implements. She's doing a very good job.
Jen is pacing herself.
Yeah, she's got a lot of reps now where I think she can be a bit more calculated with how many more she wants to do just to secure her point placement here.
Look at the arch in that second lane. He really leaned back to get that axle on his chest.
Yeah. 5 seconds left. Jen's going to go for one more rep on that axle. She did not get it, but a good run for Jen nonetheless.
Lane number 2 was able to squeeze out that last rep too, which is really nice to see.
Yeah, I love it when athletes go to the bitter end. They don't just stop when they think they won't get it. They give it their all just to get that last point.
So lane number 1, they're doing a little bit of a changeover here. I believe we're going to middleweight women now.
We don't have access to the weights. I can go ask her eventually. When you go down, just try to find out. Hey, Ashley Telford, I see your comment there. The weights are not listed here on the stream. We're trying to get them for you guys. We will update you guys as soon as we get it. But yeah, it's not there right now, but we will hopefully get it for you shortly.
Looks like we found some stuff on their Facebook page. We'll have to find this exact event, but we'll take a look here in 1 second.
You can see they're putting some extra mats under the kegs here. The owner of their gym, they pay a lot of money for these really nice gym floors, so they don't want to beat them up by dropping these kegs. So putting an extra little mat there, getting the floor a little more secured for the athletes so they don't beat it up. That's the last thing we want to do is damage any property, because they were nice enough to host us here today with this lovely show, but we're getting ready here for the next athletes. Got Therese Watson in lane 1, Ken Kidder in lane 2, and Ben Borger in lane 3. I've competed with all these athletes before. Therese is a professional strong woman out of Calgary, Alberta. Very strong. She's making quick work of that keg there. Ken Kidder with an interesting technique to get that keg up there. I've never seen that style before, but he got the rep and that worked for him, so good job, Ken. I've also competed with Ben Borger in lane 3 there on the far side. He's mainly known for his powerlifting out of BC, but he's been competing in some strongman related shows lately. Very big man, very strong man as well, so happy to see him out here today.
Ken actually was just talking to me earlier this week. He's actually been sick all week. I can only imagine competing after being sick, laying in bed for the last few days. This has got to be quite tough on the body for him.
Yeah, absolutely. That will hold you back a bit. Hopefully he can push through it, though, and still put some good numbers up today. I have, good Bluetooth headphones, but I went to St. Paul with this fucking dog chewed them up on me. And then I forgot to buy new ones. I was like, oh, shit. So I normally just have, my Bluetooth earbud in just so I can monitor. Right.
Looks like lane number 3 is just getting his belt on, and he'll be ready to go. Once again, we got in lane 1, we have the middleweight women. Lane number 2, we are still working on, I believe, the novice men with the teen men. And then lane number 3, we're still working on the heavyweight men.
Yeah, I've never noticed that guy before. I've never seen him compete too much, but he was a little behind the ball on getting ready there. So he's just getting his wrist straps on, making sure he's able to keep his wrists nice and straight while he's overhead pressing these implements. All right, quick first rep for lane 2 there. Lane 1 almost had it, but she just missed it. Both lane 1 and 2 are moving through their implements pretty quick. Lane 3, once again, just a little trouble with that keg. A lot of guys are struggling with that guy today. Hopefully we can get some reps by the end of the day, though.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. When I started strongman lifting the keg, we never rested it on our legs like that. This is a new trend also that's starting to happen. You're seeing guys manipulating the keg to benefit themselves.
Oh yeah, especially when you got that weight. Any little technique that works for you is what you're going to do. You'll see a lot of guys, they'll get it, rest it on their lap, take a deep breath, get their hands in position, and try to do a quick hip thrust to get that clean moving, but it's just too heavy to get that easy technique down.
Yeah, exactly. Lane number 2 is cooking. He's moving quite fast.
Yeah, he was going for that one last rep of that axle, but was unable to get it, so good work from him nonetheless, though.
Lane number 1, we still have the middleweight women. This is Melissa, Doug Jones's wife. She recently has gotten into strongman. I believe this is her first year of strongman corp as well, jumping right into her open class.
3, 2, 1, go!
Heavyweight men still in lane number 3, which is the farthest right on your camera screen there. In lane number 2, we're still working on the novice men. Once again, we're seeing Melissa on the far left there, resting it on her legs, almost able to get it off her chest. She's wearing a grip shirt. Hopefully that would be able to help her out a little bit with the grip portion of it. Unable to get the lockout, though, on her wrists, or on her arms, sorry.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, where if you're confident you're going to get one implement, but maybe not the next, let's start with the one that you're for sure going to get. They locked that point in. So she definitely got her axle. That was good for her there. And she just had a bit more trouble with that keg.
Looks like we're getting a lot of people in lane number 3 just waving off, saying they can't do it. Might be a little bit too heavy for the heavyweight men.
Yeah, that keg is no joke. I'm not exactly sure the weight of it. I think it's at least 225 pounds. Put that on an axle, yeah, we can do that. Or a log, yeah, that's doable. But the technique required to get that keg up overhead, it's difficult. So the more weight is just not, it's way harder than any other overhead press, in my opinion. All right, we're getting ready from the judges here. 3, 2, 1, go. Whoa, lane 2 got a little overzealous there and lost his handle on the axle, but he got it this time, and he's good. Nice, easy-looking press there in lane 2.
Judging from what I could see here, the axle over in lane number 3, it's got 245 pounds on each side, so that's easily 99, 180, and then a 15 pound, so 30 on 180 is 210 plus the bar, which is probably 10 kilos. So yeah, you're looking at a 250 axle right there.
Yeah, 250 axle for a heavyweight man is a doable axle. It's still a good lift. It's a heavy lift. 250 is doable, but that keg is just giving a lot of guys trouble here today. Steph
in lane number 1, struggling to get the keg off the ground, but that's all good. Able to get it up onto her legs. No problem there. Getting it to her chest. She needs
Gets
to
it
lock
through
it
her
out.
shoulder. Ah, yeah.
Unable to get that lockout in lane number 1.
Yeah. She had the hip power to get the clean up, but she just could not get that overhead going for her there at the last rep.
Looks like the heavyweight men are done. I believe that lane is now shut down. We don't have anybody else going in lane number 3, so we just got 2 lanes going. Still middleweight women in lane number 1, and I believe... I'm not sure. Are we in lane number 2 there? Yeah, this could be the lightweight men. Oh, this must be the lightweight men because Shandy just went, so... Okay. Novice men must be completed a while ago.
I think that's Michelle Collins in lane 1 now. I think that's her name.
Okay. Yeah, that very well could be. Looks like we got Michelle, Jessica, and Carrie left for lane number 1. Lane number 2, we have, I believe this will be Sylvan, and then Ian. And that will be it for lane number 2. So we got 2 more left in lane number 2, and 3 left in lane number 1. Sylvan easily getting up the axle onto the keg and just strict presses it right off the ground. Not a problem for him there. Michelle on the left-hand side moving with a good pace. Prepping her positioning. Quite a wide grip. Resting it on her belt. Up to her chest. Needs to get that leg drive. Easily almost gets that leg drive. Unable to get that split jerk completed. Middle lane still moving good. He's moving quite fast. Basically viper pressing everything that he's walking up to. He hasn't had much leg drive at this point. Lane number 1, Michelle's trying to get that last rep out. Unable to get those elbows. Resting on her head. A little bit of a double dip there. Gets the good command from Bailey. Sylvan gets it up. Gets that last rep up. No problem. I don't know if he'll be able to get that last second. Unable to finish that last rep on the axle.
He was moving quick, though. He really that was pure power on that last keg.
100%.
It wasn't like very technically clean, but man, he got that up quick and powerfully. That was very good.
One thing that I'd like to bring up is typically how the order of the first event happens is it's based off of registration. So the first person to register goes last. The last person to register, the late dwellers, they go first. It's beneficial to go last because you're able to see who else does reps and what else needs to be done in order to take that lead position.
Yeah, if you're going first in an event, you have to give it every ounce of energy you got because you don't know how many reps you're going to need to win. But if you go last in an event and you know you only need to get 13 to win, you're not going to do 18 reps. You're going to save that energy, do the 13, and then move on to the next event.
Exactly. It's actually ironic here right now. We have Jessica and Ian, engaged couple, competing at the exact same time.
Oh, I didn't even know that. That's awesome.
They own a personal training business out of Evolve downtown here.
Yeah, I think it's Asgardian Strength.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, good for them. That's awesome. I didn't know they were a couple. That's good to see. Couples that live together stay together, right?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. And apparently they end up going at the same time as each other, too, in this sport. I think last year, too, we saw Mackenzie and Jocelyn, who are the hosts of the show, in the first event at Mosaic. They were going together at the exact same time, too.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's good to see that.
Some things are just destined to happen, I guess, right?
Exactly.
Jessica's struggling with that keg. She's unable to get a lockout on it. And they get the time command.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see when an athlete can't finish an implement, but someday you might have got it in training and it felt good, but some days on event day, it's just not exactly there.
No, exactly. So I believe that's it for lane number 2. Ian was the last lightweight man to go. And then in lane number 1, we have Carrie, the last individual to go, heavyweight woman, the only heavyweight woman. And after that, we'll take a quick short break in between the setup for the next event. I don't know for sure if the live scoring is up on the Facebook, but I know that the organizers do have the link if they are willing to share it. We also here on the stream will be covering the scoring, so stay tuned for that. Once that's all in place, we'll go check that out and we'll get that up on the screen for you guys to see. Carrie's a very experienced athlete. She competed in a Pro-Am last year against some of the top women in the province. I wouldn't be surprised if this is her year, if she's going to get a pro card this year or not. Easily gets it up off her chest. Carrie getting it and pressing it, no problem. Easy lockout, not much of a leg drive with that. Onto the keg, gets a good positioning, flips it upside down, thinks that it's not in the right position for her, gets it to her legs, up to her chest, Viper presses it above her head. Not a problem for Carrie. Back to the axle. Gets it up onto her belt, up to her chest, no problem. Again, very minimal leg drive. Carrie's going to be going back and forth. This is just a cardio game for her at this point.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I've seen Carrie compete a few times in multiple sports, and she is just a specimen of strength sports. She's very strong, and she's always puts on a really good show.
Exactly, yeah.
When I put out the calling to look for a co-host for this show, she said that she would love to do it, but she's competing. She was willing to come up when she wasn't competing to help out, but luckily I had Nate here who could sit with me full time, so I got Nate, but Carrie would have been a good option as well.
Getting that last rep out on the keg, losing her feeding a little bit, but she's going to call it there. It looks like she's going to save her energy for the next event. That is it for this event, guys. We'll be back shortly. We'll have a live updated version of the scoreboard in a few minutes here once all the scores are inputted, and stick around. We'll be back shortly. All right, folks, we got the updated scores here for the current standings at the Capital City Showdown. We're going to go over some of the points here. For those of you that don't know how points work, basically what happens is out of how many athletes there are, there's going to be an assigned set of scores. So if there's 7 athletes, there'll be a total of available 7 points for first place, 6 points for second place, 5 points for third place, and so on and so forth. As you can see on the screen here, we got some split points. So basically what that means is when somebody ties for reps, what they do is they add the placing. So for first place here, there'll be first place and second place. In this example, Sylvan and Evan tied, so there'll be 7 points and 6 points assigned, meaning that there is 13 points available. Because 2 people tied, you take 13 points and divide it by 2. I hope that made sense, because that was a lot of gibberish if you aren't familiar with how strongman works. But as you can see here, we got Sylvan and Evan tied in first place with 6.5 points. In third place, we got Shandy with 5 points, Chris with 4 points, Ian Wheat with 2.5 points with Dylan tied, and Ken Kidler with 1 point. We'll go over to middleweight men. You can see here we got 3. We got Mike McKay with 2.5 points, Joel with 2.5 points, and Ty with 1 point. Heavyweight men, we got Larson with 12 points, Ben 11 points, Riley 10 points, Gary and Jeff tied with 8.5 points. Chad, Jesse, Jeremy, Timmy, Tyson, Anthony, and Dave all tied with 4 points. That's a lot of ties right there. Lightweight women, we got Shay with 7 points in the lead, Jen with 5.5, tied with Martha. Courtney with 4 points, Teresa with 3 points, Shar and Laura tied with 1.5 points. Middleweight men, we got Teresa taking the lead here, 6 points. Jessica, Michelle, Stephanie, and Kelly all tied with 3.5 points for second. And then Melissa with 1 point in last for middleweight women. Heavyweight women, Carrie, she's the only one. She's got 1 point. Great job, Carrie. 1 point for you. Novice men, including the teens, we got Oswald with 10 points. We got a 2-way tie, Rohan and Simon with 8.5 points. 2-way tie with 6.5 points for Kevin and Justin. 2-way tie for David and Elliot with 4.5 points. Matt with 3 points. Martin with 2 points. George with 1 point. And lastly, we got the novice women here. Novice women. Yeah, sorry, I read Timothy there for some reason. I was like, wait a second, this is not women. I don't know any women named Timothy. Tyranny with 4 points. Lynn with 3 points. Jamie with 2 points. Shay with 1 point. This looks to be like the only group that has not had a tie, with the exception of Carrie's group, as she's the only athlete. We'll scroll through them one more time here. We'll kind of go slowly. We won't say anything. If you want the screenshot, take a view. You name it, we got it. I'll score through them slowly here.
Yeah, feel free to pause at any time that you need to. If you want to write down scores for your friends, family, that's all good. We'll just keep moving through, and we'll be starting up here shortly. We'll be having the duck walk event up next. I think they're going to be running 2 lanes for this one. It will be 3 lanes as well, actually, so it's going to be interesting. It's a little tight there to be running 3 lanes, so hopefully we don't have a bit of bumper carts going on there. It'll be fun nonetheless, though.
Sorry, folks, just a quick little update here. We weren't aware that they were going to be moving the duck walk outside. We're going to have to just do a quick adjustment with the camera here. Stay tuned. We're going to pull up the just the sponsors ads while we get this camera ready. Sorry about that, folks. We had no idea. We'll be right back. All right, crisis is averted. We got a camera set up here. Hopefully we can make out what's happening. Not 100% sure what it's going to be like from up here, but we'll do our best to see what we can do. Looks like we got tape on the ground too, so that shouldn't be a problem. Once again, 37 viewers. Thank you everybody that's stopping by here. It's Power Hippo Streams here on YouTube. We got 3 lanes set up. I think it was just they made a decision to go outside because of the space indoors here. The CrossFit rig's a little bit too tight of a area. 3 lanes is going to be quite interesting. Once again, we got same following group orders. First in lane number 1, we're going to have the novice women. In lane number 2, we're going to have the novice men. And in lane number 3, we're going to have the middleweight men going first. Actually, one thing that I noticed that's actually quite nice is it's actually a lot quieter down here. Now that everybody's outside, the noise level is quite quieter. If that made any English. Struggling here. For those of you that are in the Edmonton area, if you wanted to come on by and check out all the booths that are outside, as you can see, there's quite a good crowd. A lot of sponsors that have shown up with some merchandise. Come on down to CrossFit AU, I believe it is. CrossFit AU here in Sherwood Park, Alberta. Come cheer on the athletes in person. If you're long distance away from here, no big deal. We're glad that you're able to view the competition here on our stream. People are wondering, we'll pull up the scores once more. I see that we have quite a few people that have just joined up. We'll just rotate through them like we have been doing. This is the lightweight men. Middleweight men. Heavyweight men. Lightweight women. Middleweight women. For those of you that can hear what's happening in the background, our show organizers just informed us that we were moving outside. It's a good thing we were paying attention. We caught it before we had a delay in the actual event actually happening. Heavyweight women, only one in this category. Novice men. And lastly, we got our novice women. We'll be back shortly. I'm just going to pull up the sponsor screen once again here. We'll get you guys on live here when everybody starts back up.
Now on Showcase.
I Googled myself yesterday. It was bad.
Your life is fascinating. I don't know what it's like to live it, but do we have fun watching it?
Butkus. All new Thursday at 9 Eastern. Only on Showcase.
All right, folks. It looks like we are starting off the next event here in lane number 1, which is farthest left. We have Shay. In lane number 2, we have George. Is that George? Yes, that's George. And in lane number 3, we have Ty. Extremely fast for all 3 of them. You can't really hear the mics if the MCs are talking, so we're going to have to give a guessing game here for on our end. Up next in lane number 1, we got Jamie. Lane number 2, Martin. Lane number 3, we got Joel. Jamie is on the left side, Martin in the middle, and Joel in the far right. Looks like the MCs aren't using the microphones anymore, so we'll just continue to MC on our behalf here. This is a quick run for everybody. Joel is moving quite fast, getting all the way down to that far 20-foot end. And I believe this is 20 feet there, 20 feet back. He's stepping fast. Jamie's on a good pace too. Looks like Martin's having a little bit of a struggle trying to get that middle one up. On the way back, getting some vocal cheering on by the crowd, and he finishes. Next, we got Lynn in lane number 1, Matt in lane number 2, and Mike in lane number 3. Mike is a master here. We'll be moving on to the heavyweight men in lane number 3 after Mike. He's the last one to go. He's currently in the lead. Novice women in the far left. Novice men and teen men in the middle, and middleweight men / masters men in the far right.
I could not get my microphone working there for a little bit, but I got it back now, so I'm tuning in here as well now. Looked like the athletes are moving pretty quick here. Looked like Mike had a bit of a stumble at the end there. He's just resetting for his return there.
Mike McKay's struggling a little bit. He's like dragging it a little bit. He might get a penalty for this. We'll find out shortly here.
Yeah, if you drag it any significant distance, that's obviously an advantage, right? You're not having to use as much energy to hold it up. So I'm not sure what the judges will do there, but I'm sure they'll let them know.
Middleweight men is done in lane number 3 there. We're going to be heading over to the heavyweight men. You can see that our volunteers are loading up to the heavyweight men weight. In lane number 1, we have Tierney, the last novice women, currently in the lead, getting some good points in event number 1. In the middle, we have Elliot. And in lane number 3, we're going to start with heavyweight men. Dave will be up first.
You can see the volunteer there on the lane 3, Ryan Vance. He's a veteran strongman competitor here out of Alberta as well, competing out of Calgary. Always down to help and volunteer at these shows. Ryan just competed last weekend, actually, at the Farm Strong Pro-Am Strongman show in St. Paul. He did pretty good, considering he was competing against literal world's strongest man competitors. So thanks, Ryan, for coming out and always helping out the shows.
Looks like everybody's ready to go. Getting the go command here. Athletes have their hands on the implements ready to go. Tierney making her way. A little bit of a drag there off the top. Davis struggling a little bit. Quite slow here. Finishing down at the end there. Tierney, quick turnaround. Same with Elliot.
Lane 1
Tierney
and
finishes.
2.
Elliot finishes. And Dave is on his way back. A little bit of a fumble there. Trips over himself.
Yeah, lane 1 and 2 made quick work there. They were done long ago. Lane 3 still coming in here now, just finishing up, and looks like he got caught by some of the crowd there. He took a bit of a tumble, but looks like he's okay. And resetting now, getting ready for another run of athletes here. As you guys can notice, we moved this event outside, so this part of the stream will be through a window, which luckily doesn't look too bad, but it through a window, so if it looks a little grainy, that'll be why. But it's looking okay here on my screen anyway. But this event will be outside, then they'll be doing the deadlift event inside next, just waiting for that event to come up there, and then after that will be the loading medley, which will be outside, as well as the Conan's Wheel for the last event of the day. So some of it will be through this glass, but like I said, it doesn't look too bad, so we will take it. And while we have this bit of a lull here, I'll just give another shout out to some of the sponsors before we get started. Steadfast Metal, Zone Smelling Salts, CrossFit AU, Resolute Strengthwear, Sloan's Homes, A7, Walter Joseph and Associates. And I will finish that list after these athletes get to go here. Looks like we have Laura in lane 1, and then lane 2 and 3. Don't have the list with me, but they're off. Lane 2 is making quick work there. Crossing the line, resetting. Laura's just getting across the line now. Lane 2 is moving really fast. He's done. Lane 3 is coming in. He stumbles a little bit at the end there, but he gets completed. And Laura still grinding out that last little bit. Just a few feet to go for her there. And she's done. Good job, Laura. And I'll just finish off this list of sponsors while we're waiting. Misfit Strength and Power, Born Primitive, Norse Fitness, Inner Strength Products, Panda Prints, ASA Strongman, and Supplement King.
Just had to step away there really quick. I had to go help out with the score table a little bit, but I'm back now. In lane number 3, we got Tyson. Lane number 2, we got Justin. In lane number 1, we got Shar. Lane number 2 fumbles a little bit there, able to get it back up without a problem. Lane number 1 finishing completely. Lane number 3 struggling a little bit, unable to get his feet moving. He's able to pick it without a problem, but just that movement of the feet, unable to get that forward momentum.
Char got a bit of redemption there. She was in lane 1. She had a bit of trouble with that keg off the hop there in the first event, so that held her back a bit, but she definitely made up some points there in this run.
Tyson about halfway through that duck walk, getting encouragement from pro strongman Tristan Hoth. This is heavyweight. Unfortunately, we don't have the weights with us here today. For the next 3 events, we do have the weights ready to go so that we're able to tell you, but looks like we might have to pull out the measuring tape for this one.
Yeah, situations like that where weight might be too much for an athlete in these distance events, every inch literally does matter. So if they pick it and drop it 20 times, that's an extra 20 inches towards their points. So not everyone's going to be able to finish it, but if he can get a few more points there, he will do it. So he's all done there now. They'll measure that up and then reset for the next event.
Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a hold here. The MCs are just announcing that there's some parking issues. We're going to put the show on pause. Mehmet, are you sweating?
Yes, I am.
I'm sweating too. This is I think we're sweating more than some of the athletes up here. It's quite humid, quite warm, quite hot.
It'll be probably a 5 or 10 minute lull here, so I'll just switch over to the sponsor screen and play some music for you guys, and we'll probably be back in a few minutes.
All right, folks, we're back. All the cars were parked and moved appropriately. In lane number 1, we got Teresa. Lane number 2, we got Kevin. And in lane number 3, we got Tim. And the ready command. Tim's amping himself up. Teresa picks it, no problem. Tim's a little bit behind there. Middle lane, Kevin's moving quite fast. Teresa and Kevin at the very end, moving him back around. Tim is at about the halfway mark.
Even when you're standing still. Because the
Teresa and Kevin finishing quite fast. Tim is still on his way through, picking for about the 5th time.
Oh yeah, Timmy has no quit. I've seen Timmy compete lots of times. He'll keep going until the end.
Tons of time left for him, like Mehmet was saying here. It's got to be completely taxing on the body for him to have to pick it up that many times. Almost finishing over the line, almost getting the turnaround command from Tristan. Needs that last few inches. Might just swing it a little, just gets it over the edge. That way he knows he's not in dead last. Tristan telling him he needs to pull it a little bit more. I believe it might be because of the dragging. Gets the good command to turn it around. Timmy's taking a step back here and he waves it off.
Oh, there you go. I guess not every time he goes right till the end, but he did exert a lot of effort there to get that as far as he did. Like Nathan said, all those picks are definitely taxing once you get through them.
Our volunteers are just loading back up the duck walk implement and pulling it back to the start line. It is common for them to reset the event regardless of which direction it started, just to set it to be fair for everybody. We don't want anybody to have an unfair advantage if there's a little bit of a dip in the parking lot or if there's uneven pavement, that sort of thing. In lane 1, we're going to have Courtney. In lane number 2, Simon. In lane number 3, Jeremy.
Simon is one of the part owners of Strongman Corp Canada, actually, so it's cool to see him out here. He does a lot of YouTube for the Strongman Corp. He has a pretty successful YouTube channel, so he's absolutely worth checking out. I think it's Goliath_GG, maybe might be his channel, but he posts a lot of good strength content here in Alberta.
Simon moving incredibly fast, coming through the audience a little bit there. Same with Courtney. Courtney finishes nice and strong. In the far right lane, we have Jeremy. This duck walk, it looks like the heavyweight men, this is taxing on them. Their overhead event was quite heavy. Now the duck walk is quite heavy. This might be an interesting trend here to see if these heavyweight men are able to get up to the task of completing these events.
Yeah, it's no joke when you're competing at that level. Even if you're a newer athlete, when you have that much body weight, it does tend to make some events a bit easier. So they don't add a little bit more weight. Unfortunately, they might have added a bit more weight than these guys are used to, but hopefully he's going to get another few inches here and see how he ends up with the points.
I think he was just given that is time command from the judge, getting a pat on the back. That's one thing about the sport is that everybody's encouraging. Whether we want to beat each other in competition, but in the gym and in competition, we're patting each other on the back. Jocelyn, one of the hosts here, just getting the measurement for the duck walk implement for Jeremy. Up next in lane number 1, we got Martha. In lane 2, we got Rohan. And in lane 3, we got Jesse.
And like we said, this is Martha's first strongman, strongwoman show. She's a very high-level power lifter. She competes a lot here locally. So it's cool to see her first show at strongman. We'll see how she does with the duck walk. Off to a very quick start, so no hesitation there for her.
Rohan also in the middle lane there, moving quite fast as well. And actually, same for Jesse.
Nice.
Jesse's really pushing through. Jesse competed last year in a pretty heavy show, from what I remember. Jesse is in the heavyweight men category.
Yeah, I just had Jesse on a stream for Edmonton's Strongest Viking a few weeks back. He was doing an all-natural implement show here in Edmonton, hosted by some stone lifting enthusiasts. He did pretty well. I think he came about mid-pack in that show, so we'll see how he does here today.
Struggling a little bit here at the halfway mark. Sorry, the three-quarter way mark. He's already gone all the way to one end, and he's on his way back. He needs just a few more steps, about, I would say, 2 meters. It's a little hard to tell from up here. We're quite elevated up in the air, but looks like about 2 meters that he needs to get it.
Nathan, I'm not sure. Has anyone completed that in the heavyweight men's lane yet?
I don't believe so. I think there might have been one. I think Anthony may have finished it, but this definitely is probably second so far.
Yeah, he's definitely making good moves there. He got pretty far, so Joss is just going to measure him up and see how he did.
In lane number 1, we got Jen Seger. She's the second last person in the lightweight women, actually competing as a master here today. In lane number 2, we got Oswald, the last novice man to go up. He's currently in first place in the novice men. He needs to have a quick feet. He's seen some of his co-competitors go extremely fast. He basically needs to run with this in order to secure his first place spot. And in lane number 3, we got Chad. Like we said earlier, Jen is a very seasoned strongwoman competitor. She's been competing for probably 6 or 7 years now at this point. She knows what she needs to do. She trains with Doug Jones, who's here with about 5 or so athletes.
Oswald off to a quick start there. Took a little bit more time than he needed to on the turnaround, but we'll see how he finishes off there with his final time.
Jen and Oswald both finished, no problem. It looks like Chad has invented a little bit of a new strategy here. He's doing the almost like a power stair sort of move, just kind of hobbling it across the first line there. On his way back, it looks like he's going to continue this hobble movement, placing his feet down, picking it back up. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. He's not getting disciplined for it, or he doesn't look like he's going to receive any penalty for it.
Yeah, I think the rules say you just can't drag it, so as long as he's clearing ground every time he lifts it, it'll work. I don't see a problem with it, to be honest.
His back is really going to be hurting after this. This is quite strenuous on the back, even though he is wearing a belt. Josh Clardy, one of the pros here in Alberta, giving him some encouragement, standing over the line, telling him you need to finish.
If that was me doing this event, I'd definitely sink my hips a bit more and use my hips to get those little movements instead of my back, to save my back for future events. But he looks pretty good. He got pretty far. I'm not sure if he got further than the last guy, but it's pretty close.
Lane number 2, we're doing a little bit of a weight change, I believe. We got the lightweight men coming up. Ken will be up first. I don't see Ken standing up there yet. He must be off on the sidelines. I don't quite see him. Oh, he's standing just behind there. I'm not sure why he hasn't gone up yet. Lane number 1, we got Shay. She is currently in first place for the lightweight women. We'll be switching over to the middleweight women after her. Or I don't know if I said the middle lane. No, I said middleweight. I'm confusing my words here, but that's okay. We're warming up still. This is only event number 2. We got 3 events to go before we have clear, concise commentating for you guys here on YouTube. Shea O'Brien in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is going to be Ken Kidler. And in lane number 3, we have Jeff. I think now, Mehmet, that we have a lot of the athletes that didn't show up today or aren't competing here today that were on the list. I think now that we have, the proper names, we're going to have correct orders going forward here.
Yeah, it'll be a little less confusing for the people at home when we're calling their brother or sister the wrong name. It's kind of funny, but it's all good. We got it together now, and we should be good for the rest of the show.
Quite a good turnout here, actually, today. There's a lot of people that brought chairs, and they're ready to watch this exciting event that's, first annual for the Capital City Showdown. This looks like this show has some serious potential in the future. It looks like it's pretty well organized from what we could tell right here after the first event and a half into the second event.
Yeah, it's good crowd building. They got quite a few vendors here on site as well. It's a good day out. If you're in the area, it's definitely worth stopping by, checking out some of the vendors, and watching some pretty incredible lifts.
It's not too far from the Costco in Sherwood Park, so if you are in the area, like Mehmet said, definitely come on by. There's tons of sponsor booths. I know that Supplement King's out there, Born Primitive's out there, Misfits out there. There's a bunch of good booths out there if you're looking for some strongman equipment, strongman clothes, any sort of clothes. I guess a lot of these companies, people wear it outside of the gym too, so definitely come on by. Looks like we're just sorting out some of the weights there for the men, the middleweight men, lane number 2. Sorry, lightweight men. Actually not 100% sure what's happening here. There's some sort of delay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's an implement issue or weights are wrong. Just waiting to see.
Oh, it must be the weights are wrong. I see some of the guys coming from the trailer just parked out to the left here, or sorry, to the right of the camera view. They're bringing some of the plates over for the middle lane there, as we have just switched into the lightweight men category. We're just securing the pin on the middle duck walk there. Looks like we'll be good to go. I'm not sure if Carrie is going to be stepping up here. It doesn't call for her to go up next, but there might have been a change without us knowing.
That has happened a couple times today.
Yeah, it's just one of the things in strongman. It's never one thing to know if you're planning on competing in strongman, even though the weights are listed at a certain weight. Sometimes you show up to the competition and it might be heavier, might be lighter, might be a different implement, might be different planned. We're kind of a little bit unorganized compared to powerlifting, where it's just a bench, squat, and deadlift, where you're on a standard bar with regulated plates. This is whatever works, pick it up, and make it happen, essentially, in strongman.
All right, looks like they're getting ready. They're all ready to go. Carrie is going to be stepping in there on that second lane.
Carrie is the only heavyweight woman that is competing today. In reality, it's just her chasing her own PRs is what it is. Shay off to a very good start. She's currently in first place for the lightweight women, and she's moving fast. A little bit of a hiccup there, slipping up on the halfway line back to the end. Completes it without a problem, though, jumping over the duck walk. Carrie and Jeff turning around at the end line there, on their way back now. Jeff has been training quite hard at Evolve North, getting himself ready to do this.
Strongest here so far in the duck walk. He's gotten pretty far doing the traditional duck walk technique. He may be the first one to finish that I remember. If there was another athlete that finished, my apologies. But he might be the first one to finish that I remember anyway.
And Jeff does make it over the line there. Carrie is making her way through the halfway point, coming back to the end line. Almost back, getting some commands from the side judge there, and the crowd is getting amped up for her. She's kind of taking on to that tradition of almost like a power stairs movement, crossing over the line here shortly. And it looks like she completes it before the time limit is done. Incredible job for Carrie out there.
Yeah, if it gets across the line without dragging, that's what matters. So I'll take it.
The far left lane is now completed. Shay was the last one to go for the lightweight women. I believe we're going to be moving on to the middleweight women. We'll just double check here when people start walking up. Now that we've announced the names a few times, we're kind of understanding who it is. Yes, we are on to the middleweight women, currently with Melissa in last place with the middleweight women. She's lined up, ready to go here. Looks like we're doing a quick little adjustment for... Oh, we are not doing an adjustment. So the heavyweight women are doing the exact same weight as the lightweight men. Ken is stepping up. Ken is one of the officers for, like a non-elected officer for ASA. He's representing ASA out here today. And on the far right-hand side, we have Gary, who also just finished competing at Farmstrong Classic. A little bit of a struggle for Gary. He had the power stairs at Farmstrong Classic, so this is familiar to him. Ken quickly turning around, moving his way back. He is currently leading this little batch of people that are going out. Melissa making her way to the end. She's got incredible power through the end there, and Ken finishing just over the line. Quick run for both of those guys. Gary just crossing the last line. Sorry, the first line. On his way back now, ready to pick it up again. You can tell that he's starting to get drained a little bit. Gary knows what he needs to do. Very seasoned competitor. He's won a few shows recently, a few amateur shows here in Alberta over the last couple of years, trained by Denny from Valkyrie. Once again, we're seeing the heavyweight men struggling with this last little bit here. power stairs movement coming from Gary. It looks like people saw what happened with the other athlete and are now adapting to it. Just about to cross the line.
As long as you can.
Yeah, no kidding. It looks like Gary is probably the second person for the heavyweight men to complete the duck walk challenge in its fullest extent. Up next in lane number 1, we have Kelly. In lane number 2, we have Dylan. In lane number 3, we got Riley. Look at the size difference. Kelly and Dylan both are quite short, and Riley's standing just towering over them.
Yeah, Riley is a tall fella. He can make a quick work of that duck walk.
Seems like no problem for him. He's probably going to take the lead here, no problem. Kelly, quick turnaround for her, coming back. Same with Riley. Riley's setting the standard here for the heavyweight men. Finishes without a problem. Kelly coming back down halfway through, almost passing the line, getting some encouragement from her fellow teammates. Crosses the line without a problem.
Yeah, having those longer legs like Riley lets you get your legs a bit wider when you're walking. And the wider it is, the less it's going to bang against your thighs, so you can go a bit faster. So having that extra height for Riley clearly helped out for him there.
No kidding, yeah. Riley was currently sitting in 3rd place before this event. Now he might be looking like he might get some extra points here going into the 3rd event. He might be taking the lead after this one. That was incredibly fast. All 3 competitors were able to finish. No delay on the judges for measuring anything. Lane number 1, we got Stephanie. Lane number 2, we got Ian. And lane number 3, we got Ben. Second last person for heavyweight men. Ian with a quick start coming off the line. He's probably going to take the lead on this one, passing the first line. Quick turnaround, moving his way back. Ben on the end, and Stephanie on the left side. Stephanie's making her way back. No problem for Stephanie finishing that. Quite quick feet there.
Ben's just about across the line. Good for Ben there. He's newer to the strongman world as well, so good to see him complete this as well.
Up next, we got Michelle in lane number 1. In lane number 2, we got Chris. And lane number 3, we got Larson. This is the last heavyweight man. This lane will now be completed after Larson goes here, so we'll only have 2 lanes to watch. All 3 of these individuals with good pacing. Larson coming over the line. Same with Michelle. Michelle's on her way back, making a quick turnaround, coming all the way back. Currently sitting in 3rd place, finishing, crossing the line, no problem. Larson with some quick feet. Incredible work for Larson. I don't know if he was as fast as Riley, but he definitely finished at a very good pace. Definitely either 2nd or 3rd place here. And Chris comes crashing over the last line there, finishing completely.
Yeah, that definitely had to hurt his thigh as he crawled across the line there. Looks like he fell on the implement, but he's walking away pretty good. And if you're interested in the weights for any of the events today, it is on the strongmancorp.ca website, strongmancorporation.ca website. You can go on there and all the weights will be listed for all the events. So if you're curious about this event or any of the upcoming ones, just take a look at their website and it'll have it there for you.
Lane number 1, we got Jessica sitting in 2nd place for the middleweight women. In the middle lane, we got Shandy, who's a friend of Jessica's as well, in the 2nd lane. And the 3rd lane is now complete, so we only got 2 people to watch. Jessica and Shandy taking off, no problem. Getting some fast feet in that. Jessica coming over the last line there. Quick turnaround for Jessica. You can tell that there's no delay in that turnaround for them. Jessica finishing and Shandy finishing. Very quick speeds for both these individuals. In lane number 1, we're going to have Therese, well-known strong woman competitor based out of Calgary. And in lane number 2, we got Evan. Doesn't Evan have his pro card?
I don't know. Not sure.
Oh, maybe it's in a different weight class. We're just getting some information here. Therese and Evan off with a good start. Evan with a little bit of a slip-up, ending in the halfway point on the way to the end there. Therese, quick turnaround on her way back. Quick feet for Therese. She knows what she's here for. Evan, a little bit of a stumble again. He's getting ahead of himself. However, he is completed and has passed the line well before the 60-second mark.
Yeah, sometimes when we're competing, we get a little excited and anxious. We want to go as fast as we can, but sometimes you're going fast. You'll go faster by going slower, by taking more calculated steps and keeping your balance. You're going to be able to get it completed in one run as opposed to, resetting 2 or 3 times, which is going to cost you 3 or 4 seconds each one. So sometimes slower is faster, but he went fast and he was pretty fast on that one still. So good work for him.
Last up in the lightweight men, currently in the lead, we have Sylvan stepping up to the plate here for the duck walk. I don't think this is going to be a problem for him. We've seen some of his training videos, and he's making his way. A little bit of a slip up on his knee there. It almost seemed like his knee went back a little too far. However, he's recovered and made his way down to the end line. Crossed over the end line, gets the down command from Ryan Jabs on his way back. Don't know if it's fast enough to keep up with the other couple that have gone really fast. He's making his way over, though. Might lose some points here, however. Didn't finish quite properly. Ryan Jabs gives him the good command after that last one. That wraps it up, folks. We have finished the duck walk. Everybody has gone. Everybody has done really well in this event. We're excited to see the upcoming event, which will be the deadlift. Duck walk definitely has taxed the grip on a lot of people, so I don't know how this is going to handle for a lot of these people. I don't know for sure if they're allowed straps or what the rules are with the deadlift event, but definitely before the duck walk, it's quite taxing on the arms, and we're just getting word that we are allowed to have straps during the deadlift event. But we will let the scorekeepers tally up the scores. We'll keep you guys updated here in the next couple minutes. Stay tuned. We'll be back. All right, folks, we have the scores updated from event number 2 here. We're just going to ignore the frozen camera in the back for now. We're just setting it up. They're bringing back the deadlift event back indoors here, so we'll get back to that shortly here. They got about a 15-minute break, they say, so we'll go over the scores a little more in depth here. Lightweight men, we got Evan in first place with 11.5 points. Shandy with 11 points. Close battle between the two of them. Ian and Sylvan with 9.5 points. Good to see that those two are now kind of back up to the top. I know that Ian was a little bit down in the middle there, and same with Sylvan. Sylvan actually was, in second. Let's see. Sylvan was actually in first last event. He is now in fourth. He's dropped a few points. Chris with 6 points. Ken with 5 points, jumping from last place back up to 6th place. And Dylan now in last place with 3.5 points, basically swapping with Ken. For the middleweight men and masters men, we got Joel with 5.5 points. Joel took the lead over Mike during the last event, now sitting at 5.5 points. Mike with 3.5 points sitting in second, and Ty with 3 points in third. For the heavyweight men, we have Larson in first place with 23 points. Riley in second place with 22 points. Riley was in third, so he jumped 1 place up after the second event here. Ben currently sitting with 20 points. Jeff with 15.5 points. Gary with 14.5 points. Anthony with 14 points. Dave with 12 points. Jeremy and Tim tied after 2 events with 8.5 points. Jesse with 7 points. Chad with 6 points. And Tyson with 5 points. For the lightweight women now, we have Martha. Is it Martha or is Martha? Marth. We have Marth with 12.5 points, a 0.5 lead over Shay, who is sitting in first place the last event. Shay now in second place with 12 points, half a point behind. Jen in third place, jumping from second place now to third place with 9.5 points. Teresa with 9 points. Courtney with 6 points. Shar with 4.5 points. And Laura with 2.5 points. The middleweight women, we have Therese with 12 points. 3.5 point lead over Michelle with 8.5 points. Jessica in third place with 7.5 points. Stephanie with 5.5 points. Kelly with 4.5 points. And Melissa just half a point behind Kelly with 4 points. Heavyweight women, once again, Carrie, the only competitor here today in the heavyweight women category. She's got a total of 2 points. For the novice men, we got Oswald sitting in first place with 18 points. Simon in second place with 17.5 points. Kevin sitting in third place with 16.5 points. Rohan in fourth with 14.5 points. David with 9.5 points. Justin with 8.5 points. George with 8 points. Elliot with 7.5 points. Matt with 7 points. And Martin with 3 points. And lastly, our novice women. 4 competitors. Lynn sitting with 7 points in first place. Tierney, sitting in second place with 6 points. Jamie with 5 points. And Shay with 2 points. We'll go quickly through these one more time. I won't be announcing it this time. If you wanted to screenshot, take your time. Not a big deal. We'll be getting the camera set up in the background there, so you'll see that jump shortly. But we will be slowly scrolling through the scores. Alrighty, folks, we are heading into the third event here. It's the deadlift ladder. The athletes will be deadlifting a trap bar, followed by an axle bar, followed by a barbell for reps. The athletes will have 60 seconds to complete all of the reps, as many reps as possible on the bar. We'll go over some of the weights here. We actually have the weights for this one. Sorry about the fact that we didn't have the first two events weights. Like we said earlier, though, if you wanted to check out the weights for the first two events, head over to Strongman Corp's website, and they have it listed there for the Capital City Showdown here. We'll start off with the women's weights. Women's trap bar, 220, axle, 220, and barbell for 250. The middleweight women will be a 260 trap bar, 260 axle, and 265 barbell for reps. The U73, U82 women will be doing a 300-pound axle and trap bar, and all three of them, are 300 pounds. For the open women, which will just be Carrie, she'll be doing a 330-pound trap bar, followed by a 330-pound axle, and 335 for reps on the barbell. For the novice men, they'll be doing a 315 axle and trap bar, followed by a 330 barbell for reps. The U80, U90, and lightweight masters will be doing a 365 on the trap bar and axle, and then a 450 on the barbell. Quite a jump there, a 85-pound jump, Incredible jump there. The heavyweight masters and U105s will be doing 475 on both the trap bar and axle, and 500 pounds on the barbell for reps. And then the open men, that's anybody over the weight of 120 kilos, will be doing 530 on both the trap bar and axle, and 560 on the barbell.
Yeah, those weights are no joke for any athlete in any class. It's a very taxing event. You're going to have two heavy deadlifts, variations with the trap and the axle, and then you got your traditional barbell deadlift that you're going to go for reps. So once again, this is one of those situations where it's best to go last because you know exactly how many reps you got to do. But if you're going first, you're going to have to tax yourself and give it everything you got to hopefully have enough reps to take first place, because if you don't know what you're aiming for, you're just going to keep going until the lights start to dim.
No, exactly. I think one more thing that we just want to clarify before we get started here is the order of events for these athletes, for those that aren't familiar with strongman, is based off of the placing on the last event. So whoever placed the best on the second event for this third event will be going last. And vice versa, whoever did the worst on the last event will be going first on this event. And you'll definitely see that keying into an advantage, at least, for these athletes. Looks like we're getting ready to go here, folks. Lane number 1, we got Shay. Lane number 2, we got Martin. And lane number 3, we got Mike.
And yeah, like I mentioned, the angle for this one's a little unorthodox, but I wanted to get it so that I had a good view of all three lanes. And now that's what we got. So enjoy the slightly skewed angle, but we'll see how it looks here for the first event.
All athletes into the first lane. Shay getting the down command. All three of them getting the down command. Moving on to the second implement. Shay getting her figure 8 wraps. Getting to that deadlift hold. Looks like Martin is the only one on the last implement at this point. Easily pulls it up for 1 rep. Gets the down command. Shay still struggling with that second implement. Mike McKay moves over to the third, to the last implement, switching his grips. Shay a little bit flustered, you can tell.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate when you can't get it off you get it off the floor, but it gets locked at your knees.
That's 500 pounds that Mike McKay is lifting there. And in the middle lane, I believe that's 300 pounds. No, it must be 400 pounds. Oh, this is novice men. That's 330 that they're pulling for reps there.
All right, good event for all the athletes there. They give it their all. Lots of reps on that one.
Up next, we have Tierney in lane 1. I'm going to keep messing up that name. I don't know why. Tierney in lane 1, Justin in lane 2, and Ta in lane 3.
All right, here we go. Second set of athletes for this event.
Ty moving fast in that far lane over there.
You see the benefit of not having to use the straps when you get to an implement. Putting those straps on wastes a bit of time. So you can see the second lane there. He got all the way to the third bar before he had to put his straps on. So that definitely saved him a bit of time. All right, this go around, all three athletes made it to the third implement, currently repping it out for their points.
Just so you all know, too, 450 on the far right lane, 330 in the middle lane, and 250 on the far left lane. Getting the last few seconds, last few reps. Getting it out, lots of encouragement behind these folks. Ty resetting himself. 450 pounds is no joke. And that is time. All three athletes getting some reps on the last implement. First time we've seen that today.
Oh yeah, good work for all athletes there. It was a good show. You can see in the first lane there, the athlete was going to put her straps down at the third implement. She's confident she won't need them until then, so if she can do that, that'll be good. It'll buy her some time. If not, I don't think it'll hurt her too much. If she just puts the wraps around her wrists and leaves them there, it shouldn't hold her back too much, but if she does have the option to place them there, I don't see why you wouldn't.
In lane number 1, we got Jamie, and in lane number 2, we got Elliot, and lane number 3, we got Joel, last person in the middleweight men category. $365, good for Joel over on the end. All three of them are pretty much in sync here, going to the middle implement. Joel's strapping up a little bit. Elliot and Jamie are on to the last implement here, trying to go get some reps. Both of them are wrapping up. Elliot with 330, no problem. Same with Jamie, 250, no problem for Jamie. Joel's struggling a little bit, he's a little bit behind. 450 pounds, first rep for Joel.
"20 seconds left. All athletes are giving it their all here."
I think right there we just saw Joel play it smart. He knew how many reps he needed to do and did the exact bare minimum just to take that first place lead.
There's still a few athletes to go ahead of him, I think, so we'll see how that plays out. But
he's the last one in middleweight. He saw the other two middleweights go before him. So
yeah, that's right then. That's a good point.
Good hustle by all three of those groups.
Yeah, that was very quick. It was kind of like the pistons of an engine. They're all taking their turn going. It was a quick event for all athletes.
Next up, we have Lynn in the far left lane. In the middle lane, we're going to have Matt. And in the last lane, we are jumping into the heavyweight men, starting off with Tyson.
I was like, what?
Once again, if you are in the area of Sherwood Park, head on over. We're just north of the Costco here in Sherwood Park at CrossFit Ow. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm struggling a lot today with pronouncing names and businesses. And
yeah, I'm not sure what they go for. It's AU for gold. It's the elemental sign. I'm not sure if they want to say CrossFit Gold, CrossFit AU, CrossFit O. I'm not sure. I never talked to the owners, but something like that anyway.
You can see they're just setting up the last lane there as we're jumping into the heavyweight men. The heavyweight men are going to be deadlifting 530 in the trap bar, 530 on the axle, and 560 pounds on the regular barbell. For those that are just tuning in, you're watching the Capital City Showdown here in Sherwood Park, put on by Mackenzie and Jocelyn.
Also known as Alberta's strongest ginger couple. That's what they're known as here.
I guess that is true. Both of them are ginger, so self-proclaimed world's strongest ginger. As you can see, too, the individuals wearing black shirts are volunteers. The blue shirts, or navy shirts, are competitors. It's nice to see that they give out volunteer shirts still. It's one of those monumental things. I love wearing mine around, and that's great for the sponsors that are sponsoring the show because, you know, you're walking wherever, at the mall, downtown, even at the gym, and people are seeing the companies that support strongman, and it just kind of builds that good, I guess, competitive nature in a sense, right? You want to start seeing your companies in these shows, then reach out. There's tons of opportunity to sponsor. Once again, lane number 1, we got Lynn. Lane number 2, we got Matt. And lane number 3, the first heavyweight man to step up today is Tyson. Getting a good command from the MCs.
And they're off. Everybody getting that first trap bar rep in. Tyson on the far end strapping up for his axle. All right, Tyson gets his axle rep in. All athletes are on to the third implement here now.
All athletes are now on the last implement. 560 pounds in the far right. In the middle lane, we got 330 pounds, and in the first lane, 265 pounds is what they're deadlifting on a regular barbell. $560 is a huge deadlift. Like, you really need to have a good foundation and strength in order to pull this off the ground. He's getting it off the ground, up to his knees, little bit of a hitch. He's getting it up to him. Getting the good command, and he gets the down command. 560 pounds, not a problem for Tyson.
Tyson's happy with that. He got his one rep, and he's calling it. Tyson had no quit on that one. He grinded that one out, and he got it. It's a good work for him there.
Lane number 1, there's going to be some weight changes here. We're loading up for the lightweight women. They'll be deadlifting in the trap bar, 260 pounds. Deadlifting on the axle bar, 260 pounds. And in the standard barbell, 265 pounds. Starting in lane number 1, we're going to have Laura, one of Valkyrie's Strength's athletes here competing today. Lane number 2, we're going to have David. And lane number 3, we're going to have Chad. Once again, thank you everybody that's tuned in. You're watching Power Hippo Streams here on YouTube. Coming live from Sherwood Park, Alberta, CrossFit AU. As you can see, they're just loading up the middle implement to 260 pounds. setting up the last implement here for the lightweight, lightweight women. Yeah, Laura will be up first here. You can see her standing in the top left corner of your screen.
Yeah, in that first lane, like we said, Laura's going to be up next in that lane. She is here with Gary McDonald, another competitor today, who also is competing, so it's always cool to see couples that compete together. Like we said earlier, couples that live together stay together, so it's always good to see.
Once again, lane number 1, we got Laura. Lane number 2, we got David. And lane number 3, we got Chad. MCs are just about to give the go command. All three of them getting that first implement off the ground. Moving on to the second implement.
Nice. Second lane's making quick work of his runs here.
Second lane's now on to the 330-pound deadlift. Laura able to get up the 260-pound axle without a problem onto the 265 deadlift. Chad's working on the 530-pound axle.
Having a bit of trouble there on that far lane. We'll see if he's able to pull through on this one. No, it looks like he's going to call it on that one. You can hear it's getting pretty loud in here now as everyone's cheering on these athletes as they move on to the last implement.
Laura is still working on that 265, getting it up to her knees, unable to walk it out. And second lane, David is waving off the last deadlift there. Very good hustle by all three of these athletes that have come up here.
Yeah, good showing by all athletes there. We're going to reset here, get ready for the next group.
Up next in lane number 1, out of the lightweight women category, we have Courtney. Lane number 2, we have Rohan. And in lane number 3, we got Jesse. Looks like Jesse isn't wearing a belt. It's quite interesting. 560 pounds beltless, unless he has it under his shirt, is very impressive.
Yeah, I don't see a belt there. He did get that first rep, but he did not wait for the down command from the judge, so they did not give it to him. He had to do it again, wasting energy, which is unfortunate, but we'll see how he does here on the second implement.
Rohan making a quick effort to get to that last implement. On to his third rep here, not a problem. Courtney's also repping out the 265 pounds in her lane. And Jesse is over at the 560-pound deadlift. If he can pull two reps, he'll take the lead. Unable to get it out. Oh, he looks like he may have injured his back. His back is seizing up. He's taking a break.
It is interesting, like we just mentioned, he wasn't wearing a belt. Having that belt there helps you with that intra-abdominal pressure. It helps prevent back injuries, so not too sure why he ditched it on that one. I'm not sure that might have been the contributing factor to the injury there. But it's unfortunate to see whenever someone injures himself. Hopefully it's just a minor sprain and he can get back to it here pretty quick.
Courtney and Rohan finishing strong there in that last event, pulling multiple reps. It's quite hard to keep track of how many reps they do because there's so much going on, but we're trying our best to keep you updated. Once again, at the end of each event, once all the scorekeeping is done, we'll show live scores up on screen for you. Jesse just getting assessed by the physiotherapist that's here on site today. Is he massage therapy, physiotherapy? I don't know for sure who he is, but
he's a physiotherapist, yeah, out of Calgary.
Based out of Calgary. I believe Therese and him are seeing each other, or they're dating, or
yeah, Therese is one of the competitors here today. They are dating as well, so it's pretty fortunate to be a high caliber athlete dating a physiotherapist. It works out pretty good for her there.
I agree, man. If I found a physiotherapist when I was competing, I think that would have been gold. I hope my wife's not watching this. But. Yeah. Okay, she steps on my back. She's light enough. She's only like 100 pounds, so
there you go. That helps.
Back. That's physiotherapy for me in a nutshell.
When you're as big as guys like us are, you need just someone to literally walk on your back to get a good massage. So
exactly. In lane number 1, we got Char. In lane number 2, we got George. In lane number 3, we got Tim.
Char's first competition here today. She's the mother of one of the competitors, Olivia, that was going to compete today, but she had to drop out, unfortunately. But she's still here volunteering, helping us out. So it's always good to see a first-time athlete compete.
All three athletes are getting in the zone. Tim is quite animated. Like I said, he's smacking his head here.
I just love him. I love him. I love watching Timmy compete. Absolute character, good guy, gives it his all.
I love the energy, but I think it's a little bit of a setback when he's smacking his head instead of strapping up into it. All three athletes that are competing at the same time of him, the other two are already on the last implement. Tim has yet to pull that first implement.
I think he's having a bit of trouble with that trap bar deadlift there. He's trying to gather the strength to get it, but we'll see how he does.
330 pounds in the middle lane on the deadlift there at the very end, and 265 on the far left.
Fortunately, Timmy's going to call it there. That trap bar was a little too heavy for him on this go around, so he'll leave that one behind. All right, 20 seconds left for the athletes. You can see Bailey leaning in there, giving Char a smell of the zone smelling salts, trying to wake her up, get one last rep out of her before the bell goes. Not there for Char this time, but a good grind nonetheless. Lane 2 able to get that one more rep in.
Just got word that George, who is in lane 2, is 15 years old. 350 pounds, 315 pounds for the first two implements of 330 at 15 years old. That's an incredible feat of strength.
15 years old. I didn't realize he was that young. Holy.
In lane number 1, we got Jen, one of the other master strong women here today. Lane 2, we got Oswald. And lane 3, we got Jeremy. We've only seen one rep on the 560-pound deadlift in the heavyweight men. We'll see if we can get, once we're getting up here in the higher-pointed individuals that did well in the duck walk, we'll see if they're able to pick that 560-pound deadlift off the ground.
Yeah, I think that was Tyson Larone that got that one rep, I think.
Yeah, he's the only one that's gotten a rep as far as I know.
Tyson Larone, he's a dangerous man. He's not only a strongman competitor, but he's also a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu instructor. So you get someone that's talented in BJJ with the strength of a strongman. It's a very scary individual.
Exactly. Just saw that Jen kind of tripped over the last implement there, but she's on to the last, and she's got a good pacing. Jeremy onto the second implement there for the heavyweight men on the far right of your screen, 530 pounds on the axle bar. Both Jen and Oswald are wrapping out reps without a single problem here at the last implement.
Like I mentioned, Oswald's a novice. I've seen him compete this year for the first time. And he's a very strong individual. He's a young man, and he's got a lot of potential moving forward.
Jeremy trying to pick that 530-pound axle.
I love Jen's face here when she's deadlifting. You can tell she's giving it everything she's got, giving it her power face as she gets another rep. Good job, Jen.
Quite a loud noise. Everybody's cheering on Jen. She put on quite a performance out there for the crowd.
Yeah, Oswald as well. I wasn't counting, but Oswald got quite a few reps on that event there.
Lane number 1, we're going to have Shay. Lane number 2 is going to be Simon, and lane number 3 is going to be Gary. Gary's a very strong deadlifter. I think this is going to give him a few extra points, I think, after this event. This is probably one of the better events for him today.
Yeah, he's very statically strong, for sure.
Gary's taking a sniff of his ammonia salts, getting amped up. Shay O'Brien in the far left corner. She's the sister of the organizer here today. I know as a sibling to someone who organizes stuff, you usually get dragged into stuff. I'm sure she was out here yesterday lifting implements and moving stuff around, not getting the rest like some of the other athletes are getting. Both Shay and Simon moving very fast through the first and second implement. Gary onto the second implement, 530-pound deadlift on the axle bar.
Wow, Simon looking very strong on his reps there.
Gary needs to get 2 reps on the 560-pound deadlift, which I don't think will be a problem for him in order to set himself to lead. However, he knows that he has Riley chasing behind him, one of the biggest competitors here today.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Gary gets 1. He'll get 2 for sure. Maybe 3 or 4. We'll see.
I wouldn't be surprised if Gary pulls the second one and waves it off.
He's definitely hesitating a little bit.
Shea and Simon still wrapping it out on the second implement. Gary going for another pull. Unable to pull it. He looks like he's unwrapping himself. Feeling a little bit hurt. Probably very similar injury to what... who was that injured themselves a little bit on the back? Jesse, yeah. Probably very similar injury to Jesse. You're putting a lot of lower back into the deadlift and kind of forgetting about your form during this competition. It's not good for you.
You can see Shay's getting a help off there. Not an injury, but she just gave it her all and got as many reps as she could there on that last bar. So got her coach and her sister to help her off there. You'll see a lot of athletes literally give it their all. I joke about it, they go until the lights start to dim, but that's actually what they're doing. They're going, by the time they're done their reps on these rep events, you don't even know where you are anymore.
No, exactly. You're probably seeing stars. You're probably a little disoriented. You need that extra person on the sideline there cheering you on and able to help get you off the competitive grounds after you complete it. In lane number 1, we have Teresa. In lane number 2, we got Kevin. And in lane number 3, we got Jeff. Kevin is currently in the lead from the last event. That's why he's going last year. The last novice man easily gets the 315 off. Up to the 315 on the axle, moving quickly to the 330. We can see that Teresa is moving on the way to 265 on the regular deadlift. And in lane number 3, Jeff pulling the 530-pound axle bar. Both Therese and Kevin are repping it out on that last event. Jeff easily pulling that 530-pound axle onto the 560-pound barbell. It looks like he actually just waved it off. He's not going to even bother. His split time will probably put him to an advantage compared to everybody else.
Yeah, and maybe he knows that deadlift is just going to take too much out of him to get even just one rep. So if he can save that energy for the next event and still get okay points by doing 2 quick implements, it'll be a smart move for him.
10 seconds left for these athletes to finish as many reps as possible. Therese on the 265 and Kevin on the 330.
All right, going for one more here for Therese. Therese is good. And you can see in the mid lane there, once again, almost collapsing, just needing a little help to get going there.
I'm going to need a little bit of a quick second here. The middle lane is getting switched out for the lightweight men. Novice men are now completed. And we got our last lightweight woman, Marth. She's going to be doing her deadlift ladder. The show is moving quite fast, quite organized at this point. The first event, I think, for every strongman competition is a little bit rough with the setup, a little bit, disorganized. You're kind of getting in the groove, but I think the organizers and volunteers are kind of on board now with what needs to be done in order to keep this show running smoothly.
This is what does like all of the logos and stuff. Like if I had like all the athletes' names and all that stuff, I could use that on the screen. Singular Live, it's pretty good. It's free. Just got this little like logo there, Singular Live, but it's like.
Lane number 1, we got Marth. Lane number 2, we got Dylan. And in lane number 3, we got Jeff. For those of you that are just stopping by, you're watching the Capital City Showdown here at CrossFit AU in Sherwood Park, Alberta. If you're in the area, come on by. It's just north of the Costco in Sherwood Park. There's tons of vendors out here. We got Born Primitive. We got Supplement King. We got Misfit. We got a bunch of these brands out here today with merchandise for sale. If you're interested in getting that and saving on shipping, stop on by.
Martha's no stranger to deadlifts, so she should do good here on this event.
Once again, Marth in the far left lane. Lane number 2, we got Dylan first up for the lightweight men. And in lane number 3, we got Jeff in the heavyweight men. Lightweight men, once again, they're lifting 365 on the trap bar, 365 on the axle bar, and then a big jump to 450 pounds on the regular deadlift bar.
Martha's looking like a piston here, just up and down, very mechanical, looking very strong here for Martha.
A little bit of a change of pace for Martha, considering she's a power lifter. This is now basically cardio for her at this point.
All right, third lane is trying to grind out that deadlift. It stopped a lot of men here today.
Tons of noise here. We're getting quite the crowd cheering on these people, and that is time.
You can see Martha kind of collapsing there on the bar. Like I said, she's okay. She just give it her all there. She had a lot of reps on that deadlift, so she's okay. She just needs a little fresh air and some water, and she'll bounce back pretty quick.
Not yet.
"19 reps for Martha there on that last bar. So you're doing 19 reps after 2 reps of the previous weights. You're going to be gassed. So lots of good effort there for Martha on that one.
I think 19 reps is probably combined what everybody else did. If you combine the other 4 or 5 athletes that are in that weight category, that was probably 19 reps amongst the 5 of them, and Martha just did it herself.
Yeah, it was wild. Good lift for Martha. Hopefully she can get some carbs in her, some sugar, and she'll bounce back for the next event.
Up next in lane number 1, we're switching over to the middleweight women. We got Kelly up first for the middleweight women. 300 pounds across the board for all 3 implements. Lane number 2, we got Chris, and lane number 3, we got Dave. Shout out to all the viewers. If you're liking the stream and you can hear this, put a 1 in chat or a W in chat, just so that we know that we're doing a half-decent job here today. Once again, lane number 1, we got our first middleweight woman, 300 pounds on the trap bar, 300 pounds on the axle, and 300 pounds on the regular deadlift bar. Lane number 2, we have the second lightweight man, Chris, and in lane number 3, finishing up the last 5 heavyweight men here, Dave is up next. We're getting the ready command to the judges and asking the athletes if they're ready to go. Kelly going down, picking up her first deadlift here. 300 pounds, easily done for her. In the middle lane, we have Chris, 365, onto the 450-pound regular deadlift. And the heavyweight men, we have Dave on the middle implement, 530 pounds on the axle, easily picks it up, moving on to the 560-pound deadlift. Kelly easily getting that second rep at the 300 pounds onto the 300-pound regular deadlift. 560 for Dave. 1 rep, he makes it look easy. A little bit of a jump there on the second rep, gets it no problem. 560 pounds is no joke. 560 pounds for a third rep. This is probably the most amount of reps we've seen on the 560-pound deadlift. I believe this is rep number 6. He knows that he needs to set the bar. He's got some big boys chasing behind him. I believe that was 7 reps at 560 pounds.
Yeah, Ben's a big boy. He's a seasoned power lifter out of BC, just starting to dip his toes in a bit of strongman. I watched him compete at Edmonton's Strongest Viking a few weeks back, and he had the record for most stones over bar. He lifted a 85-pound stone over a 48-inch bar 25 times to win that event, so very strong individual.
My mistake, I was reading the sheet here. I thought that was Dave. Ben was on the end there. He completed the 560 pound for reps on the last deadlift there. Lane number 1, we got Stephanie. Lane number 2, we got Sylvan. And lane number 3, we got Anthony. Sylvan making a quick pass through the first 2 implements onto the third implement, which is 450 pounds.
Yeah, he's a very strong individual. Every event for him so far has been going really good.
Stephanie getting that 300-pound deadlift. Gets it good. Onto the last 300-pound regular barbell deadlift.
30 seconds left. We'll see if he's able to get one of those heavy deadlifts on the end there. Nice. Good, strong deadlift there.
Big lifts for Anthony. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get as many reps as Ben did, but he's sure giving it his all. And that is time. These athletes killed it out there today on that one. Up next in lane number 1, we have Melissa. In lane number 2, we have Kenan. In lane number 3, we got Larson.
All right. Good, quick, easy trap bar lift for all 3 athletes here off the start.
Ken really is moving fast. He jumped over both those implements really fast to get as much time as possible on that deadlift. 450 pounds for Ken. Like we said earlier in the stream, he just got off he was sick all week long. Was able to recover enough to come in here today to compete. Melissa is going to pull the 300 pounds. Struggling a little bit, shooting her hips up a little bit too high, unable to break ground with that 300-pound axle.
Ken's looking very strong here, though. He's getting lots of reps on that last deadlift.
Larson's kicking butt over there in the last lane.
Yeah,
he's got quite a few reps.
Very well. Ken's grinding out one more, stuck at his knees. Not there for Ken, unfortunately. Just taking a little breather there as he finishes his last rep.
Up next in lane number 1, we have Jessica for the middleweight women, 300 pounds across the board for all 3 implements. Lane number 2, we'll have Evan. Once again, their trap bar and axle bar at 365 pounds, and the last deadlift's at 450. And then in lane 3, we got the last person to go for the heavyweight men, 560 pounds. Riley killed it in the duck walk. If you didn't see that, rewind the stream after this event and watch Riley just absolutely demolish that duck walk. See, Jessica's getting her straps ready there on the middle implement in order to save as much time as possible transitioning between it. You're not seeing many athletes use chalk this event for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if there's a reason behind it, but most athletes are just sticking to straps and no chalk.
Yeah, saving that little bit of energy. Just use the straps. You don't have to use as much energy to hold on to that bar. It's micromanaging your energy consumption, but it works.
A little bit of a delay for Jessica getting off the hop there. However, Evan is moving quite fast in the middle lane there. Off to the 450-pound regular deadlift, sorry. Riley's on to the 560 deadlift. This is going to be maybe a little bit of a challenge for him. He's quite tall. He's got a lot of range of motion to complete in order to get a successful lockout. All 3 athletes on the last implement Jess deadlifting 300 pounds, Evan deadlifting 450, and Riley deadlifting 560 pounds.
Riley's looking very strong here.
The energy in this room is just unreal. There's so much yelling, so much screaming, so much cheering. Everybody is so supportive of all these lifters that are out here today.
Yeah, good event for all athletes there. Lots of reps.
That is it for the heavyweight men. Lane 3 is now going to be shut down and cleaned up. We're going to be moving on to just 2 lanes now. Lane number 1, we got Michelle, and lane number 2, we got Shandy. 3 athletes left for lane number 1. We got Therese coming up after Michelle and Carrie from the heavyweight women. And then in lane number 2, we have Shandy and Ian. Ian won the duck walk event. Shandy coming in close behind him. The go command is given. Shandy easily getting up the trap bar onto the axle bar. Same with Michelle. Both of them onto the axle bars. Shandy moving quickly to the 450-pound deadlift. Michelle struggling to get out of her straps there a little bit. Restrapping up into the 300-pound deadlift. Looks like she's going to be doing well on this one. Shandy pulling for his first rep. Setting it down very gently. That's consuming a lot of energy with those touch and goes. Both of them pulling out reps, no problem here. Michelle placing second in the event previous to this. Shandy restrapping himself, getting him ready, pulling himself up. Just adjusting the camera a little bit since the 3rd lane is now done. And they get the time command. Tons of reps for both of these individuals that are competing here. Shandy in the middle lane and Michelle in the left lane. Last up for the middleweight women and last up for the lightweight men, we have Therese in lane number 1, which is on the far left, and Ian Wheat in lane number 2. If you're just tuning in, we got 365 pounds on both the trap bar and the axle bar for middle lane and 450 pounds on the regular barbell. And in lane number 1, which is on the left-hand side of your screen, we got 300 pounds across the board for all 3 implements. All very quick movements for all 3 of them. Therese easily up to that. She's pumping out the reps. Ian a little bit struggling there with the 450 pounds, grinding it out for his first rep. Very narrow stance for Ian. Therese is probably going to play it smart. She'll probably just do as much reps as possible, needed to win the event. I don't think we're going to see her go for like a PR on the amount of reps or anything like that.
Yeah, Therese is a very, very serious competitor. She competes at a high level all around the world. So it's always cool to see her at these local shows, giving it her all.
Ian stepping up again, ready to try and pull another one. Getting the proper footing. Needs to engage his lats. Unable to pull it off the ground. He might wave it off here. It looks like he's done.
Yeah, Therese gave it her all like she always does. Good work there.
Unbelievable fight between both of them, trying to maintain their lead. I don't know for sure if Ian will maintain his lead. Therese has a very good potential to stay in the lead for her weight class. We have one more competitor to go up. It is Carrie from the heavyweight women. One quick event change for these individuals, for Carrie, 330 pounds on the trap bar, 330 pounds on the axle bar, and 335 pounds on the regular deadlift. Once again, Carrie just needs to compete against herself, basically setting the standard to see how good she can do. The judges are kind of just saying that Carrie needs to get as many reps as possible. They're kind of taunting her on to do 20 reps on the deadlift. I don't know if that's going to be feasible. 335 pounds, it might be, but yeah.
Yeah, Carrie's a very strong athlete. We'll see. Once you get up in those double-digit numbers, you're leaning more into the cardiovascular range than you are strength range. If you can rep something out 20 times, it's probably too light for you anyway. So if your heart can keep up and keep the oxygen flowing, she should be able to do it.
Up next, after the deadlift here, we have the what's the next event? Mehmet, do you know what the next event is? It's the load medley.
yeah, I knew that. It's a loading medley.
Load medley is going to be up next. It's going to be outdoors. We're going to switch the camera around after this event, and we'll have it pointing out the window for you guys to see the event happening outside. And hopefully there's a little bit less background noise for you guys. I'm sure you guys can hear people yelling and screaming. It's a little bit difficult for us to hear what each other is saying. We can't really feed off of each other with this sort of volume. Maybe need to look at upgrading the set a little bit, getting an XLR sort of split so that we can have headphones and hear each other next time. But as the time progresses and money comes in, that's when the stream parts get upgraded.
Oh yeah, the more you do it, the more money you get into it, the better the stream will get. So all in due time. I thought Carrie was going.
I think Carrie is going. She might just be going in the middle lane there.
Oh, because yeah, she's going to be the other athlete.
I'm not sure if Carrie is going. It's not making any sense what they're setting up here, but we'll just kind of play it by ear. Looks a little bit disorganized at this point, but that's okay. It's just one more athlete. Looks like they're just resetting the far left lane for Carrie here. It looks like we have all the scores lined up for all the events here. Let's just double check the middleweight women because they were the last ones to go. And yeah, it looks like we have all the scores lined up here. Shortly here, while we're waiting here, we can actually just display these scores and see where people are. We have a good viewer rate right now. Got the lightweight men here. Looks like there's going to be one more athlete. I'm going to pull down the scores here. My bad. We'll talk about the scores in 1 second. Looks like we're going to be setting up in the first lane here. Mehmet's going to move the camera over and have a little bit of a zoom up just so that you guys can see a little bit closer. Maybe eventually we'll have some live camera guys in the future. Big noise for Carrie. Carrie's deadlifting the 330 pounds in the first two implements and then 335 on the last implement. Once again, it's a trap bar, axle bar, and a regular deadlift bar. Reffed by Bailey herself, pro strongwoman here in Alberta. $330 pounds, not a problem for Carrie. On to the second implement, 330 pounds again. Strapping in, getting one good pull. Easily gets it off the ground, nice. Off to the 335-pound regular deadlift bar.
This should be an easy deadlift for her. It's just how many reps she's going to get is going to be the question.
it would be extremely hard to compete against yourself. I don't know if I'd have the willpower to just like continue to go. I'd probably just do one rep on all of them and call it there, but
Yeah, that's definitely the easy way out, and I could see, especially if you're competing more throughout the year, you'd want to save yourself, but hey, why not give it all?
15 seconds left for Carrie.
Carrie, she kicking off her shoes? Yeah, she's into one shoe. I'm not sure why she kicked off her shoe there, but we'll see how she does.
She's setting a new trend.
Awesome. Good work for her.
Unbelievable job by Carrie. I believe that was 5 or 6 reps on the 335-pound deadlift.
I think we should call her One Shoe Carrie from now on.
One Shoe Carrie. I like the nickname.
All right, so that's going to wrap it up now for our deadlift event. We're going to break down and reset here to the outdoor view. But before we do that, I'll go to pass off to Nate here. He's going to give us an update of the current standings. Let me just pull it up for you here. And we go.
Perfect. For the lightweight men, we got Evan sitting with 18.5 points. Sylvan with a 3-point fallback, tied in with Shandy at 15.5 points. Ian with 12.5 points, sitting in 4th. Ken with 9.5 points. Chris with 8 points. And Dylan with 4.5 points. Off to the middleweight men, we got Joel with 7.5 points. Mike 1 point behind with 6.5 points. And Ty with 4 points. For the heavyweight men, we got Larson with 34 points. Close behind Riley, dropping down into, still in second place, with 33 points. Ben with 31 points, 2 points behind. A large 8-point gap between Ben and Anthony with 23 points. Gary with 22 points. Jeff with 20.5 points. Dave with 17 points. Jesse with 13 points. Tyson with 12.5. Jeremy close behind with 11.5. Chad with 9.5. And Tim in 12th place with 7 points. Off to the lightweight women, we got Marth in first place with 19.5 points. 1.5 points behind is Shay. In third place, we got Jen with 14.5 points. Teresa with 13 points. Courtney with 9 points. Char with 5.5 points. And Laura with 4.5 points. For the middleweight women, we got Therese with 18 points. Michelle, quite a few points behind with 13.5 points. Jessica in third place with 11.5 points. Stephanie with 8 points, in fourth place. Kelly with 7 points, and Melissa with 5. For the heavyweight women, Carrie with 3 points, only competitor herself. 3 out of the 5 points she's able to achieve. The only way she won't get 5 points is if she zeroes an event. I don't think that's going to be possible for today, though. I think she's going to do quite well throughout the rest of the show. Sorry about that. For the novice men, we have Simon in first place with 27.5 points. Oswald close behind, 1.5 points behind with 26 points. Half a point behind for Kevin at 25.5 points. Rohan with 21.5 points. Elliot with 13.5 points. Justin with 12.5 points. George in 7th place with 11 points. David in 8th place with 10.5 points. Matt in 9th place with 9 points. And Martin in 10th with 8 points. And for the novice women, the 4 ladies that are competing here today, we got Tierney with 10 points, Lynn with 9 points, Jamie with 8 points, and Shay with 3 points. That wraps it up for all the scores leading into the 4th event. Event's going to be moving outside. We're just going to be transitioning the camera here. I'll pass it over. Well, we'll put it on to the sponsor ad, and we'll be back shortly. Don't go far. We'll be back. Hey, welcome back, everybody. We're just going to go over the scores once more for you guys, those that are just tuning in. Start off with the lightweight men. Evan in first, Sylvan in second, and Shandy tied with him in second. Going on to the middleweight men, we got Joel in first, Mike in second, and Ty in third. For the heavyweight men, we got Larson in first, Riley in second, and Ben in third. For the lightweight women, we got Marth in first, Shay in second, and Jen in third. For the middleweight women, we have Therese in first, Michelle in second, and Jessica in third. For the heavyweight women, we have Carrie in first. She's the only competitor in her category. For the novice men, we have Simon in first, Oswald in second, and Kevin in third. And for the novice women, we have Tierney in first, Lynn in second, Jamie in third. Looks like we'll be getting started here in the next couple minutes. We're going to just switch back to the sponsor screen, and we'll be back shortly. We'll see you in a few minutes. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back here at the Capital City Showdown here in Sherwood Park, Alberta. If you're in the area and just want to come on by, check out the vendors, check out the cool stuff that's happening, see these athletes live. We're just north of the Costco in Sherwood Park. In lane number, we're going to call this the men's lane. Who's up first here? They jumped right away to the gun. We didn't even have a chance to introduce the athlete. Holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Looks like we got David. This is David. He's in the novice men category, getting up the keg, which is 160 pounds, onto the last odd object implement. Getting it up. I believe this is about 64 inches off the ground. Lots of loaders and spotters there, making sure that it doesn't fall. Hands are off, and it's good. David's good.
Yeah, good run from him there. That's an awkward implement, that purple one there. It's about just under 200 pounds, and it's very low to the ground, so you got to pretty much zercher carry it from a deep, deep squat to get it up there, so that was good to see.
That was the novice men here are just on the right side of the camera. The novice women are on the left side of the camera. We got Shay up first for the novice women. She gets the go command. 100-pound sandbag, moving it towards the stand. I believe the stand's only about 40 inches. I'm not 100% sure.
40, I think it's 40... 45?
45 inches? Okay. Yeah. She's moved on to the keg, which is also 100 pounds. And the odd object, we don't know the exact weight for that is. She got her hands off really fast for Shay right there.
The odd object for the women's is 98 pounds.
98 pounds. Perfect. I'll write that down so I can use that in the future. You know the odd object weight for the novice men?
Is that the one that's on the ground there now?
Yes.
Yeah, that one is 197 pounds.
197 pounds, almost 97 pounds heavier. Sorry, I have this reversed. 197, 98 pounds. In the right side here, we got Matt going up with the sandbag, 175 pounds, off to the keg, 160 pounds on the keg. Easily picks it up, making his way to the platform, getting low on the ground, trying to get it up in an odd way. Figuring it out, though, getting it up onto the platform, no problem. Off to the 197 pound odd object.
Yeah, you see how low it is to the ground. They got to get their arms under it, and then it's kind of like a stone. You got to use your back to get it to your lap and then get it up. So he gets it, though. Good work. Good work
for Matt. Up next in the novice women's lane on the left-hand side of your screen, we got Lynn. 100-pound sandbag, 100-pound keg, and 98-pound odd object on the ground just in front of the platform there. Gets the go command from the MC. 100-pound sandbag, moving quick with her feet, getting it up onto the platform without a problem. Back to the starting line, getting that 100-pound keg. A little bit of an odd twist there.
Quick work there of that last implement. Good run for her. All right, going to switch back now to the other side for the men's run. They were going to go head-to-head on this event and run the men and women at the same time, but there was a little safety concern about some of the implements on the men's side, maybe rolling down over and hitting some of the athletes or sponsors. So we're going to run one at a time, and you can see the volunteers are holding the platform down. We want to keep everyone safe, prevent any injuries from happening, so we'll do one at a time. We're ahead of schedule here anyway, so we're doing good for time. All right, here's 15-year-old going for his first run here. And nice, gets that up pretty high. It's a high loading platform. I think Nathan was saying it was like 65 inches, so that's no joke to be loading these heavy implements up there. Let's see how he does with the keg. Yeah, lots of hip power there to be able to pop it up, but he just got to get that upper back and his shoulders into it to press that up on the top rack there. Almost had it there that time. If he can get that lip on there, he can roll it back up to the top, but we'll see. Getting close on time here. We'll see if he's able to get it. Unfortunately, not there for him today. Still a good show for him nonetheless. 15 years old, competing at a strongman show. It's always good to see the younger generation keeping the sport alive, so good work for him nonetheless. All right, volunteers switching sides now, getting ready for the women's run here. Nice pick of that 100-pound sandbag for her there. Moving on to the keg. Good, clean, holding it nice and high to make her load easy. And moving on to the odd implement. There you go. Good quick run for her there. Didn't struggle too much, so she should get some points there. And switch back around now to the men's side. All right, quick pop up top there. Moving on to the keg. See if we can get it up to the top here. All right, gonna reset. Up. There you go, he gets it. Moving on to the odd implement. All right, you can see it's kind of struggling with how to grab this. It's a weird cylindrical shape. No real good way to grab it unless you get super low. 197 pounds there. Struggling a little bit. He resets, takes a deep breath. He should be able to get it. There we go. There you go. All just a matter of proper hand placement. Get it to a secure position. And he did just that, being able to lock in the 3 implements for this run. All right, and she's off women's side now. Nice quick feet for her there, moving pretty good. Easy load of the keg there for her, moving on to the odd implement. And it's good. Nice, easy work for her there. Women are moving along this pretty good. We probably add a few pounds each of those implements to slow them down a little bit, but just very strong female athletes here today. Everyone's doing a really good job. All right, here we go again on the men's side. This gentleman's competing in our Masters category. I think I overheard him say earlier he's actually 60 years old, and he's competing at this strongman show. He's been doing pretty good as well, actually, for 60 years old, regardless of his age. He's doing pretty well, so love to see it. As I just mentioned, we had a younger man out here competing, and now we got a man on the older age there, so it's always good to see. There you go. Nice, easy load up high for him there. And moving on to the odd implement. Oh, easy pick for him there. Right there, just a little higher. He is right there. Hopefully he can push it up over the edge. There you go. Hands off, and he's done. Good job. 60 years old and just crushing it. Love to see it. All right, I think that's Shar we got coming up here now on the women's side of things. Her first show, as I mentioned, doing very good for herself as well. Moving on to the keg. That keg just right there. All right, she gets it up there. Got to stand it up. Looking good. And now just the 98-pound odd implement for her there. Awesome. There you go. Done and done. Locked in for her there. Good run for Shar. That's one of the things I love about these odd implement shows, or odd implement events. All these implements came from a local oil and gas site here in just outside of Fort Saskatchewan. So anyone that's from Alberta that's worked in the industry probably noticed some of them as control valves and actuators. So it's cool to see, it's a local show. We got local implements here, just keeping it true to Alberta. Having oil and gas in our shows is pretty cool. So moving on to the next male athlete here. Good pick on the sandbag. Nice quick feed on the keg there. Paul, just on the edge there. Yep, it's up there. He's got to stand it up, and he's done. Moving on to the valve, the actuator. Really odd implement there to get a good pick of, but he found a way that works for him here. A little Zercher lift up to the top. Hopefully he doesn't pinch his arms. It's done. Good work for him there. I love seeing people's different techniques to loading these implements. The thing with strongman, and it's different from other sports like powerlifting and such, is that it's not a same thing every time. You don't know what you're going to be getting into, especially when they keep these implements, mystery implements that really keeps them on their toes. That's not something you can train for normally. You can do your deadlifts and you can do your sandbag carries and picks and stuff like that, but when you got an odd implement like that, it really changes things up. So it's always cool to see at shows like this. Up next, got Laura on the women's side. She's going with her sandbag pick here. Getting a good hug on it. Hopefully she's got a bit of a high grab on that bag. Hopefully she can get it the whole way, and she does. Good job for Laura there, running back for her keg. There you go. Just getting it to her knees. That's one heavy keg. She's a smaller lady, so let's see if she can get this one loaded if she gets it to the end. Taking a little breather there. No, she is going to call it there. A little too heavy for her, but a good show for Laura so far. Still one more event left for her today. Volunteers are just going to reset and get ready for the next male athlete here. Really high pick on that sandbag. That'll make his load nice and easy. Super high pick on that keg again. It's not even a load for him. He's just carrying it to the end. And moving on to the odd implement. Easy pick. Going with that Zercher style lift again. Up and on. It's done. Good quick run for him there. Looking good. Right, next up, women's run here. Got a good hold of that sandbag, gets it loaded, moving back for her keg run here. There you go, gets a good little waddle, getting it moving. And last implement here now. Easy money for her there, loading up that last implement. Good run for her. Like we got Oswald coming up here next for the men's side of things. All right, Oswald's ready, waiting for the command from the judges there. Fast pick there for Oswald. Almost ran through the platform there. Good thing we got the volunteers there holding it back for us. And up on the keg. Got to get it up right. There you go. And the odd implement. Easy pick off the ground for him. Up and over. Wow. Good run for him there. That was speedy. Good job, Oswald. You can see the volunteers are just resetting that platform there, making sure it's nice and centered so it's the same and even for all athletes. All right, and I think that's Therese there getting ready for her run. Good quick pick and run on that sandbag. Throwing it at the platform, keeping the volunteers ready. Getting a good pull on that keg. And it's loaded. Easy work of that implement on the last one there. Pushes it forward. Judges call it. It's good. Good run for Therese. All right, and we're off on this men's athlete run here. Good quick sandbag toss there. Moving on to the keg. Throws it up on there. Easy money. Moving on to the last implement here. Good pick. And it's loaded. Looked like it was going to fall back on him there for a second, but looks good. And that looks like we have Jen there on the women's side of things here now, getting ready for her run. Sandbags loaded, moving on to her keg with a good easy pick there. And the final implement is up and over. Stopping the time for Jen there. Pretty quick run for her, looking good. All right, coming up next, we got Simon for the men's side of things. Getting ready for his implement run. Simon getting ready, hitting his zone, smelling salts, getting in the zone for his run here. All right, quick pick for Simon on the sandbag there. Throws it up on the platform. Quick feet with the keg run here. Sits it up really high. Good carry for Simon there. And moving on to this last implement here now. Oh, I think he might be cramping or something there, but he's just getting reset. Gets it picked and up there. Awesome. Good run for Simon there. I'm not sure why he had to take that little break there, but it cost him a few seconds, so it might cost him a point or two, but looking good nonetheless.
Did I miss anything exciting?
No, you didn't miss too much other than some amazing athletes doing some amazing things, but otherwise, no
Cool.
Pretty good.
Sounds good. Sorry, I had to step away and give the score ladies a break. They needed a quick little smoke break, so I covered off the scoreboard. You knew exactly where we are, hey? You didn't have to cross off any names or anything. Oh my goodness, okay. Like, we got Shay. Whereabouts is Shay here on the list?
Shay's
Lightweight
looking
women,
good.
second to last person to go here.
Shay's got some quick feet about her, moving pretty quick.
140 pounds keg, not a problem to get up.
Wow, that was quick with that last implement too. Curious to see how she did on time. I think that was probably one of the faster women's runs for sure.
You know who's up next here on the novice men? Or I think this actually is Kevin, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't recognize them personally. I know Martha's going to be on the women's side, but
It must be Kevin. And then Simon at the end here.
Simon just ran.
Simon just ran. Okay,
Yeah.
so Simon's done. Kevin's done. That means novice men are done. We're on to... Yeah. Oh, man, this must be Dylan then.
Oh, loses the sandbag right before he gets to the platform, unfortunately. Going to cost him some time and energy having to re-pick that bad boy, but let's see how he does.
225-pound sandbag. Getting it to his lap, having to reset himself, trying to get it up to that top. The platform was almost taller than him.
Yeah, he's going to have a big arch and throw forward to get this one. Looking like he wants to give up, but the crew doesn't really accept when people want to give up, just because something's heavy, so you can see they're kind of egging him on there, telling him to keep going.
£225, 15 seconds left to go for Dylan. Struggling a little bit to get that sandbag up. Looks like he's going to wave it off. He's going to take a zero here.
Yeah, I don't think he gets points for picking that bag as far as he did. If he loaded it, I think he probably would have got some points, but I don't think he'll get a point for that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Up next on the left-hand side, we have Marth currently in the lead, I believe, and won the last event.
Yeah, she had, was it 19 reps on the deadlift in that event?
Yes, yeah, it was a ton of reps.
Yeah, very impressive.
150-pound sandbag. Martha's getting it up to her lap. Not a problem. Squeezing it tight, getting it to the platform, and loading it up without an issue. Running back to the 140-pound keg. Easily getting it over, pushing it over. An interesting grip for her here. She knows that she's a little shorter as a competitor, so she needs to get her hands under the bottom in order to get it high. Very smart play by Marth. She's onto the last auto implement, gets it up. Extremely fast run from Marth. This might put her in the lead and keep her in the lead, giving her that last opportunity to go in the fifth event.
Yeah, very, very good event for her there. That was quick.
I'll be moving on to the middleweight women on the far left lane. You can see our volunteers are just loading up and changing the implements. Middleweight women will be doing a 175-pound sandbag and a 160-pound keg with an odd implement.
The odd implement is the fire extinguisher. I can't remember the weight on that one exactly. I want to say 150, 160.
Perfect. We'll write down as 160, give these athletes a little bit of a extra buff to their numbers there.
Yeah, pretty sure that's what it was.
It's like on the right-hand side here, we have Chris.
Yeah, Chris, CK List Things on Instagram. I was talking to him before the show. He's excited. I did a stream when he competed at Lakeland Strongest in St. Paul there not too long ago. He competed there and did very well for himself as well. So let's see how he does here today with this carry and load medley.
Chris will be doing a 225-pound sandbag, a 200-pound keg, and then the odd implement at the very end. 225-pound sandbag, not a problem for him. He's got it up high, up to his chest. He might need to rearrange himself. It's a very tall reach for him. Gets it up without a problem, back to the 200-pound keg.
Yeah, there's certain advantages. Sometimes it's better to be taller. Sometimes it's better to be shorter. In this event, obviously, being a bit taller is going to help. I'm excited to see how Riley Whiteknife does when he comes out here with his, I think, 6'5" frame. So he should be doing pretty easy on his run.
Chris gets the keg up, no problem. Onto the odd implement, getting his hands under, almost like a Zercher carry.
It's kind of dangerous when they do it like this because it could fall on their elbows or on their arms, easily break a bone, I think, with 198 pounds. So doing that Zercher carry is a bit of a risk, but they'll do what they got to do to get the implement loaded.
Exactly. Up next on the left-hand side, we got Melissa. She's going to be the first one to go for the middleweight women. She's got the 175-pound sandbag, 160-pound keg, and a 160-pound fire hydrant for the odd implement at the very end. Rolling over the sandbag, she gets it, her hands placed, ready to pick it up off the ground. A little bit of a delay, making sure that she keeps her grip in a good spot. She's getting down on her knees, placing off her knees onto her chest. She's moving as best she can. You could tell that she's having a problem breathing there. It's sitting pretty low. It looked like she was struggling a little bit. Runs back easily to the keg, 160 pounds.
Yeah, the higher the better when you're carrying. You get the weight kind of sitting on your chest. You think you have a harder time breathing when it's on your chest, but when you're getting it on your stomach, you're pressing right on your diaphragm, which is making it a lot harder to get those breaths in. And as we know, if you can't get the blood to the muscles, they ain't going to work. So the higher the pick, the better.
Successfully gets the 160-pound keg onto the top. Now onto the 160-pound fire hydrant. A little bit easier for her than the keg. Hands are off. The time is set. Laying down, taking a little break there.
Let's have a little nappy nap, and then we'll keep going here for her. We'll have to get her moved before we start the next event. Obviously, we don't want nothing falling on her there, but with these strongman shows, these athletes give it everything they got, and she's not the first person to have to lay down here today, and she definitely will not be the last. So these athletes give it their all every time they compete. It's amazing to see.
Up next, we have Ian Wheat on the right-hand side here. Third person to go for the lightweight men. Starting off with the 225 sandbag onto the 200-pound keg, and then the odd implement. Hands are placed on the sandbag. He's ready to go, and he's going to get the go command here.
Ian's another big member of the strongman community here. Has a coaching program. He bases out of Evolve downtown, I think it is, as Guardian Strength. He does a lot with the grip strength competitions as well. He's a pretty good athlete to have here in Alberta.
A little bit of a struggle with that keg there. Easily gets it up, though. And onto the third implement. He knew that he needed to move fast there, and he easily gets it. Happy you can tell that he moved quite fast there.
Very good time for him there. Very good.
He may have just set the standard for the rest of the athletes when it comes to this event in his category. He knows that he's sitting in third and has a 3-point disadvantage compared to second place.
Yeah, Ian's a very good athlete, especially loading and carrying and stuff like that. He's very good cardio, very good cardio-based events. He struggles sometimes with a bit of overhead events, but I talked to him not too long ago. He's aware of it. He's definitely working on it, but he's a very good athlete nonetheless.
Up next, we have Kelly on the left-hand side for the middleweight women. We already finished the lightweight women. 175-pound sandbag, gets it up to her lap. A little bit too far of a grip. She has to rebalance herself. She almost fell over there, costing her a little bit of time. Moving quick. You can tell the sandbag's starting to slip out, but the platform's low enough she's able to get it on. Slowly making her way back to the keg. You might lose a little bit of time there. 160-pound keg.
Good little run for her there. Quick feet, getting it loaded. Moving on to the last implement here.
Onto the 160-pound fire hydrant. She's doing a low grip. She kind of watched what Martha did, however, has to switch it. Couldn't get her hands under. Gets it onto the platform. Hands come off, and it is stable and good. The time is set.
Yeah, she did a bit of a Zercher carry with the side handles in that hydrant there. It worked. It looked good.
Up next, we have Ken on the right-hand side.
Ken's one of our shorter athletes here today as well. Very strong, good athlete nonetheless, but we'll see if his height provides much of a disadvantage or if he has enough power just to throw those implements up on that platform.
Looks like these athletes also have to start with the specific implement. We are seeing in the overhead event, they're about to start with whatever. I think this event around, they have to start with the sandbag. Ken with a very good pick on that sandbag. Gets it up, almost can't get it up. A little bit pushes the loading platform a tiny bit. Spotters were there to catch it, though. We can tell that a couple of those legs on that platform are starting to go a little bit.
Yeah,
hopefully this doesn't collapse on anybody.
Platform's looking a little rough, yeah.
You can tell that somebody's noticed it and they're trying to get in there to make sure that it doesn't collapse. Sticks up the keg. It looks like one of the rules, too, is that they have to actually have the keg upright.
Yeah, they've all been having to place it up and not moving, so it makes sense. It's a good safety call for sure. And it gives them more room to load that on and move it at the end. Oh, wow, lots of power for Ken there. He was able to pop that up. The height was not an issue for him there.
Explosive from the legs for that one for sure. I'd assume that implement's probably in the 220-pound range, very similar to the rest of the events, kind of mimicking the other two implements. Next up, in the women's side on the left-hand side there, we have Stephanie with the 175-pound sandbag and the 160-pound keg and the 160-pound fire hydrant. Stephanie's done pretty well this competition. See, our volunteers are giving it their all too. You could tell that They're sweating. It takes a lot to volunteer. I don't know if many of you have volunteered at strongman shows. If you're going to volunteer, be prepared to sweat. Be prepared to bring water. It's a lot of work. It's almost worse than competing, to tell you the truth, when you're volunteering as a loader.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of work. There's not much downtime. You're constantly moving the implements back and forth. It's a lot of work, but it's greatly appreciated. That's why I always try to give lots of shout-outs to our volunteers as well as our sponsors, because, yeah, if you can't run this show with just 1 or 2 sponsors, you need lots of hands, so it's good to see.
Stephanie eventually getting that sandbag up to her chest, making her way to the platform, getting it up without a problem, running back to the keg. Stephanie's keg weighs 160 pounds. Getting an easy grip, switch grip I would call that. It's a little bit low, it's bumping off of her knees. You can tell that she's struggling. She's going to have to reset herself to get it up. She doesn't, it's just low enough that she's able to do it. 160 pound fire hydrant, getting it up. Zerch carried up to the top, swings it over, hands are off, and the time is set.
Nice, good work for her there, loading up that fire extinguisher. Looked pretty easy. You can see she's there with Alex Crisby today, one of our volunteers. He's here supporting his girlfriend as she's competing there today, so love to see it.
Up next, we got Shandy on the right-hand side of your screen there. He's stepping up to the 225-pound sandbag, 200-pound keg, and the odd implement that's probably in that 220-pound range. Gets the athlete ready command, and he gets the go command. 225-pound sandbag, easily lapped and up to his chest. Very high grip for Shandy. He knows that he needs to get it up high, gets it without a problem, nearly falls off the platform, looks back and just making sure that it doesn't. Off to the 200-pound keg. He needs to stand it upright. He's going to use a lot of momentum, get it onto its side, and lift it up right so that it doesn't fall off. Onto the odd object, 220 pounds. Getting it up, a little bit of a slip on his left hand there, but gets it off. Nice. Hands are off, and his time is set.
Didn't have to lap it. He was able to just throw it right up there in a one motion. So good work for Shandy there.
Up next, we have Jessica on the left-hand side, Ian's partner. Both the co-owner of Asgardian Strength out of downtown Evolve. She's prepping her legs right around the sandbag. She knows that she needs to have a short distance between her feet so that she's able to lap the bag. That's going to be my guess, depending on regarding her footing placement right now. Looks like our coordinators are just adjusting the platform a little bit there, getting organized. The MC is going to give the athlete ready command. She nods. She's ready to go. Gets the go command. 175-pound sandbag. Laps it up. You could tell that she was ready to lap it. A little bit low on her, but she knows that she's got quite height. She's quite a tall female. Off to the 160-pound keg, getting it up onto the side of her hands. You can tell that it's a little bit low. It's bumping off her legs. Uses her knees to push it up. Off to the fire hydrant. She's moving quick, trying to get her hands in the right place. Has a very low grip on that fire hydrant to stand it up straight. That's a very big advantage for a tall person.
Yeah, good run for her there. Looking strong.
Second last person for the lightweight men, Sylvan. This show is running quite fast. It's only 145, 147 here right now. 50-some athletes that are competing here today. We're on event number 4, nearly halfway through event number 4. This is making some good time. We see some shows with only like 30 competitors that last 8 hours. This is good for the athletes. It keeps them warm, keeps them ready. There's no complaints with having a fast competition like this, especially from an athlete perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeps them moving, keeps them warm, like you said.
Sylvan struggling a little bit to get that 200 and...
There you go.
Well, how much does this weigh? 225-pound sandbag. Off to the 200-pound keg. Struggling a little bit. Places it down on his legs. Almost like an overhead press. Gets it up to the top. Off to the odd object. Lifting it up like a Zerch carry. Using his leg to try and push it up so they can get his hand under. Struggling a little bit. He might need to reposition himself. Get it down. Up. Uses the momentum. Gets it up. Go. Hands are off. He's good to go.
Good run. He's been having a pretty good show overall. He's a very strong individual. He's doing very good for himself.
Up next on the left-hand side, we have Michelle, second last person for the middleweight women. Placed second in the deadlift event. Michelle getting her hands underneath the sandbag, getting it up, no problem, lapping it a little bit, getting a low grip, interlocking her hands to ensure that she has that good grip. Easily gets it onto the platform, sprinting back to the keg. 160-pound keg moving, no problem. It's bumping off her legs, slowing her down a little bit. You can tell she's getting a little gas. She's going to move over quickly to the odd implement. Another 160-pound fire hydrant. Gets it up, hands are off, no problem. She might have the lead in this event, Mehmet.
Yeah, that was a very good run for her. Pretty quick run. Didn't seem to fatigue her too much at all. So I've seen her compete a few times now. She's a good athlete. She's been around a few times, so she knows what she's doing.
Last person in the lightweight men, we have Evan. And then that lane will be turning into the middleweight men after Evan has completed his run with the 3 implements.
Volunteers are just setting up the women for the next athlete there, and then they're getting ready to hold the platform here so it doesn't fall apart on us.
Athlete's ready. He's getting his hands ready on the sandbag. 225 sandbag, easily lapped up to his chest, getting it up, moving his feet really quick, getting it up. That's quite a jump for Evan. Running back extremely fast for the 200-pound keg. Moving quickly, a little bit of a trip there. He's got some momentum. Gets it up without a problem. He doesn't know where he's going. He forgot that the implement was on the ground. Picks up the 220-pound implement, gets it up, hands are off. That cost him a little bit of time there, but I don't think he really has anything to worry about. He was overexcited on that last implement there, Mehmet.
Yeah, he'll still place okay, but he definitely could have saved himself probably 3 or 4 seconds in the stopwatch by remembering where the implement was. But that happens sometimes. We get a little excited, we get a little anxious, and we just keep moving. But good run for him nonetheless.
Last up for the middleweight women, we have Therese. This is Therese's first competition in middleweight women. She's typically a lightweight woman. However, she's jumped up a weight class just to see what she can do in this class comparative to the other ladies that are competing in this category. Looks like Therese is wearing only a soft belt for this event, which shouldn't be a problem. Therese has a very strong core, you could tell. Got a lean body mass. Easily picks up the 175-pound sandbag, moving it quick. Gets it up, no problem. That's a good height for Therese. She doesn't have to give too much effort to get it up. Back to the 160-pound keg, moving quickly. Gets it up without a problem. Onto the last implement, the fire hydrant. She's moving fast, getting a little bit of a hand slip there. Costing her a little bit of time, throws it onto the platform, hands are off. It almost falls off, almost has to recover it, but she is good.
Yeah, very strong run for Therese. She's a very, very fierce athlete when you compete against her. She's very strong, competes at a high level, so good for her.
We now have the middleweight men over in the far right. Ty has his implement set up, just so that you all know, it's a 250-pound sandbag, followed by a 235-pound keg, and then about a 220-pound implement, the same one that the lightweight men used in this event. I stand corrected. The last little implement is 197 pounds. I'm going to write it down here so I don't forget that. Ty's getting the ready command.
It's all good. We just don't want to give them too much credit.
Yeah, too much credit's not good. 30 pounds off, a little bit too much.
No, it's all good. These are strong athletes nonetheless. They're doing some very impressive things here today. That he just made a 250-pound sandbag look easy. Like that's the weight of a fully grown man, maybe grown too much, and he just threw it around no problem.
No kidding. However, he slips a little bit, costing him some time here with the 235-pound keg. Getting it up. He needs to get it standed up straight so it doesn't roll off. Gets it up, no problem. Onto the 197-pound odd-shaped implement. Gets it up, almost misses the platform, hands are off, and he's good for his time.
Yeah, he almost dropped that one, but he was able to throw it back up there, so no problem for him. Good time for him. Was he the first middleweight man we had?
The first middleweight man?
Yeah, was he the first one?
Yes, he's the first one out of the three that are competing today. Yeah.
I think, the implements are the same, except the first heavy bag got heavier, I think. The first sandbag got heavier, I mean.
Yeah, that's correct. It went from, for the lightweight men, it went from, where's lightweight men, 225 to 250. So 25-pound jump on the sandbag and a Where is it here? And a 35-pound jump on the keg. Up next, we got heavyweight woman Carrie competing against herself here today. 200-pound sandbag followed by a 180-pound keg. And the odd-shaped fire hydrant for her as well. This is going to move quite fast for Carrie. This weight shouldn't be a problem. Carrie competes in Pro-Ams. This is an easy breezy show for her today.
Yeah, this should be a pretty quick event for her.
Gets the go command. Easily picks up that 200-pound sandbag, getting it to her chest. Oh, really strange grip there. However, she's making it work. Carrie's tall enough that she knows that she can get it on without a problem. Off to the 180-pound keg. Rolls it onto her side, gets her hands positioned. Short steps, good for Carrie. A little bit of a dip to get it up on top. Off to the fire hydrant. Trying to figure out the grip for it. Gets it up without a problem. Stands it up straight. Doesn't have to, but
Nice.
she still does, and she completes it.
Good work for
Very
Carrie
well.
there. Like we mentioned earlier, she's competing in her own weight class. She has no real competition, but she's still giving it her all. It's a good integrity move, showing that she still respects the sport and wants to do the best that she can. So good job for Carrie there.
And
We're
we're
see
just
they're moving some
resetting.
implements around here. Looks like they might be done on the women's side of things there now. So just throwing some kegs up there to help them hold that platform steady.
I think so too, yeah. I think we only have Joel and Mike left in the lane here for the middleweight men. Joel starting off with the 250-pound sandbag, moving quick, getting it up. Joel's quite high. He leans into that platform, pushes it a little bit. Off to the 235-pound keg. Moving quickly, a little bit of a dip. Loses his feet a little bit, has to correct himself. Struggling with that arch to get it up on top. Moving over to the 197-pound odd implement, gets it up. Hands are off. Time is good. Just going to adjust the camera here. We got Mike left in this lane. And then we're going to be switching over to the heavyweight men. We also found out that Jeremy from the heavyweight men, he has withdrawn from the competition. Jeremy was the one, I believe, that was deadlifting. A little bit of a back injury there. He's calling it there. He's taking the points that he has, and that's it. Ryan Vance here, one of Alberta's pros. He's tanning up a little bit. See his face and arms are getting quite dark. Mike McKay won Canada's, Nationals a couple years ago in Fort McMurray. In the Masters category, made his way to the OSG. So he's a very seasoned competitor, knows what it's like being in front of large crowds. Pressure shouldn't be affecting Mike at all, this competition. Mike is the last person to go for middleweight men.
All right, volunteers are already manning the platform there.
250-pound sandbag, shoulders the sandbag. Unreal performance here, getting it up without a problem. He almost threw it over the platform. Back to the 235-pound keg, getting it up. He doesn't want to shoulder this one. I think it's a little bit too much on his shoulders at this point. He knows that he has to get it up high. He's quite a short athlete compared to the height of the platform. Gets it up, stands it up without a problem. A little bit of a slow delay there. Off to the 197-pound odd implement. Lapping it like a stone, getting it up. And it's up. Hands are off. He's got his time.
Seems like the most popular way of getting that up there is that Zercher carry where they get low and get their arms underneath it and kind of rest it on their forearms. That's kind of what you call a Zercher carry. Seems to be working for most of the athletes. Like I said, there's that bit of a risk involved of it landing on your arms when you get your arms on the platform or hitting the edge against your arms, which, muscle contusions or broken bones is a very real possibility there. But it's working for the athlete, so they'll keep doing it.
Just getting set up for the heavyweight men. The heavyweight men are going to be doing a 300-pound sandbag. Incredible jump there. 50 pounds more than the middleweight men. A 250-pound keg, and then an unknown odd implement, which weighs 280 pounds.
You can see Kwai. Kwai is one of our strongman athletes here in Alberta as well. He competes at a pretty good level. He's just trying to move that implement into place there. It's very heavy, and it's all top heavy, so it's really awkward to move. Rolling it like he did is the best way to do it. Now, whether or not the athletes will be able to recreate that is going to be another story, so we'll see how they do here with the first athlete coming up. You can see Colton's giving the platform a bit of a test there, just making sure it's not going to fall over. So he wants to make sure that no one's going to get hurt and we're not going to collapse the platform. And when you have a 300-plus pound man ramming it, I think that's going to be good enough. So
300-pound man, that guy's a moose.
Yeah.
Colton just ran the Farmstrong Classic and also runs the Lakelands Strongest, which is a Strongman Corp competition. Last weekend, it was a little smoky up in St. Paul. However, Mehmet and I were both up there, and we had a good time. It was a great competition, great turnout, seeing JF Carone and the big boys all competing.
All right, here's Timmy McDonald getting ready with his start here. One of our most enthusiastic athletes, I'd have to say. He's very good character to watch, very passionate about the sport.
Trying to figure out which grip would work best for him. It looks like he's trying to pick it up from the side. He's switching back. A little bit of an inexperience disadvantage here for Tim, quite new to the sport.
And don't forget, people, this is a 300-pound sandbag. So you think of a 300-pound man in the fetal position and just dead weight trying to lift him up. That's what he's doing right now. So even though it may look bad that he's not getting it, this is an incredible task to do. Even experienced strongmen would struggle with this. So Timmy's doing what he can here. We'll see how he does.
Looks like Timmy's waving it off. He's getting a round of applause from the crowd here today. Unable to get that 300-pound bag, unfortunately. He'll have to take a zero on this event, and that's just how it is sometimes.
Sometimes she goes, sometimes she doesn't. It's the way she goes.
Exactly.
The famous part of Trailer Park Boys, that is.
Up next, we are supposed to have Jeremy. However, he's withdrawn from the competition. Jeremy was the one that injured himself on the deadlift. So he's pulling out from the competition here. We're going to be moving on to Chad. Maybe it is Jesse that was the one that injured himself. I don't know. I was told that Jeremy was pulling from the competition, and I just put two and two together. In my opinion, I thought that maybe that was him that would pull the deadlift.
Either way, it was a guy wearing the shorts with pizza on it. Pizza shorts. Pizza short guy. That's what we'll call him.
Pizza short guy. Okay, sounds good. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Capital City Showdown here in Sherwood Park, Alberta at CrossFit Ow in just north of Costco here in Sherwood Park. If you're in the area, come on by, stop by. Some of the vendors are starting to clean up now, but there is still some vendors kicking around if you're looking to buy some needed gear or whatever you'd like to buy. Chad is stepping up to the 300-pound sandbag. See if he's able to move it. Kind of a top-heavy grip there for him, getting his chin under it, unable to get it off the ground still, but he's working his way down, trying to get his hands in a good placement. It's a little bit it's slipping a little bit from his grip. This sandbag's quite heavy. I'd assume that this is probably about Chad's body weight here. Chad's trying to pick up Chad.
Yeah. I've picked those sandbags before, and I find what's worked best for me is what he's doing now. Lay it on the side and getting a wide grip. You'd think that when you can get your arms around it and kind of clasp your hands together, it'd be a bit easier, but it's surprisingly difficult to get your arms around it and pinch it as he's trying now to do. It works for some people. For me, it didn't. I like grabbing it lengthways, but we'll see what works for him here.
Still struggling to get it off the ground. He's trying to find a good placement for it. You could tell that he's really trying to engage his lats, but he's probably taxed from the deadlift. Looks like he's unable to move it. It looks like he's going to wave it off there too, and the crowd's applauding him. Up next, we're going to have Dave.
You see pro strongman Josh Clorty there in the red shirt, giving him some tips for future shows. Josh has been around competing for quite some time. Won his pro strongman card a couple years ago now. So he's out here. He's always helping, volunteering. He's also the rep for Strongman Canada here in Alberta, him and his wife, Bailey Duchesne.
I think this is actually Jeff. I don't think this is Dave.
I'm not sure. I haven't locked down all the names yet.
Well, if Jesse comes up next, then we know that this was Jeff. I believe this is Jeff, though. If I'm not mistaken. I've started to associate names with faces. So
all right,
Jeff able to get that 300-pound bag up.
He's probably going to lap it here to reset and see if he can pop it up. This is where good, strong hips help. You hump it up and you can get it up there. He's holding it against it, trying to get his arms and under. He's struggling with it. All right, he gets the sandbag, but that's only 1/3 of this event. So moving on to the keg here. How heavy was that keg again, Nate?
The keg is 250 pounds, but I think it's a little easier. It's got something easier to grip on. That sandbag has nothing to grip on. It's sheer hugging. This, you can use a little bit of your grip with the keg here. However, it's the hips portion now that's going to take a little bit. Unable to get it up onto the platform, he shakes his head and he's waving it off.
Moments like that are pretty dangerous too, where you're just trying to throw it up there. You could easily crush your hand, break some fingers. It looks like you might have even hit his face on the edge of the platform there. So you got to be careful when you're doing these implements, these loading activities at such a high height. Puts you at a high risk of injury for sure.
Must say, look at Mackenzie. Mackenzie just carried that 300-pound bag. I remember when Mackenzie first started Strongman, him and I always were at the bottom of the charts usually when we were competing, and now he's just carrying that 300-pound sandbag with ease.
Oh yeah, Mackenzie's still an amateur, but he's very strong. Mackenzie, I trained with him before. Very strong guy. Loves the sport. Very passionate about it. So it's no surprise that he's here hosting his own show along with his partner Jocelyn today.
Looks like up next.
That's Jeff.
This is Jeff. Okay, so that was Dave that went up. Up next we have Jeff here. Once again, 300-pound sandbag off to the 250-pound keg and then a 280-pound odd implement from the oil field.
And no one's gotten past loading the keg yet, so we'll see if Jeff can get the keg loaded and move on to that last implement or not. We'll see.
This event is important to everybody. It's one of those ones that actually sets you up for the following event. Event number 5 is based off of total score, not just previous event score like event 2, 3, 4.
All right, Jeff got that sandbag up there nice and easy. Moving on to the keg. It's 50 pounds lighter, bit of an easier grip, so he shouldn't have much of a problem with this.
Moving quite fast. It looks like he's going to get it up without a problem. He's going to be the second person to get it up. A little bit of a slide there off the bottom, but he gets it up without a problem. Off to the 280-pound odd implement. Let's see if he's able to do it.
This is going to be very interesting. It's a very top-heavy implement, which is now the bottom. He's got the bottom part as the heaviest now, so let's see what he does here. It's very, very interesting implement.
You can see how fast it fell there. I don't think he was expecting it to fall. He's flipping it back over. He's going to set it up.
Yeah.
He's going to. My guess is he's going to try and swing it over.
Yeah, if he can shoulder it, get it on his shoulder and lift it. He's got to be able to tilt it so the tilt's back a bit further to get that weight on his shoulder. But he's going to call it there. He was pretty close on time, so
he's currently in first for the heavyweight men. He's got that keg up, which sets him in the lead. It's just a matter of time for the other people now to see if they're able to get that keg up faster and then move on to that odd implement.
And as we mentioned, the better you place in the previous event, the later you go here, which gives you the advantage. And it's almost statistically on average where as you get later in the shows, the people that go last tend to be a bit on the stronger side than the earlier athletes. So you can tend to see when it gets into these later events, the athletes that are going near the end tend to get a bit further than the earlier athletes. So it gets more and more exciting as you move forward through these events.
And it's also with the heavyweight men, there's quite a big shift in points because there's 12 men competing. First place gets 12 points and last place gets 1 point. That will set up a divide, and we saw earlier when we were assessing the scoreboard that there is a couple big divides in the heavyweight men category.
And coming up next, we have Pizza Pants Guy that we mentioned earlier. He did call off his deadlift event when he got to the heaviest deadlift. It looked like he might have hurt his back there a bit, but he's back now. It might have been just a cramp or something, but it's good to see it wasn't a serious injury, and he's back out there competing.
I don't understand why he didn't belt up for that event. That, in my opinion, from what I could tell, he wasn't wearing a belt under his shirt, and that was a risky injury that it could have ended off a lot worse. It looks like he's doing okay now, especially basically having an overhand grip on that sandbag.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting that he didn't belt up. It's a very big safety factor as well. Like, sure, it gives you that bit of extra power with that intra-abdominal pressure, but not having that really put him at a higher risk of injury off the start. So, but he's going to call it there. As a 300-pound sandbag, I do not blame him for calling it there.
I'm really enjoying this pace now, Mehmet. It's only one lane, and we don't have to bounce back and forth, and it's all the same data. I'm enjoying this. I can kick back, have my feet up in the air.
Oh, yeah. A bit of a rough start for us there, but it's really coming together here now.
Up next, we have Gary. If you're just tuning in, Gary just competed at the Farmstrong Classic against some of the world's strongest men, including one of the Rahim brothers who placed 10th at World's Strongest Man. Sorry, not Raheem. Rayhome. Rayhome, yes. I was corrected by JF Crone when I was emceeing Farmstrong. He came over and wrote it down phonetically for me. Not very well versed in French last names, even though my last name's French. I say it the American way, though.
See, Gary's just getting the volunteers to help him get the implement right where he wants it. If he gets it in a happy spot, like you see he moved it around there, that's going to save him probably 4 or 5 seconds of loading time, so it'll help him out on points. All athletes can do that. Some athletes don't care as much. They'll just take it as it comes, but if you're really fighting for some points, getting every second counts, so that's what Gary was doing there.
I personally think that Gary actually today is slightly underperforming what his normal is. That being said, it's probably because of his competition that he just competed in. 7 days to recover from an extremely heavy show where he set multiple PRs, including on yoke and very taxing events. You could tell that Gary is struggling a little bit here. I would have expected him closer to the top of the category today, honestly. Off to the 250-pound keg. It's bouncing off of his legs a little bit. Gary's quite short. He's needing to get it up high. If I'm not mistaken, he's 5'9", and this platform is 5'7".
Nice. Lots of power there from Gary, though. He's able to pop that up. No problem. Let's see how he does here with this valve.
I'm not sure if he beat the split time with the other guy. Gary also works on the rig, so I'm sure this piece of equipment is familiar to him. He probably knows how to handle it a little bit better compared to other people that don't necessarily work on the rigs.
And like we said here, being taller or shorter has different advantages. At this point in time, being a little shorter is able to help him get his shoulder underneath that implement. Looks like he might have bonked his head there a little bit, unfortunately. He's going to call it there, it looks like. Yeah, he's okay. He's going to call it there. He won't try to get that implement. It's a hard one to move, so good run from Gary nonetheless.
Mehmet, were you the one that brought these implements?
Yes. I think I may have created more enemies than friends by bringing those valves in here today.
No kidding. No kidding.
Especially that big one. I can't wait to see someone load it if they can. It's going to be interesting.
Up next, we're going to have Tyson for the heavyweight men, 300-pound sandbag, followed by the 250-pound keg and the 280-pound odd implement. Tell the pace of the show is slowed down quite a bit here, with only a couple lanes available for this event, as well as the next event, only 2 lanes. We could tell that this event's probably going to take another, let's say, 2 minutes per person, 4 athletes left, probably another 10 to 15 minutes before this event's going to be done. Probably a little bit of a 15-minute break here, and then we'll move on to the Conan's Wheel, which is also 2 lanes, so we'll probably be here for another hour and a half, 2 hours, before the competition will end. Tyson making his way with the 300-pound sandbag, trying to get it up from the ground. Easily gets it up. Oh, sorry, he gets it onto his legs. Gets it up to his chest. He's got a very high grip here, taking his time, walking patiently, walking slowly. He knows that he doesn't want to mess up and have to re-grip it. That took a lot of effort from him. Height an advantage for Tyson here on this event. A little bit gassed. I can only imagine 300 pounds sitting on your chest is not the greatest feeling in the world.
Yeah, exactly. He's moving slow, but he's still making implements get loaded. So
as long as he can get that second implement, it looks like he may have pulled something in his lat. You could tell that he's shaking it off. Lat, trap, something along those lines, probably due to the sandbag and how heavy it was.
It's such a high pick as well. You're really relying on your traps to hold it up there, and maybe you just might have tweaked it a little bit there.
Up next, we have Anthony. 4 athletes left. Anthony, Riley, Larson, and Ben for the heavyweight men. And then that will conclude the 4th event here, which is the load event at the Capital City Showdown.
Fortunately, not everything in life is built to last.
Anthony getting that sandbag up, moving quite quickly, going to the high platform, getting it up without a problem. Slow jog back up to the 250-pound keg. 250-pound keg, moving quite quick.
Yeah, quick feet for him here. Good run for him so far. That's very strong.
Exactly.
All right, let's see how he does with this odd implement.
Nobody's been able to get this 280-pound oil field implement up yet. I think Anthony's gonna be able to get it. He's got enough energy by the looks of it. It's so top heavy that these guys just don't know where to put their hands.
Yeah, get it on your shoulder and get your hands right under the top of it to push it back a bit, but he's gonna call it there. Good effort though. Good run.
I think his split time is going to be at the advantage here. I think he's got the keg up faster than anybody else. Next up we have Riley. 6'6", I would say. 350 pounds. He's a big boy. You remember when he came and competed at Mosaic back in 2019 at Evolve North? He was a very big guy. Our volunteers are just getting the keg and the sandbag set up appropriately for Riley here. I truly think, based on how tall Riley is, he's going to have no problem with that third implement. I think he's going to get himself that third implement up, and he's going to actually win this event.
Yeah, very good chance. He's a very strong individual. You can tell by the way he lifted up that 300-pound sandbag. Didn't struggle very much. It was a constant motion upward, so very strong guy, Riley.
300-pound sandbag, not a problem. 250-pound keg, he's going to get this up, no problem, too. He's just manhandling this keg.
Yeah, very strong.
A little bit of a jitter there on his feet, but he's able to get up the keg and stand it up without having to take too much time. His split time has probably got the best. He's off to the 280-pound. Oh, my goodness. Gets it up.
He's going to rest it on the edge there. See what he does.
He's tipping it over. He's going to get it. He's going to get it. He's
got to get his
pushing.
other hand underneath it. And he'll be able to pop it up.
Underneath, getting it up.
Slide it. There you go.
Stands it up without a problem. Riley getting the third implement up.
Attaboy. That is no joke. Very good work by Riley there.
Larson and Ben know what they need to do now. Riley's able to get that up. Definitely a height advantage for Riley at this point. But again, that is sheer brute strength that he was able to get that implement up onto the third platform. Now let's see if our volunteers are able to get it down.
Yeah. Get it down safely, we'll say that. We got the tire there. They can just drop it on it. It's just how are they going to drop it is the question. Oh, that worked out perfectly, actually. They had the tires in the right place. That was good. That was nice.
Second last athlete for the heavyweight men, Larson, is coming up next.
Larson's had a pretty good show so far, too. He's been doing really well. And then Ben Berger is going to be last. He's a big, strong guy as well. I've seen him compete, as I mentioned, at Edmonton's Strongest Vikings, so I saw him manhandle some pretty big stones to shoulder. So I think, if I were to put money on it, I think Ben's going to get to that third implement and load it as well. So we'll see how Larson does. I'm not too familiar with Larson, but I'm rooting for him here.
Larson gets the 300-pound sandbag up to his chest. Quick feet. Moving quite fast. Lobs it onto the top there, off to the keg. 250-pound keg, making his way up there too. It looks like he might have a little bit better time than Riley. Let's see if he can get this last implement.
Yeah,
almost one motions it onto the platform. He's going to copy what Riley's doing here. He's pushing it on.
Yeah, I think a lot of guys are kicking themselves now for not thinking of that technique. That's a really good technique that Riley implemented there.
And it looks like Larson might have the win on this event so far. We got one more competitor, but he got that last implemented up really fast.
Yeah, Riley really showed the guys how to do it there. I think that might be the way to do it. I thought it was going to be getting your shoulder under it and lifting up, squatting it. But it looks like this method of kind of cradling it and getting the edge up might be the best way.
Our last competitor coming up here, it's Ben.
Big boy Ben Berger. That's his new nickname.
That's his new nickname? All right, perfect.
You heard it here first at Power Hippo Streams.
Volunteers are just resetting the last few implements here, and then we'll be off to the last guy. Next, we're going to be having the Conan's wheel. One of the first times we're seeing this in the competition in a very long time. I know that Eats gym in Spruce Grove has a Conan's wheel to train on, but a lot of the competitors that have been training for this competition have been using yokes, have been using barbells. I've seen Robin Coolin, who's been training a couple people. She implemented some sort of almost like, what are those called? Those mines or whatever they are, where they stick the barbell into the mine and it spins.
Oh, landmine?
Yeah, landmine. I've seen a few Jimmy-rigged versions of the Conan's wheel, so it's going to be interesting to see how these athletes do, considering not many of them have the ability to train for it. Ben getting up the sandbag, no problem, 300 pounds, off to the 250-pound keg. It's a 250-pound keg upright, no problem. Off to the 280-pound implement, doing the same technique, resting it on the side there, pushing it up, hoping that it doesn't hit him in an inappropriate area there. Stands it up. These last three guys got that 280-pound implement up without a problem. It's unfortunate that nobody else knew that would be the advantage, is to rest it on the actual platform and then push it up.
And that's one of the things I like about having these mystery implements, is that there's no real way to train it. You just got to show up strong and do what you can. And that's what the guys are doing here so far, and it worked out for the last three guys. I think we can credit that to Riley Whiteknife for the most part.
That's it for the fourth event here. Don't go away. We'll be back shortly.
It looks like when Kwai dropped off the valve that time, the bottom broke off. But that's okay. I mean, at least all the athletes are done now, so it won't be an unfair advantage for a weight reduction. But that's okay. We got all the athletes done here today. So, yeah, we'll move it on over to the sponsor screen here, and we'll be back shortly. Nate, you got anything else?
I don't think so. I think that was a great performance by everybody, and I'm looking forward to see how people do on the Conan's wheel. We'll see you soon, guys.
Whatever your business needs, Vistaprint can print it. Like packaging from tape to thank you cards, or merch from t-shirts to caps, even a logo that you can put on all that. Because with Vistaprint, the printabilities are endless.
Just setting up the last event here, the Conan's Wheel. We have the scores going into the last event here. This will be based off of people's placement, who's going to be going first and who's going to be going last. So the person who will go last is the person who's in first overall after the first 4 events. Pulling up the scores here, we got lightweight men in first place. We got Evan with 24.5 points. 4 points behind him, we have Shandy with 20 points. Ian with 19.5 points in third place. Fourth place, we have Sylvan. Fifth place, we have Ken. Chris, half a point behind Ken in sixth place. Dylan with 5.5 points in seventh place. For the middleweight men, we got Joel in first place with a 3-point lead against Mike, 10.5 points. Mike in second place with 7.5 points. And 1.5 points behind Mike, we have Ty in third place. For the heavyweight men, we have Larson with 46 points, a 3-point lead against Riley. Riley with 43 points. Ben 1 point behind Riley in third place with 42 points. Like we were talking earlier, a big gap here at this point because of there's 12 individuals in this weight class category. We have Ben with 42 points. We have Anthony with 32 points. Gary with 29 points. Jeff with 28.5 points. Jeremy with 26 points. Dave with 22 points. Tyson with 18 points. Jesse with 15.5 points, Chad with 12 points, and Tim with 9 points. We'd also like to bring to your attention, too, that Jeremy, sitting with 26 points, has withdrawn. He has 26 points after only 3 events. He did not compete in the last 4th event there that was just happening outside. For the lightweight women, we got Shay in first place with 25 points. Half a point behind her is Marth. Her strongman debut here in Capital City, Edmonton, Alberta, just outside of Edmonton, Alberta, in Sherwood Park. Jen in third place with 20.5 points. Teresa with 17 points. Courtney with 12 points. Char with 7.5 points. And Laura with 5.5 points. For the middleweight women, we have Teresa. That's Teresa Zoltan with 24 points. Almost a 6-point lead against Michelle, who's in second place with 18.5 points. Jessica Petrie with 15.5 points. Stephanie with 11 points. Kelly with 9 points. And Melissa with 6 points. Again, Carrie did not zero any event. She's now sitting at 4 out of the 5 points she can achieve. If she's able to get 1 foot with the Conan's Wheel, she gets 5 out of 5 points. For the novice men, this is a stacked category. We also have 2 teens inside this category. Oswald sitting with 36 points. Half a point behind him is Simon in second place. 34.5 points. 1 point behind Simon is Kevin in third. Rohan with 28.5 points going into the 5th event, sitting in 4th place. Elliot in 5th place with 17.5 points. David in 6th with 16.5 points. Justin in 7th with 14.5 points. Half a point lead compared to Matt with 8 points. In 8th place with 14 points. George with 12 points. And Martin with 11 points. And for our novice women, we got 4 competitors. We got a tie for first place. Lynn and Tierney going into this 5th event tied with 13 points. Due to count back, though, Lynn is technically in first place. Tierney's in second place. Third place, we have Jamie with 9 points and Shay with 5 points. And just to show you guys what the count back looks like, I'll see if I can actually scroll over here and show you. So we're going to see Tierney and Shay are the second and third line. So we got in this event here, Tierney had placed first in the deadlift compared to Shay, and then second in the load medley compared to Shay's third place, giving her that point lead. That's it for now. I know about 5 minutes ago they said 20 minutes, so we're about 15 minutes out from the Conan's Wheel. We'll be back shortly after this break. Sorry, I'm going to give you one more quick little update here. I've been giving you the overall scores, and we've been asked if we can do the split scores. So here's the heavyweight novice: Oswald in first, Simon in second, David in third. For the lightweight novice, we got Kevin in first and Elliot in second. And for the teens, we got Rohan in first and George in second. Carrie is the only one in the heavyweight, so she doesn't have any split categories. In the middleweight women, we got the 73 kg standings. Therese is sitting in first place with 24 points. Quite a huge lead on Kelly, who's in second place with 9 points. And then in the 82 kilogram standings, Michelle in first place, Jessica in second, Stephanie in third. Very close matchup between Jessica and Michelle. Going to the lightweight women, we got the 57 kg. Courtney's the only one in that category. She's got 12 points, first place for her. 64 kg, we got Shay and Marth and Teresa. First, second, and third place. Laura in fourth in that category. And then for the Masters, we got Jen and Shar. Jen has an incredible lead. There's absolutely no way that Shar is going to be able to take back the lead and get first place in the Masters standings. For the heavyweight men, we got the 120 kgs, only 3 guys. Gary's in first for the 120 kgs. Jeff in second, Dave in third. And then anybody that's over 120 kilograms, so that's 105 kgs to 120 kgs. Anybody that's over 120 kgs goes into a separate category. We got Larson in first, Riley in second, and Ben in third. 3-point gap between first and second, and a 1-point gap between second and third, and then the 10-point gap between fourth and fifth. So Ben and Riley need to really mess up for Anthony to get into podium position. However, Anthony will be unable to get into first place due to his point situation. In the under 105 kg standings, we got Joel in first place with 10.5 points and Ty with 6 points. 3 points for this category as there's only 3 competitors. Ty's pretty much set into second place and won't be able to recover out of it. However, this is pretty much it for this category. Ty's probably going to take second, Joel's going to take first, and Mike's going to take last in this category. Just based off the points, they can only get a maximum of 3 points. So if Mike gets 3 points and Joel gets 0, they'll tie. But that being said, on countback, there's no way that Mike can get his first place position. Ty, he's out of luck, unfortunately. 3 points to him will only get him to 9 points, and that's if Joel zeros the event. So it's very dependent that Joel is very probable to win the middleweight men at this point. And then for the lightweight men, we got the 80 kg standings. Dylan's the only one in the 80 kg. He's in first place. And then in the 90 kg, we have Evan in first place. Shandy with a 4-point deficit behind Evan in second place. And Ian in third place with only a 1-point difference between third and second place. There's 7 guys in this category. Ian has to probably get top 2 in order to get himself into a higher position. Sylvan, Ken, and Chris are probably going to not change positions very much. However, Sylvan and Ian are tied. So Sylvan, my correction here. Sylvan also needs to be courteous and see what he needs to get. He needs to place either first or second in order to be able to get a higher ranking. And Evan and Shandy need to do a little bit worse than they've already been doing. That's pretty much it. That's my very amateur analysis on what's happening here and the scores. We'll be back shortly, about 10 minutes out from the Conan's Wheel event. We'll chat to you soon. Just overheard from the MCs that we're about 7 minutes out from starting the Conan's Wheel. If you need to get water, you need to get a drink, head on over to your fridge or your sink. Get your beverages, get your food, get your popcorn. This is going to be an interesting event to see these last few battles go down to see who secures the podium positions. We'll be back in 7 minutes, guys. Stay close by. We'll be back. Yvonne, yes, there will be one more event. We're just waiting for them to set up. I think they're about 2 minutes out from getting this on the road here. We'll be live with the live view in a couple minutes here. Just stay tuned. All right. We're off. We didn't get any warning on the start here, but up first we have Martin in the second lane there. And in the first lane we have Shay. Shay is moving 200 pounds on the far left there, and Martin is moving 350 pounds. This event has no time. It is specifically distance. You can see that our volunteers are running out there. I believe that's actually Jocelyn. She's running out there to get a good measurement on how far. So basically just counting that he's done one full rotation plus a certain amount of feet.
It happens, and sometimes it happens to be expensive.
Martin, Shay is still going. Absolutely no hesitation on slowing down here with that 200 pounds. At this point, it's just going to be her brute strength. And she drops it. Job for Shay out there. Up next on the right-hand side, I believe we have Matt. George is part of the teen category, and they're going to be separated from this group. So George is up next. Matt is up next, and Jamie will be on the left-hand side for the novice women. Matt's going easily there. About the halfway point for his first rotation. Looks like we aren't even going to have a go command or anything like that either. They're just going to funnel the guys through and get this event done with real quick. One full rotation for Matt, not a problem there. Going about the 1 1/4, 1 1/2 now for Matt. Once again, this is for distance, and there is no time limit on this event at all. Jamie is getting prepared. She's picked it off the ground. 200 pounds for Jamie. And it looks like Matt has set down the implement. That's 2 1/4 rotations for Matt. Jamie moving very quick there.
Good run for Matt there. You can see he's just trying to catch his breath. Very taxing, these events. Whether it's first or last, this is the kind of event where you give it your all the entire time just to see how everything's going to make out.
Jamie's still moving. Gone almost over, I think, 2 rotations now. Coming up on her 3rd rotation.
I don't think they should have added a couple extra weights to that women's Conan wheel there.
Yeah, I think so too. And she sets it down. I think she got 2 full rotations, if not 3. Up next, we have Justin getting his grip there on the right-hand side. Justin picking it up, not a problem.
Yeah, good strong pick there.
It's a little bit too high. He's going to be having a hard time breathing that. You're going to see that it's going to come down a little bit as he progresses with his movement here. But the halfway mark for Justin. Up next on the left-hand side, we have Tierney. First competition for her. She's part of the CrossFit gym here that we're hosted at. And Justin sets it down. Rotation and a little bit.
Yeah, good run for him there. What's the weight of the men's and women's side here again?
So men's side is 350 pounds right now, and the women's side is 200 pounds. See that Lynn, I believe, is now going.
Quick feet for her there, moving pretty good.
Easily past the first rotation, moving again, going around for the second rotation here. We got David on the right-hand side. He's going for the run. And it looks like Lynn has set it down. It looks like she may have fell down there.
Yeah, I think she might have dropped it and pushed forward, and that caused the weights to fall off the far end there. So she got as far as she could either way.
David here going around. I think this is close to his second rotation now. Tristan Hoth following close behind. He's the judge for this category of competitors.
It's another one of those events where sometimes a little slower is faster. You don't want to go too fast where you kind of stumble on your feet and fall, because as soon as you drop it, whether it's accidental or not, that's the end of this event. So calculated, even move, even steps would work best.
And he sets it down. Very good event for him.
Yeah, it was a good run. Jocelyn to the rescue with her handy-dandy measuring device.
Tell that it's about an extra half a rotation on that there.
Yeah, looks about right.
That was David. Next up on that lane, we have Elliot. And I believe for the women's there, we have Laura. Is that Laura?
I don't think so.
This
Can't
must be
tell.
Lynn then. I can't tell. And there's no announcer, so we don't really know where we're at.
It almost looks like Therese, but I'm not sure.
There's no way. Therese is in the middle of the pack for lightweight women.
Well, there you go.
This must be Lynn.
We'll go with Lynn. Lynn's moving and grooving.
Up next, we have Elliot here on the right-hand side. Elliot's carrying the 350 pounds. Absolutely taxing on the forearms. Elliot making his way around. You can see that he's gone at least one full rotation. I believe he's hitting the halfway point here for 1.5 rotations, coming up to the 2 rotation mark.
Starting to slow down a little bit, Elliot, but he's still moving good. There
Just
you go.
short of the 2 rotations mark. You can see that they have a little marker there on the ground. It's probably about 1 foot, 2 feet behind that second rotation. Not a bad go for Elliot. And yes, that was Lynn that was last there, because I could see that they're changing the weights over on the left-hand Conan's wheel. Up next, we have Kevin in the right-hand lane. Kevin's picking it up without a problem. And in the left-hand lane, we're going to have Laura starting it off for the lightweight women. Kevin easily moving that 350 pounds.
Yeah, he's moving nice and steady. Doesn't seem to be struggling too much here so far.
Coming past his first rotation, passing it now. Coming up on his third rotation. Very long run for him. Drops it just short of the third line. Great run for Kevin on the right-hand lane there.
Yeah, very good run for him there.
Laura is stepping up and getting in position on the left-hand Conan wheel. This for the lightweight women is 250 pounds. 50-pound jump from the novice women to the lightweight women. Taking it very slow, moving nice and steady. Laura knows that she needs to pace herself on this. She's picked up the pace a little bit here.
She really sped up there.
Slowed back down, ends up dropping it just short. About 3/4 of the way around, and she calls it there. Up next, we have Simon in the far right lane, second last, the novice man. He needs to get, I believe, 3 rotations, about almost 3 rotations to take the first place position for this event. We'll see how far he gets along. And next up in the left lane, we have Shar. Thank you once again, all 47 viewers that are watching the stream right now. You're watching the Capital City Showdown in Sherwood Park, Alberta, put on by Mackenzie Swain and Jocelyn O'Brien here at CrossFit AU, just north of Costco in Sherwood Park. Simon picks up the Conan's wheel. People that have not been on the Conan's wheel don't realize how much it actually pulls you when you're walking around in a circle. It's not like just carrying a yoke or carrying a barbell, improvising what the Conan's wheel does. This actually keeps you bound to the exact same position. And some of these athletes that haven't actually physically been on a Conan's wheel are in for a shocker.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy task by no means. You can see Simon doesn't want to quit yet, so he readjusts his hold there, giving it everything he's got. You can see it in his face. Getting there, though. He's almost there. Tristan right behind him. This is one of those events where the athletes tend to black out, so Tristan's there to catch him just in case. Luckily, he caught himself on the bar there. Just give him a second to catch his breath.
Char's getting ready on the left-hand lane there. You can see that she's picked it up. It's just slightly lower than normal. She's making her way around 250 pounds, for the lightweight women, as well as the masters. Char is one of 2 masters competing today in the lightweight women category. Hoping to secure a spot into provincials, which will also be hosted here in Edmonton by Tristan, who's one of the lead judges today at their new gym that's in a build-out phase right now. That should be open in the next couple months.
A little fun fact behind Char there on the Conan's wheel, that's her daughter spotting her, which is always fun to see. Your daughter spotting your mom on the Conan's wheel. That's awesome. So thanks to Liv for volunteering there for that.
Oswald is moving along real fast there. He's currently in first place for the novice men. He knows that he needs to get over 3 rotations in order to secure his podium spot in first place. Passing by his first rotation, not a problem. Up next in the left-hand lane, we have Courtney Oswald making past his 1.5 rotation mark. Coming up to the second rotation, he needs to go one more full rotation to have that ease of mind that he's going to secure the lead in this position. You tell that he's starting to struggle a little bit, slowing down. You tell that he's starting to get loose in the hips, which isn't a good sign.
Yeah, Oswald's had a really good show, though. He's very strong. For how young he is and inexperienced he is, he's doing very well in the sport.
Oswald coming around for the third rotation. If I was him, I'd drop it right about now, exactly where I was going to say. He's past that 3 rotation mark. Oswald is playing it smart. You can tell that he's going to be an up-and-coming strongman. He knows how to calculate his numbers. He finished just better than the last place person that placed better, if that made any English, if you get what I'm saying. I don't know if that made any sense. He did slightly better than the person who did the best so far. So he secured that spot, first place in this event. We can almost guarantee that, but we'll get a final score later on after all has been submitted.
Words can be hard sometimes, Nate.
Yeah, I'm going to just blame it that I have a French last name and that I can't speak English perfectly, but we'll go with that.
It happens. It's all good. Like they're loading up the heavier keg here for the next set of men.
The next set of men should be the lightweight men, jumping up to 450, so that's an additional 100 pounds.
That is no joke.
We got Courtney over in the far left lane. Unless she already went. Courtney, or is this Therese? Because I see Colton standing right beside. This might be Courtney still on the left-hand lane.
I think so.
Yeah, that looks like Courtney. Courtney's making her way around. Good pace for Courtney here. She's coming around to her first full rotation.
Yeah, she's moving and grooving. Passing that first full rotation, looking pretty strong.
Courtney knows that she's got some pretty strong competitors ahead of her. She's got Martha, who's an elite level powerlifter. She's got Shay, who's very well off in the strongman world, battling back and forth between Martha, currently sitting in first place. Passing by her third rotation now. Doesn't look like she's slowing down at all. Maybe I just jinxed it. She's starting to slow down a very tiny bit. However, she's still maintaining a good pace.
Very good distance for her so far. She's doing really well.
Coming up to the fourth rotation, I think this is the longest we've seen so far for the lightweight women. 250 pounds, and it drops. She drops it just at the fourth rotation there. A little bit off balance, but the volunteers were there to catch her in case she fell down.
Oh yeah, that's the number one risk of these events is just blacking out. Lots of athletes do it. They give it to their all, and yeah, that happens sometimes.
Yeah. Up next on the left-hand lane, we have Teresa, and I think that we're just setting up here for the lightweight men. It looks like they might be adjusting the height of the Conan's wheel. Yeah, they must be. I can hear a drill in the background there. Must be adjusting the height of the bar for the lightweight men. Like Megan, one of the MCs, is just yelling out the order for the lightweight men so that they know what order they'll be going in, so there's no delay in getting started in these events. We're getting close to the end of the rental time here at CrossFit AU. So,
yeah, last thing you want to be doing when you're competing is sitting down, taking a break, not paying attention, and then they call your name and you're nowhere near fresh. You just sat down for the last 15 minutes, you're cold, and then you got to run up and pick up 450 pounds and run with it. So
Teresa's off to a good start there on the left-hand side, making her way past the halfway mark of her first rotation, just about to pass her first rotation mark. First rotation's good. She knows that she has to beat 4 rotations in order to secure first place as of current for the lane over on the left-hand side. Passing by her second rotation, absolutely no problem for Therese. Know that Colton's a very handy guy. He's one of the sponsors for today. It's Colton's Homes, or Colton's. Is that
Sloan's Homes.
Sloan's Homes. Sloan's Homes. It's Colton's last name. Colton's a very handy guy. He built a lot of the implements for Farmstrong Classic last weekend, so I'm sure Therese is in good hands when it comes to custom equipment and making sure that she's ready to go. Up first in lane on the right-hand side is Dylan. Off to a very strong start.
yeah, nice and quick start for Dylan there.
He's got a good lean backwards.
Like Therese just finished her round there.
Up next on the left lane will be Jen, the other master that's competing in the lightweight women's category. Dylan's has a good pace here. He hasn't really slowed down much. He's got a good lean backwards. His feet are continuously moving. This is 450 pounds in that right-hand lane. You can tell that the implement's dragging a little bit on the ground, which is keeping him hesitant from actually proceeding forwards. He's coming up on his second full rotation here. He's looking at that implement. I wouldn't be surprised if he sets it down right now.
Yeah. As you start to fatigue, your pick on it starts to drop a bit lower and lower. As you can tell when he started, it wasn't touching ground, but as he got fatigued, he dropped his arms a little bit, leaned forward a bit more, and that's when it starts to drag. So, yeah, obviously that would make it a lot harder, and he stopped maybe a little shorter than he probably could have if he kept it high, but that's fatigue. There's nothing you can do about that.
Either way, he got 2 full rotations there. That's a pretty good set bar standard for the other guys.
450 pounds, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Jen's getting in position there on the left-hand side, picks it up easy. Jen is a very tall competitor. She has a lot of clearance from the bottom of the implement. She shouldn't have a problem with any dragging, unlike Dylan just recently there. Moving very quick, kind of almost losing her feeding a little bit. Looks like she's recovered and is in a good pace. The right-hand side, we're having, I believe this is Chris. Yes. Should be Chris on the right-hand side. According to my thing here, because I know Ken and Sylvan haven't gone. But that does look like Mike.
Mike McKay, yeah.
Okay, so that must have been Ty that went before Mike McKay. They've gone in a different order than listed here on our sheet. So Ty must have gone earlier on that. He got 2 full rotations. Mike's passing by his first rotation there.
That'll call it for Mike there.
Sorry about that, guys. I apologize for not having the right order here. I was told that the category that's on the right-hand side was going to go third in that lane, and the lightweight men were going to go next. I'm not sure why they moved the lightweight men to a different end. Up next, we have Marth on the left lane, and we have Joel, if they're still following the order that we're assuming here, in the right-hand lane. Did I say right-hand lane twice?
I'm not sure. I think so.
Marth, left-hand lane. Joel, right-hand lane. You tell we're even getting a little fatigued here. We're kind of not as enthusiastic as we were in the first event, but we're keeping it entertaining as possible for you guys that are all watching right now.
Time for some caffeine, I think.
If I have caffeine now, I'm not going to be sleeping tonight.
I could drink a Monster and go to bed. It's a problem.
It's like Joel is off to a good start there. Fast feet, moving quickly. Passing by the first rotation. Marth is at a good pace too. Joel has still got fast feet, moving very quickly in this event. Marth too, she's moving quite fast as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Marth does here. She just did that 19 rep deadlift a couple of events ago, so she's put her body through a lot today. The power lifters tend to be more one hit, 1 rep max of lifts, so doing these continuous events like that is definitely something different for Marth.
Joel sets it down. I believe he did almost 3.5 rotations there, 3 3/4 rotation. Not 100% sure though. We'll get the final numbers after the competition here. Up next on the left-hand lane, we're going to have Shay, currently in first place for the lightweight women, 250 pounds for her. Oh, you know what? It does make sense. The middleweight men... Wait, this doesn't make sense. Why are the middleweight men doing 400 pounds and the lightweight men are doing 450? Unless I wrote this down wrong. Well, why would they do them first? Novice was 350. Lightweight men was 400. Middleweight men is 450. Yeah, I wrote this down right. Okay, well, they're doing their own thing, I guess, but that's all good.
Timmy's up next for the men. Always love Timmy.
Jumping into another weight class here. That's the heavyweight men. This is supposedly, if they have the weights right, 500 pounds on the Conan's wheel. Shave currently in first place on the left-hand side. She's going to be doing her turn here. She knows that she saw how much Marth did, and I believe there's only like a half a point difference between Shay and Marth, so Shay needs to get more than Marth in order to secure that spot in first place. A little bit of a failed lift there by Tim. I don't know if they're going to let him go again. Oh, they're letting him go again.
Yeah, I think that's it for Timmy there.
Great job, Tim.
A little too heavy for him to get the full reps, but still, love seeing Timmy compete. Gives it his all every time he comes out.
Shay over there on the left-hand side.
Shay's moving pretty good. She got a coach Durrell there beside her, cheering her on. Durrell is the coach of GSC, Generation Strength Club, out of Calgary, Alberta.
A lot of athletes compete under him. He's got a bunch of strongman athletes and strong women athletes, as well as a lot of powerlifters.
Yeah, he's a very, very, very strong individual himself. I think he holds the second heaviest deadlift in Canadian history, I think, at about 880 pounds, if I'm correct. And I think the number one heaviest Canadian deadlift would be 890 in that federation in his weight class. So I'm not exactly sure on those numbers, but it's pretty close.
Chad on the right-hand side there, getting his third attempt to try and pick it. Looks like the judges are being a little lenient with him here. Getting his footing, I think the judges are going to wave him off here, tell him, hey, buddy, you're done. Yeah, Chad is done there. That is 500 pounds that Chad's walking around in a circle. Got it about, I would say, 10 feet at this point. A little bit further than Tim, but nothing like we were seeing earlier. Let's see who they're putting in that left lane there. I'm not sure. I'm not going to be reliant on this scorecard that I have put up here.
Oh, we decided his name is Pizza Pants.
Pizza Pants? Oh, Pizza Pants on the left-hand side? Yeah, that's Jesse. Next up would have been Jeremy. However, Jeremy withdrew 2 events ago. That being said, Jeremy is technically in 10th place going into the 5th event here. Might not actually end up placing last, even though he's been out of the 2 events. Jesse also was injured in the 3rd event. We had the physiotherapist on site run over to him as he was pulling a deadlift. He's pulling 650 pounds beltless. I think he might have ended up hurting his back a little bit, his lower back a little bit, but it looks like he's ready to go. He's recovered. I think he's going to feel it coming up in the next couple days here. 500 pounds, easily going around. You could hear the back end of it dragging a little bit for Jesse.
Yeah, you can see they need to readjust those kegs and put it directly in the middle. It looks like the kegs are sitting on the back a little bit, which is unfair for the athletes. It shouldn't be dragging like that. It makes it a lot harder for them, so... I don't know if he just had a low pick or if it's just, not in the right position. You can see Tristan there kicking him ahead a little bit.
Yeah, he recognized it. He was smart enough to see that. Looks like on the left-hand side, we have the middleweight women lifting 300 pounds. Melissa is up first there, moving that weight. She's leaning back. She knows what she's doing here. She's done a lot of training with the Conan's wheel. Oh, no.
That was an awkward fall.
A little bit of an awkward fall there, but the spotters were able to pick her up and catch her.
That's the importance of a good spotting crew, just making sure everyone's okay. She had a little bit of an awkward bend backwards there as she kind of lost her footing. So they're going to make sure she's okay, give her a little once-over, and then get her off to the sideline to give her a good look.
Up on the right-hand side, we have Tyson, 500-pound Conan wheel. Hitting his arms. He's going to have a very low grip. It's going to be very high on his chest. There's going to be a ton of space there. A little bit of a fallback because he didn't realize what that would have done, having it that high with that much of a lean back. You need to have this picked right at the perfect position. Otherwise, you will end up falling backwards just like Tyson did right there.
Yeah, Tyson's he's a pretty tall guy. I'm going to say, 6'2", 6'3"?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely up in that range for sure.
And like I said, once again, there's advantages and disadvantages of different heights. In this event, what do you think? Being shorter or taller is a bit better?
I would say that an average height would probably be best. Being too short, you're not going to get enough clearance off the ground. Being too tall, you'll see exactly what just happened to Tyson there. He kind of fell backwards, fell forwards, very unbalanced. Being an average height in this event probably wouldn't be the biggest setback for sure.
Yeah, the higher the center of gravity, the more uneasy it is, right? So it makes sense.
Looks like they're still dealing with Melissa on the ground there. Hope she's okay. We'll get a little bit of an update here in a little bit. Her husband is Doug Jones, who's I believe he's one of the sponsors here today. He's Steadfast Metal. He's the owner, and Melissa is a co-trainer with him. Great strongman coaches. If you're looking for some coaching, definitely reach out to them. They're out of Evolve North here in Edmonton. Got Dave in the right-hand lane carrying the 500-pound Conan's wheel sets it down. I think this is the longest we've seen. A little bit winded there. Tristan's giving him a little bit of a hug, making sure that he doesn't fall over.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is have an athlete black out on you and fall on their face. It's a very dangerous situation, so good to have a big, strong guy behind you there to catch you in case you start to get a little sleepy.
I don't know if you saw it, Mehmet, but I think yesterday World's Strongest Man posted on their official Instagram those slapping games. They actually contracted out some of the World's Strongest Men to be spotters for those slapping games for the heavyweight men in the slapping contest. It's kind of funny to see a lot of the big boys out there catching guys falling as they get slapped out.
Yeah, you definitely want some big guys catching you there because those are some big fellas throwing those hands too. So
in the left-hand lane, we have Kelly going around and around. And in the right-hand lane, I believe we have Jeff that's just picked up the 500 pounds. Looks like Kelly set down the what are they carrying? What are they carrying? I'm lost here. 300 pounds in the left-hand lane. And it looks like Jeff wasn't able to get very far. Only got a few feet on that one. That probably set him back a little bit.
Yeah, I have a feeling that was might have been a misstep or something that dropped him there. Yeah, I think he even asked if he could go again. I don't think he was gassed. I think he just had a misstep there.
Up next, we have Gary, who's currently in the lead for the 120, the under 120 kilos, between 105 120 kilos individuals. He is in 5th overall in the open class. That's everybody 120 kilos, I guess 105 kilos and up are in this class. Nice that they brought that back. I remember when you and I started in Strongman, they had the open men, which were basically 120 and up. And then they had the heavyweight men, which were the 105s and up. And then they got rid of it for a couple years there. It's nice to see that they brought that weight class back and gave us our own category if we feel special again.
Well, I always competed in the open anyway. I never made a weight class in my life, so it doesn't affect me too much. But it is good to give athletes of every size and shape a good run. So it's good to see.
You and I are both on the seafood diet. We see food and we eat it.
Yes, and we enjoy it.
Exactly. Left-hand lane, we got Stephanie going around and Gary going around in the right-hand lane. Hear it dragging a little bit for Gary. He's quite a short athlete, 5'9", bouncing off the ground a little bit.
It's very unfortunate to see that. That adds a lot more drag to the athletes and makes it that much harder.
I think he gets 1 1.25 rotations. I can't quite tell there based on where he started, but I believe it's 1 1/4 rotations for Gary, setting him in a pretty mediocre spot in this event. Stephanie has also set it down. I believe she's gotten 1.5 rotations as well. It's hard to keep track of 2 lanes at the same time, but we're doing our best here.
Yeah, doing the streams like the Farm Strong Classic last week where it's just 13 athletes, 1 weight class, set number of events. It's a lot easier. You can get a bit more pizzazz with the stream and stuff. If you watch my Farm Strong stream, you notice I didn't have the athlete names and such here. Having 57 athletes and not knowing all the athletes would make it very difficult to get accurate names. As you can tell, we have a list of athletes in front of us and we still mix it up sometimes. So I didn't put the extra effort into getting those name tags on there just due to the sheer amount of work required. So, but yeah.
Yeah, it is. You put on a great stream quality. I definitely appreciate it. I'm sure all our viewers are appreciating it too. A lot of fun doing this work with you. On the right-hand lane there, we got Anthony going around. He's just about to pass his first rotation, and Jessica's getting ready in the left-hand lane. Anthony is carrying 500 pounds, and Jessica's getting ready to carry 300 pounds. And here Anthony's sled dragging a little bit there, adding that drag for him, just like you said. It's a little bit of a disadvantage being shorter. You want to kind of be in that middle height category. Unfortunately, that's not something you can train. You can't really train your height.
He started off pretty strong, and I think a lot of it is you'll notice a lot of them pick it, and they're good for a little bit. Then as soon as that fatigue kicks in, your arms start to get a little weaker, and you start to lower that bar, and then it starts to drag. And it's the more fatigue you get, the harder it gets, and then you're dragging it, makes it even harder, so there's just no winning.
Yeah, no, exactly. Jessica's making good speed over there on the left-hand side. She hasn't slowed down whatsoever, and she's just passed her second rotation there. Around for the 2.5 mark. In the right-hand lane, we have Ben, sitting in 3rd place overall for the heavyweight men. Jessica set down the implement. I believe she made it 2.5 rotations. I can't quite remember there. Ben had a little bit of a fumble there, stepping backwards, you could tell, because he's a taller guy, about 6'4", 6'5". Making his way downtown.
Walking fast.
Halfway point for him on the first rotation. The left-hand lane, we're going to have Michelle stepping up. Once again, we have Ben carrying 500 pounds on his arms. You can tell it's starting to fall down a little bit, slowing down a little bit. Legs are slowly moving. He's past that full rotation again.
He is slowing down, but he still looks very controlled. He's not as wobbly as some of the other people when they were slowing down, but never mind. He hit his peak there, so still a good run for Ben nonetheless.
In the left-hand lane, we'll have Michelle carrying 300 pounds for the middleweight women, second place overall right now in her category. And coming up in second place, we have Big Riley. Riley Whiteknife, very tall individual. I am going to almost guarantee that him being 6'6" here, he's going to fumble a little bit picking it up. It's going to throw him backwards a little bit if he doesn't have his feet right. Michelle, unfortunately, not able to get a full rotation. About a quarter short of a full rotation there. And get the measuring tape out. This is not very good for her. I know Jessica and Michelle were hand in hand, and I think Jessica may have taken the lead now, considering Michelle has done not the greatest with points here.
Riley's on the move here. He doesn't seem to be struggling too much. His height's definitely helping keeping that platform off the ground from dragging.
There's a lot of clearance off the ground for Riley. He has a lot of ability to kind of let it sag a little bit, and it won't slow him down with drag.
As you can see on the pavement there, it has started to rain outside, so we'll see how this is going to affect our athletes. We're just about done, though, so hopefully these last couple athletes can get their events done before it really starts to pour.
Last up for the heavyweight men on the right-hand side, we're going to have Larson. Right now we have Therese going around and around on the left-hand side, carrying 300 pounds. Doesn't seem to be too big of a problem for her. She's a very experienced athlete. Oh no, a little bit of an equipment failure. This is not good. Therese looks potentially injured in that.
What happened there?
I don't know. It seems like the implement may have broke there. I can't quite tell. I'm not sure how that implement is actually brought up. All I know is that she nearly went over the implement there, and it may have slipped out of her hands. I can't quite tell. We're going to pull it up and review it here a little bit. They're just resetting the implement. Got Larson in the right-hand lane. Okay. We just reviewed video footage there, and when Therese was going around, the front end of the implement actually caught the cement, and it ended up going over and splitting off the end piece. I think they're just resetting it, though. Unfortunate result for Therese. That may have set her back, and unfortunately, she won't get a redo for that.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate there. With this sidewalk, it's hard to tell from here, or this parking lot, sorry. Right in the middle, it kind of comes to a bit of a slope in the middle for rain collection and such. So having that there is going to make that edge catch a little bit if you're not high enough. So that's maybe what happened, but we'll see. As you can see here, it's really pouring out there now. It's storming pretty good for the athletes. I'm not sure if we're going to be taking a break or continuing. We'll see here what they want to do.
It looks like, so we only have heavyweight women and lightweight men and the teen men left over. There's only 3 categories left. So I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen here. We'll see, though.
Josh, are we going to take a break or keep going? Into the rain.
Ten athletes left to compete here. You can see. Really start smelling the rain. Fortunate events here, guys. We're gonna have to be on hold a little bit. Strongman typically goes whenever, but because of the rain, we're gonna put a little bit of a hold on this.
Are we going to take a break or keep going?
We just got confirmation from the host here, Mackenzie. We're gonna take about a 5 to 10 minute break just to see if this rain passes over, and if not, we'll have to figure it out. I think at this point we'll probably be able to bring the implements inside, but who knows? We'll see what the show organizers decide, and yeah, we'll just switch back to the sponsor screen here. We'll be back in about 5 to 10. Just so you know what's happening here right now, folks, we're just in the middle of a little bit of a rain out. It looks like the rain is starting to slow down slowly, but they're just figuring out what they'd like to do for the last 3 weight classes of the Conan's Wheel. We do have results for a few of the competitors. We're not going to release them yet. We want to keep it a surprise, but stay tuned. We should be back in the next 5 or so minutes as they're trying to figure out what to do for the last 12 competitors that need to do the Conan's Wheel. Stay tuned, guys. We're going to keep the board rolling here. All right, folks, it looks like we're just about to get ready to get started here. We'll get back on. It's still raining a little bit. However, it's calmed down. It was coming down quite hard. People were scattering quite fast to get out of the rain. They're loading up the implements. Strongman happens, rain or shine. I can remember back in 2020, I think it was, the first year of COVID, Fort Mac was hosting provincials. I ended up signing up first, which is a mistake on my end because I ended up going last for the first event, which was a sandbag. Those sandbags went from probably 300 pounds to 400 pounds just because of the rain. I ended up doing pretty bad in provincials myself that year. I'm sure a lot of people that are watching this that competed in provincials in 2020 probably remember that. Mackenzie Swain was actually the lead loader and spotter for provincials that year, and I'm sure he remembers too. He had a little rain hat with a little fan on the top of it. I don't remember, but he has all the rain equipment. That guy knows how to party it up in the rain. At least, you know what? There's one thing that I could be thankful for. Yeah, it can rain. Yeah, it could probably snow. JK, it's not Calgary. Only Calgary gets snow in May. It can rain. We can have lightning. But the one great thing about today is there's no smoke in the air. These athletes aren't taxed in their lungs. It's just a little rain. It's a little shower, pre-shower to the actual shower.
Exactly. You guys tuned into my Farm Strong Classic stream last weekend. You could see as the day went on, it actually got smokier. You could even notice it on the stream. So it was very bad for the athletes there last weekend. But it seems like our wildland firefighters are getting a hand on it. The weather's been turning in their favor a little bit, so hopefully we can get some of these wildfires put out. I think we were up to like 90 wildfires at one point in just this province.
That were active, yeah. Yeah, I think we've burned over 1 million hectares, I think they're saying at this point.
Looks like Carrie Gantley's might be getting ready to get started here.
I don't think the athletes were the only ones that were taxed on at Farm Strongman. I was emceeing that, and I on the way home with Doug. Doug drove me up there because we went together. I had very squinty eyes. My eyes were shot. My ears were ringing. My throat was sore. It was a lot of talking that I was doing. Carrie's getting ready for the heavyweight women. 350 pounds on the left wheel. Going to be a little bit of a disadvantage considering that there's a lot of the handles are wet. She's got it up though. She's making it around.
Are any of the men going?
Carrie, lightweight men. Carrie and lightweight men. Looks like Carrie's finished there. It's unfortunate for her. She doesn't really have to compete against anybody, so it's okay. She doesn't have to give it her all. She secured first place out of one person.
That's true, yeah.
Running out of things to talk about, but that's okay.
Just waiting to see here what they're going to do with these Conan wheels. I was going to zoom in on that one implement on the left. I'm just not sure if they're done with the one on the right yet. I'm just going to give them a minute. I think they're breaking it down, and then I'll just zoom in on that one Conan wheel that's left. It does look like the lightweight men competitor there is getting a hold, so I think we might be okay. I'll zoom in on that implement for now, and then if I got to, I'll adjust.
It's a little bit unfortunate actually right now too, because the chalk is gone. There's no real way to measure how far the person's gone. The rain kind of wiped away the chalk a little bit, but that's okay. Well, I'm sure these folks will get this organized a little bit better here. Dylan just went there in the first lane on the left-hand side, which we're zooming up on. I'm going to stop referring it to right and left. We only got one lane left over. One more weight class. We got the lightweight men doing 450 pounds. Mehmet on the camera over here, just in case we need to get the camera readjusted for the other implement. I believe, based on who this is Chris. A little bit wobbly. You can tell that the implement's moving around quite a bit here. Spotters are ready there to catch him if anything happens. Passing his second rotation. Almost completed 2 full rotations here. On his third rotation, he's given it his all. He's got his hands clasped. This is going to be completely taxing, and it tips over again. This is a problem for this implement. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to set it down evenly, and the implement became broken again. It's going to take our spotters and loaders a second to reset this implement, but that is okay. Going on to the 6th hour of the stream here. I'm glad that those of you that have stuck around, thank you again. Be sure to check out all the sponsors you see scrolling on the bottom of the screen there. We got Norse Fitness, Born Primitive, Inner Strength Products, Panda Prince, ASA Strongman. Give a short little plug considering I'm the president of the ASA Strongman. If you're interested in meeting Mitchell Hooper, we got Mitchell Hooper coming out to Edmonton on July 28th during the K-Days competitions put on by ASA. We got a Pro-Am on the first weekend and a amateur show, Mosaic Classic, the 6th annual, happening on the second weekend. Mitchell Hooper will be around for the Mosaic Classic for a meet and greet at the K-Days grounds. Definitely register for that. Head over to Linktree/Alberta Strongman. You'll see all the links for registering for that competition if you'd like to get in on the competition, as well as register for the seminar with Mitchell Hooper. For those of you that don't know who Mitchell Hooper is, he is the World's Strongest Man for 2023, also the first Canadian to win the World's Strongest Man, and the 4th ever person in the entire world to win the Arnold Strongman Classic and the World's Strongest Man in the same year. His second year of competing in the pro competition. Got AS7, Walter Joseph and Associates. We got Misfit Strength and Power. Supplement King was here earlier too. Specifically Supplement King, Sherwood Park. Thank you to all the sponsors. We also got Steadfast Metal, Zone Smelling Salts, which is partnered with Misfit, CrossFit AU, Resolute Strengthwear, Sloan's Homes, and that is all the sponsors we have on the rolling banner down below. I don't know who this is. This definitely isn't Ken. Not sure if Ken waved this off. Maybe this is Chris. I'm not sure who this is. We're kind of lost here. I don't know if that's not Sylvan. Do you know who this is, Mehmet? No clue who this is. I think they went out of order here because it was supposed to be Ken next. Unless I'm crossing off the wrong names at the wrong time.
No clue who this is. That was funny.
It's like Jocelyn's going to be struggling to figure out where the actual radius of the circle is. It's going to have to be a guessing game at this point.
Yeah, I think she's following them as they go, and she's just keeping track right beside them.
Oh, that could be. I wasn't really paying attention to her. I was more so watching the athletes. But that is okay. I could pay attention to her too. Okay, who's this? This is definitely not. This might. Are we? Where are we? Oh, this was probably the novice men doing 350. That was probably George. And this is George or Rohan. I'm not sure.
CK. I think his name starts with a C.
There's nobody left with a C.
Okay.
There's a G, an R, a K, an S, an I, an S, an E.
I'm not sure his name. I saw him compete before, though. He's a pretty strong guy.
Fortunately, we do not have the exact person who's competing, but that's okay. Yeah, Jocelyn's going around following him. It's a smart move on her end, considering the rain has washed away the chalk. And there's only one lane that they're watching, so it makes it easy for her.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job. Wow, he's still going. Oh, there it is. Oh, they're trying to catch it. Oh, they saved it this time.
Saved the day by the spotters.
He got all those rotations, and he still saved the equipment. So good run for him there.
This might be the 15-year-old. It might be George. I can't remember. There we go. Is this Ken coming up? This is Ken now. Okay, we're back on track. Those were the two teens doing 350 pounds. I don't know if they're going to adjust the weight. The lightweight men are supposed to do 450. It looks like Ken's just going to jump in there. So either the novice men did 450 or the heavyweight men or the lightweight men are doing 350. I'm not sure here. Ken's going around, making it look easy. Wearing his grip shirt. That's definitely an advantage for this part of the competition.
Yeah, grip shirts make a big difference. Still going, get a little wobbly there now, starting to slow down a little bit.
I can only imagine the amount of strain that's being put on these guys' arms. I don't know if I'd be able to make food at home after this.
It'd be a McDonald's run,
I think so too. A McDonald's or Wendy's or something. Ken shaking his head. He's not too impressed with his performance here. But that's all good. Ken did a great job. Considering he was sick all week, I think he did a phenomenal job today. Up next, we have Sylvan.
Sylvan's been having a pretty good show, too. He's a really strong guy. He's a bit on the smaller side for a lot of the competitors today, but he's a very, very strong athlete.
Currently tied with Ian in third place with 19.5 points. This might be good news for Ian. Sylvan slowed down quite a bit here. Not good for Sylvan, potentially good for Ian. Coming around that halfway mark, passing by, coming to the 3/4 mark for Sylvan here. I don't know what this weighs, but I think it's 350 considering that's what the teen men just did as well, and there was no weight change. Sylvan's passed his first rotation. Coming around at first in the quarter here. 1.5, just about now.
Really grinding it out, though. For how slow he's going, you'd think he'd drop it, but he's still going pretty good.
1 3/4, accidentally dumps the weight. Yeah. Able to save it a little bit. It didn't completely become detached. Not too much of a strain for our volunteers here today.
Yeah, they just need a bit of a wider base on that arm there. That's what it is, just catches, and that base is so narrow it just goes. If it was a bit wider of an angle there, they wouldn't tip over as much, but hey, it's a free implement that we got to use, so I don't think we're going to complain.
Well, that's the big thing about Strongman is people lending equipment for Strongman competitions. I know coming up for Mosaic here, which is probably the next competition that's happening here in Edmonton in July. We have a lot of equipment coming in from Calgary, a lot of equipment coming in from various locations here in Edmonton, a lot of privately owned stuff. Not much of this stuff actually comes from gyms with the exception of basically the plates.
Yeah. The plates are hard to come by. When shows like this, you need like thousands of pounds of weight. Look at the deadlift event, for example. There was 3 different deadlifts on 3 different lanes, so that's 9 deadlift bars you got to mount up with. Excess of 200, 300, 400 pounds each bar. That's a lot of plates.
The men alone were over 1,500 pounds in their 3 implements. Like there's 530, 530, and 560. That's that's like 1,700 pounds right there that they had just in the men's lane, and then they still had the women's lanes going beside them.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah,
takes a, like, what is the saying? It takes a community to raise a child. It takes a community to run a strongman show too.
100%, 100%. It takes a community,
and a community is what we got. It's a very good community here for strongman in Edmonton, I think, in Alberta in general. It's very welcoming. It's very welcoming in general. It's a good community to be a part of. A lot of people think strongmen, strong women might be a bit intimidating and scary or mean, and it's not the case. Everyone that I've ever met is actually fairly humble and pretty cool, so never be afraid to come out to one of these shows, ask questions, learn how to get started yourself. It's a very welcoming community. It's great.
Ian Weed up next, owner of Asgardian Strength, with his partner Jessica. Little bit of a rough start for Ian. I'm a little surprised there. Ian knows better than this.
He saved it.
Saved the day a little bit there, going around the corner. He knows that he needs to get about 3.5 rotations to beat Sylvan. The last thing he wants to do is place worse than Sylvan, considering he's tied. Tied in 3rd place, 19.5 points. Ian's making his pace really good, moving quite fast. I think he needs to realize that he needs to slow down a little bit and not waste his breath. He needs to make sure that he beats Sylvan in order to secure a spot on the podium. Picking up the pace a little bit. I'd be surprised if he sets this down and this tips over again, considering how fast he's going.
It's pretty wild to see like that. The volunteers are jogging beside him to keep up with him, and they're empty-handed, and he's got, you know, how much weight in his arms. It's quite amazing.
Between 350 and 450, we don't know. They didn't reset it after the team men who were supposed to do different weights, so somewhere in that range.
Oh, he's getting close.
Oh, yeah. He did well.
Yeah,
I think
really
he did 3.5 rotations. I definitely think he passed Sylvan on that. I don't think he has any problems with taking the podium here for his weight class.
The classic flick and toss of the belt at the end there.
Last up, we have second last up, we have Shandy, currently holding 2nd place. I believe there was about a 3-point lead between him and Ian. Words are fumbling.
Like you said, the fatigue is setting in for everyone here today.
Much as we're not outside, we're upsize. We're up. Oh, crap. We're upstairs in the loft. I think we're getting a little bit of heat stroke up here or something. I don't know. The windows are tinted, but
the struggle is real.
Shandy going around, passing by the 3/4 mark here, coming up to that little marker on the line there, which will be his first rotation, passing now. I'd consider this cardio if I was using the measuring wheel there like Jocelyn is.
Oh, I'd be sweating. For sure. I'd be wishing it was raining again. Slowing down. Oh, there you go. Didn't slow down too long. He kept a pretty good pace until he was done.
That's unfortunate for Shandy there. He was in 2nd place, not being able to pass at least what Ian did. That might set him back a little bit. Ian might be pushed into 2nd place. Shandy going into 3rd place. We don't know yet. We'll find out shortly. I assume we'll stay here for the podium stuff when it happens, the awards and whatnot. Are we not, Mehmet?
I'll do a vote for the people that are watching, and just leave a message in the comments if you'd like to stay live for the podium. If you're interested, we can stay alive and keep the podium running so you can see who placed where. If nobody comments that they want to see it, then we just won't keep it going. So it's up to you guys. The people can decide.
Last up here is Evan, going around his first full rotation. Currently in 1st place for the lightweight men, between 350 and 450 pounds. This Conan's wheel weighs for him. Ian did about, 4.5 rotations there. He may have taken the lead in this event. I know that there was about a 6-point lead, though. 7-point lead between him and Evan. I think Evan had to zero this event for Ian to take 1st place.
Slowing down a little bit.
Stay live.
This is where it matters. This is what makes the difference in strongman, how much you can push at the end there.
Mona, it's nice to see you. Thank you for joining in chat and being active in the chat. We've got one person that wants us to stay live. I don't necessarily have a problem staying live. I can help you clean up too, minute.
I'll say if 3 people say stay live, we'll stay live, and we're 2 out of 3. So one more person to stay live, we'll stay live for the podium.
A little bit of an equipment failure there for Evan, and that wraps up the competition. Evan, I think, got about 2.5 to 3 rotations there. Not 100% sure exactly where it is, but based off of what we can observe from here. Do I need to go on the YouTube channel and say stay live?
If you want it. You want us to stay live? Yeah, we need one more comment to stay alive for the results.
Stay live. There we go.
There it is. All right, well, this is all for the athletes here today, so they're going to be breaking down this event, and then the organizers wanted to make sure we got everything put away before we did the awards, so it'll probably be a good, I'd say, 15 to 20-minute break here before we come back for the awards. But until then, we'll switch to the sponsor screen, give you guys some music to listen to, and Nate, you have anything else?
I don't think so. I think these athletes gave it their all today. There's a lot of people that ended up traveling from out of city. Some guys came in this morning. You definitely tell that some of these guys are fatigued, but everybody came out here, performed really good. It looks like we might have a little bit of a delay here because we're getting like 8 or 9 stay lives now.
Yeah, some people might be watching and then a little delayed. So,
yeah.
Yeah, we're going to stay alive.
Anyways,
we're just going to switch to that sponsor screen now, and then we'll be back in however long it takes them to get everything put away, probably 15 minutes, we'll say.
We'll chat to you in a bit, guys. Stay tuned.
We're just waiting on the final scores to be tabulated here, but we will be doing the live streaming of the placings here shortly, so stay tuned. We're almost there. So right now they're just outside doing the overall winners of each event individually. So the best man and woman of each of the 5 events today. So you can see Therese got the best of women's there, and I forget the gentleman's name, but he got the best in the first event. So they'll go through that. The winners of each event get a special prize. And then overall winners will announce here shortly. Nate will have an updated score sheet for us. We will have the overall winners for you and their names when the time comes. As for now, this is the event 2 winners. It looks like Marth Henry and I think his name is Jeremy. I'm not sure. My apologies. And event number 3, Marth won that event as well for the women's class. And then I'm not too sure of the gentleman's name. He got best in his third event there. All right, event 4 winners. That's Shay O'Brien there, taking the women's. And the men's, that looks like Ian Wheat, I'm pretty sure. He'll get best in men's on event 4. And best man and women for event 5 here. Looks like Ian Wheat again. And then my apologies, I'm not too sure of the female's name. But if you're a friend of hers, you know, so feel free to mention it in the comments there. As I mentioned, we don't have a microphone outside, but it looks like Mackenzie is giving some sort of a speech, something along the lines of thank you everyone for coming out. I can't imagine. A pretty good guy, so I see him saying thank you. They're just working on the final spreadsheet there now to get the final scores out to the judges there.
So don't wait to start earning 5.25% interest on eligible deposits with a Simply Financial High Interest Savings Account. Limited time offer. Conditions apply. Visit Simply at simplii.com for details.
Looks like they're just outside doing the draw for the Mitchell Hooper live stream and in-person event they're going to be having. Mitchell Hooper will be doing a talk about strongman, all things strongman, and lifting. So whoever wins that gets free tickets to that, happening near the end of July. I forget exactly when that is, but I will also be doing the live stream hosting for that. So feel free to tune in and watch that event when it happens. Nice.
With the 2024 Honda HR-V, you're not afraid to stand out. Because when you mix versatility, exceptional comfort, plus a bold look, you get a compact SUV that dares to be different in every way. Learn more at honda.ca.
Know which first? You're muted right now. Would you like to be on?
Congrats to Jeff Capel and Brent Lazanik on winning the ASA Mitchell Hooper Seminar. Just getting ready here for the awards. We're going to probably see them standing up on the podium there next couple minutes. I got the awards up here. Looks like they're doing the... Who is this? That was probably Lynn. I don't know who this is either. Fortunately, we're too far away from the actual audio of it all. This is so Jamie took second place with 12 points. She's on the podium there. And Tierney with 14 points in first place for the novice heavyweight women. It must have been Shay and Lynn that were just up before them there. I think we're calling up the next group here. I don't know who this is. And I'm bad at this right now. First place, this person got first place. There's just one with first place.
You're just relying on the friends and family at home to know who your friends and family are.
Basically, or that might have been Courtney, 57 kg, because she's the only one with 19 points. Now we are on to the 64 kg standings. Laura with 6.5 points, placing her in fourth. Third place, they called up Therese, 23 points. Second place, with only a half a point difference, Shay O'Brien. Half a point. That's so detrimental to see that. You just lose by half a point. So close. And then in first place, Strongman Show debut, Martha.
Yeah, Martha killed it.
Yeah, she nearly got beaten by Shay. 28.5 points from Marth.
Very good first strong woman show for her.
Guesses they'll be calling up the Masters women at this point. I'm dripping sweat. Thank you. I can't wait to sit in my car with AC. Yeah. In second place for the Masters women, we got Char with 9.5 points. Great job out there.
Also her first competition.
First competition, and she is a master. In first place, none other than Jen Sager with 25.5 points. Jen did really well. I believe she actually placed third overall this entire category, which is the 57 kg women, the 64 kg women, and the Masters women. Third place overall for Jen, not a problem at all for that win.
Yeah, no, good show for both of them.
See who they call up next. I don't know what order they're going in. Must be the next women's class. Let me see if I can find that.
Kelly, I think, right?
Yeah, that's Kelly. So many papers here. So they're doing the 73 kg standings. Kelly with 11 points in second place. And in first place, first time competing as a 73 kg, Therese Boltan, 27 points. She actually won this subcategory overall. Sorry, won the full category overall and won her subcategory, 27 points. Looks like they're going to be going over to the 82 kg female competitors. 82 kg, sorry. Fourth place with 10 points, we got Melissa. She's coming up there with colored hair. In third place, they have Stephanie with 16 points. In second place, they have Michelle with 19.5 points whenever she gets up there. And in first place, Jessica with 21.5 points. Jessica came up here earlier and said this was her first time ever getting a first place. Congrats to you, Jess, on your first place win, a Strongman Corp competition. Not sure who we're going to be going to next. My guess would be the novice men. They're following the same.
Unfortunately, not everything in life is built.
Oh, they might do heavyweight women.
Like umbrellas, or my relationship with Susan. Oh, Susan.
Carrie was the only one in her category. Let's see if
reliable
hold up
vehicles
here.
you can depend on. And we
The guess is it
Canadian Black
coming up.
Award for best retained value to prove it. It's time to help your money go further. It's time to Toyota. Order a 2023 Tacoma 4x4 Access Cab TRD starting from $49,060. Price includes additional fees. Taxes extra. Visit shoptoyota.ca.
Sounds pretty powerful. I'm enjoying it.
Dealer today.
For the sheer size of it, it's a very nice fan. Must be the novice lightweight. This might be the 15-year-old. This is George, 13 points. And Rohan, 35.5 points for a teen. Killed it out there. Rohan taking fourth overall in the novice category. Drop to him. Team competitor. They're going to be doing the novice lightweight, if I'm not mistaken. Elliot with 23.5 points coming up to the podium here. Stepping up onto the second place platform. And in first place, they have Kevin. 39.5 points. Actually ended up tying with Simon. I believe with a split point difference, Kevin takes third place. Simon will take second overall. Now to the novice heavyweight men. No, I don't. Oh, that guy. He's out there. He's out competing.
You're looking for Simon, yeah.
It looks like they're doing the heavyweight men. In 6th place, they have Martin, 14 points. Oh, maybe they're not calling up everybody. This must be David in 3rd place with 26.5 points. Simon with 39.5 points in 2nd place, tying with Kevin, actually. And the overall winner for the heavyweight men is Oswald. The notable mentions here, Martin with 14 points, Justin with 16.5 points, and Matt with 22 points. Not sure who they're going to do next. My guess is they'll do lightweight men next. Must be Dylan. I think this is Dylan. 80 kilograms. Competitor, 6.5 points. Only one in his weight class. Probably be calling up the podiums only for the 90 kgs. And we'll do, like we said, the notable mentions here after the 3 individuals get called up. In 3rd place for the 90 kgs, we have Shandy, 24.5 points. In 2nd place, we have Ian Wheat, 26.5 points.
Download your meditation videos and unwind uninterrupted. Try YouTube Premium on us.
And in 1st place, we have Evan with 30.5 points. The notable mentions in 6th place, we have Ken Kidler, 14.5 points. Chris with 16 points. And Sylvan with 21.5 points. Like I said, that last event there, Sylvan and Ian were tied. Sylvan didn't do too hot, ended up costing him 5 points and costing his podium spot. It is unfortunate. He had a really good show. Looks like we're calling up the 105 kg guys. In 2nd place, we got Ty with 8 points. And in 1st place, we got Joel with 13.5 points. We'll be calling up the heavyweight masters. We got Mike McKay, only one in his category, so we'll just go ahead and spoil it here, even though he's not up there yet. He'll be coming up right away. He got 1st place, 8.5 points between the boys there. He technically took 2nd overall. I took 3rd, but to splitting the weight categories, Mike McKay is taking 1st place in the heavyweight master. This is not Ben, so this must be Dave. 120 kg standings. Yeah, it's just a process of elimination at this point. In 2nd place, we got Jeff, 31 points. 1st place, Harry McDonald. For him that he won a competition here today, considering he just competed 7 days ago at a Pro-Am against some of the world's strongest men. Only 3 guys in this category, so nobody else to mention regarding these 2 guys, or 3 guys, sorry. The last category of individuals that have placed, we got the open standings. Give the notable mentions, like I said. The 3rd place, we got Ben with 51 points. A lot of points for these big boys out here. Riley, 6'6" giant, 53 points. Coming in 2nd place.
Even while your screen's off or you're using other
Open men above 120 kilos. Very tight between all of them. Quite a big lead, though, for first place with 58 points. Got Larson. Big win for Larson. The provincial invite for him. I don't remember how Strongman Corp works. I think first place in all categories gets invited to nationals or off topic. But yeah, like I think they get to skip provincials if they can. At least that's what they did last year, I think. I don't know what the exact rules are. I'm sure at some point we'll have an update from Josh or something along those lines. But that concludes the award ceremony, folks. Of the 23 of you that are still watching, thanks for sticking by for 7 hours. It's a lot of talking for us, but we managed to do our best, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed the production. I think, Mehmet, are you going to be doing a compiled video at some point here in the next week or so?
Yeah, over the next week, I'll just go through and cut out all the dead spots where nothing's happening and put a bit of some more graphics in there and such to give you guys a nice completed video to watch when we're all done. That is a lot of work. A lot of time goes into making those, so we'll be handing that out shortly. Give me about a week or so to get to it, but yeah.
I think we just missed it here, but Therese and this is Larson. They won the overall for the men and the women. I don't know how this was decided. It was some sort of point thing. It might have been. Yeah, my best guess is it's the difference in points between first place and second place that set these two apart comparative to the other weight classes. So good for Therese and Larson. Congrats on your Athlete of the Year. Big shout out to Mackenzie Swain and Jocelyn O'Brien for putting on this competition. You need organizers like this throughout the province. They ran this competition extremely well. I think there's a few more awards. I see that there's a couple trophies in Mackenzie Swain's hands, so we'll hang tight here for a couple more minutes.
No, they were talking about like a spirit award, like the best man and woman to be the most encouraging or something like that. I'm not sure if that's what they're talking about now. But
okay. That definitely could be. I'm not 100% sure. That's actually a neat idea. I really like that. That's honorable.
Yeah, it's something I've been considering myself with the live streaming. As I get to watch the whole show, I've been debating doing an award for that type thing as well, just for me, from the Power Hippo stream side of things. I always love a good athlete that is supporting everyone else and just giving it their all, so it's something I've been considering as well. I've been thinking, if I do it, I was thinking of calling it the Hungriest Hippo Award.
Hey, that's not bad. I like that. I like that. It's got a ring to it.
Trying to think of a trophy. I don't think any trophy companies have hippos as the top part, so I don't know if I can find it.
See who they called up here. Oh, they called up Simon.
Simon's also one of the part owners of Strongman Corp and a pretty successful YouTuber with regards to his strongman escapades.
And they called up Kelly. This must be, like you said, this must be the most encouraging individuals.
I think so. If that was what they were doing, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I feel they picked two good people for that.
Yeah, those two people.
Yeah. That being said, all the athletes today have been really good, supportive, which, like I said, is one of the great things with the strongman community. So.
Exactly. We'll stay put here for a couple more minutes just in case something else comes up. I do see that there's a few more prizes here on the table.
Yeah, they keep throwing out awards, so we don't know when to end.
They should give an award to the volunteers who ate the most pizza.
Dibs.
I think Colton wins. Looks like that's wrapping up. Mackenzie's kind of waving off people, saying thank you for coming out. Once again, guys, thank you for sticking by this stream. Appreciate it. We held a really good viewership count, upwards of 60 people at one point. We averaged probably close to 45 to 50 throughout this. It's really good. Helps Mehmet out for sure. It definitely gets some more publicity. Sorry, Mehmet. Yeah. When's your next event that you're hosting?
The next event that I have going on right now, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I know that I have Strongman Provincials in August, and I don't think I'm booked for anything else in between there. Forgive me if I'm forgetting. It's been a long day, but I don't have anything else booked until August.
I think you are coming out to the Pro-Am at K-Days.
That's right. Yes, yeah. I am. I'm not available to do the stream for the amateur side of things, but I will be at the K-Days King and Queen of Klondike.
That's correct. Yeah.
Which is an ASA event. I'll be doing the stream for the pro side of things there. But unfortunately, I'll be missing the amateur side.
Yeah, you bet.
And I'll be doing the live stream for the Mitchell Hooper Moose on the Loose
seminar. Yeah,
seminar that he's going to be hosting here before the K-Days.
Once again, if you are interested in registering for that Mitchell Hooper Moose on the Loose, head over to Alberta Strongman on Instagram. Click the link in the bio. It should take you to a link tree. There's signups to compete at Mosaic, to compete at the Pro-Am. If you're interested in doing any of that, definitely swing on by that and you can register there, as well as the Mitchell Hooper seminar. The webinar is $10. There's a couple of guys that have discount codes like Capital City Showdown. If you use CCS at checkout, you get 20% off. It saves you $2. And on top of that, $2 goes back to the athletes for next year. Mackenzie. Wow, I'm struggling with names right now. Mackenzie and Jocelyn will set that funds aside and kind of give it to prizes for next year. Any of the funds that are used, they'll get a 20% kickback for you using the code. $10 for the webinar. It'll be hosted on the ASA YouTube. Once again, Mehmet's going to be kind of the one coordinating that. We're going to give him the stream key. And then if you wanted to attend in person, it's $75. Again, use a discount code. That's 20% off. That's $15 off. $60 to see Mitchell Hooper. He's charging $150 for his seminars right now. So that's a steal of a deal to come and see Mitchell Hooper for $60.
Yeah, and that looks like that'll wrap everything up here today for the Capital City Showdown here in Sherwood Park. So thanks again to all the sponsors, all the volunteers, athletes are coming out. Thank you to CrossFit AU for hosting us here today. An amazing facility they have here. If you're into CrossFit group classes, check them out. It's a beautiful facility here. Lots of good equipment. So thanks to them, and thanks to Nate as well for hopping in and giving me a hand with all this. It's nice to have someone to break up the speaking with, and it gives me more time to work on other things. So thanks again to Nate and everyone else. Nate, you have anything else to say before we log off?
No, I don't think so. I think that, this was a great event. I really enjoyed doing this. It was a lot of fun. Looking forward to, seeing you next time, seeing if I can help you out next time. I enjoy this sort of thing, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, sounds good. Once again, thank you to all the watchers watching at home, and hope you all have a good rest of your weekend. Take care, and don't forget, be frickin' nice.
See you later, guys.